All the private.
Well, my opinion is just being down. I don't know if my opinion matches theirs. Is that, subdivision across the bridge, the lot size plus.
Well, when I was there, then.
When Old Orchard was approved down off of Henderson Road.
I was,
That was smaller lots are about 3/10 of an acre. These lots are between, it's like 0.18 and 0.25 acres. There's a couple of larger ones.
They put this all around on the bottom.
So I think it's probably a little denser, you know, but you
Because there's a lot of
so,
history there about.
but there's,
They're past
if they come to redevelop, it's
Yeah.
more of a test district. They're going to have a little. Because
That, I don't know what they.
they were trying to already.
Really true.
Okay, you guys are live streaming so much.
Because of the cartel. Yeah.
Sorry, Dennis.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll keep you informed on, yeah, sure. They appointed me as spokesman, point man for the county.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, well, I'm the obvious choice. The other two commissioners that were there at the time are gone.
Yeah.
All right, it is what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
You want to testify.
Exactly.
Sorry, Dennis, I was trying to connect.
Andrew thinks that I'm probably a pretty good choice to be put on the stand. Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is.
Yeah.
Just there's some reason.
Right.
It's not just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many, gonna be 45? I'm not 19.
Oh.
So don't worry about it.
Especially in live stream.
Right.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. You guys are sitting here. Yeah, he discussed. I just, well, I know, you know, I have to go. And it seems like I started, we have different things, he's going for different squads, everybody has their favorite things they like, they don't like. Is there a win for everybody? Do we get buying power for all buying, I say, like that. I mean, the tops, I mean, you don't sell, I mean, because I feel like we've had some that are $500,000 squad, and that's another $300,000 squad. We don't, the first of those, I don't almost about going to great radios, but and he has to get up and he said, like the bag logs together and then. They know they're. We're having that on your data, because I want you to take all morning. Good. So I'm walking, yeah, and. That's just my fault, someone.
Yeah, so you know, it's a work on all those. Slides.
You know, there's anything else to that now, and. They've run over some spec, that's it, things different companies. So we get a bid that's. Which we got there, yeah. But you're looking at camera, yeah, which mine. It's trying to say, don't split it over. Yeah. So what I'm doing is we got that.
It's like when people in Chevy.
Yeah, sure.
Their shop when they found hiding out.
So I don't know where some of that.
It kind of similar.
Good.
Yeah, I just didn't know. If we ended up getting. March, we're in green down, but down here on my spot, and say, I just said. Yeah, the one thirty, not there.
Yes, being on the shop. No, I didn't have a.
But, yeah. Parts, but they have more similar vehicles, it's like, we have one.
Well, right, I mean, by
You got it. So, ambulance is not hungry, so, right, so it's like, well. It's gonna be- we're gonna go on. I'll be back in the station. Well, for years, put this in that. Even though they're 50 years. Right, there's really.
I saw it in the next house.
Yeah.
So I'll get all of
Yeah, you're right. Unless you
What's up, big guy?
EMS. The street.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good. Not too bad.
You going up?
Yeah, they say I am.
How's your treatment going, all right?
Good, yeah. Not bad. You're in there for about 2 hours. What's up, bro? I don't know, Denny. Hello, AG, how you doing?
We got several.
Right? Doing all right?
Yeah, well, buddy, how are you? All right. I know. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, right.
We thought about him Friday. I saw that graph in there. Hunt, man. I'll let you know. All right, buddy.
Guys.
Say, buddy. I'm so good. I hope somebody didn't confuse me with Glenn. We've got the same haircut.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, I'm
brother.
close.
Yeah, our wives.
My daughter cut mine back.
I'm ready for mine.
Okay. I don't know me about that.
Today you're up. Today you are.
Oh, yeah.
They've got additions here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Back Monday. Your sister's a nurse. Real happy. There you go.
Flurry, but I'm good.
Yeah, I was really impressed. He said he wanted, he set up with high therapy.
Yeah.
Now, if we go for Thursday afternoon. Call you, let you know, with any luck, we'll be done.
Texting when I was in
You just play it by ear. I don't know if being with them on Thursday, but hopefully they stuff and done by.
Sneak the park, we go down the road, and somebody in the has a park, so you can use it whatever.
We've done a lot.
Where the money goes.
He's still here.
So yeah, I got back Wednesday night at like 10:30 from Michigan and then worked half day Thursday. Yeah, I saw you and drove down there Thursday night, came back.
Oh
but you was
my
right.
gosh. You're good.
You know, this is so. Way to get some.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna give us some details.
Lots of stuff. Been up in Michigan a lot this summer. We have a new place up there.
But I'm hoping.
You know where Elkhart, Indiana is?
Because they.
About a half hour north of Elkhart, a small area up there. Lots of projects like there. Remodels. Regrade of.
That's somebody's phone.
Just have road tows, so we ripped it all out. Got the big there, the dozer pushing it all out and
Connie.
a couple magic carpets and so.
Connie. Are we good to start?
So.
Everyone will silence your phones. Welcome everyone to the Dearborn County Council meeting. We'll start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone will rise, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are you reading it? You're fast.
As a recipient of federal funds and in support of Dearborn County's efforts to ensure non-discrimination and equal access to all citizens, the county gathers statistical data regarding participants in county activities. Therefore, we have provided a voluntary Title VI public involvement survey at this meeting. You are not required to complete this survey. However, the form is anonymous and will be used solely for the purpose of monitoring our compliance with Title VI and ADA.
Thank you, Andy. First on our agenda is St. Elizabeth. This is the foundation for the Cancer Center. Is there someone making a presentation? If you will identify yourself, please, and welcome.
Good morning. I'm E.G. McLaughlin, board member of the St. Elizabeth Foundation. And I'm here with others to talk about the Dearborn Cancer Center. But before we start our short presentation, we promise it'll be short. We just want to thank the county for their generous pledge that they made to the Dearborn Cancer Center. And it's not only us thanking you, but it's the community thanking you. And we're here today to request the 2025 installment of that pledge.
If you could give us, you're gonna have, a little bit of a
Yeah,
presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, so with me today, we have Celeste Calvito, another St. Elizabeth Foundation board member. We have Terry Bogan, lifelong resident of Southeastern Indiana, and she's the site director of the Dearborn Cancer Center. So it will be Terry, Celeste will be speaking. In addition to that, we have Sarah Seacrest here. She's the director of development for St. Elizabeth Foundation. In addition to that, we're lucky to have two more of the board members from the St. Elizabeth Foundation. We have Mr. Jim Deaton in the back there and Tom Palmer. We appreciate you all taking your time to be here. So Celeste, I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Just real quick, as you all know, and we thank you very much. And as you all know, in the past, I've mentioned that both Chuck and I have been over the bridge in the past for radiation. It's just nice to know that if it happens again, we're 8 minutes from our house, which is awesome. And I cannot tell you how many people, I've lost track. of how many people have said it is so great to have it here because I'm going there for whatever or whatever. And it's just really a blessing, and thanks for your help on that.
Good morning, I'm Terry. I'm the site director for the Cancer Center. And first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to come and present just some of the updates, things that I think you will be excited to hear, as I was. We just recently had a market share meeting with our marketing team, and I am very proud to report back to you. Our goal with the Cancer Center was to increase access to the world-class care that St. Elizabeth provides to the folks of Southeast Indiana. And I'm happy to share with you that from 23 to 25, our market share increased by 25% in Dearborn County. So that is a significant number, and it's actually the highest increase any of our St. Elizabeth facilities had. So we're very excited about that. Our volumes increased from 2023 when the center opened, from 2,236 patients to 4,454 patients in 24. So that is increasing the overall market share to 69.6% here in Dearborn County. So that tells us that people that need our services and have access to our care in our surrounding area are finding us. They know we're here. So we are very, very pleased to be able to announce that. I can also share with you that we have enhanced access to genomic testing, to precision medicine, to our high-risk screenings, and we enrolled our first research study this past year as well. So we are meeting our goals, exceeding in some of the areas. Our radiation oncology, our units of service, and we could only count when we opened in April to the end of December. We had 3,872 units of service, and so far this year through June, we have had 3,610, which means we are on track to annualize at a much higher rate of providing radiation oncology in the surrounding area than what we did from last year. We have expanded access. We have 3 medical oncologists on site. We have 1 radiation oncologist who is there full-time. We have surgeons. I don't know if all of you are aware, but we actually have a female breast surgeon who sees our patients in the breast center and collaborates and coordinates with our medical oncologists and radiation oncologists. So it's a very multidisciplinary approach right here in Southeast Indiana. You don't have to go to Edgewood to have that done. We have expanded to two full-time nurse practitioners in medical oncology, and we also have a breast health nurse practitioner. So we're expanding our services as well. Just as a reminder, we are a 66,000 square foot, 3-story facility with advanced imaging and fusion lab, and we do have our state-of-the-art linear accelerator. It's kind of our piece de resistance. We have added integrative oncology offerings. We have cooking, health eating demonstrations, and we're calling that Forks Over Cancer. We have had significant success with our integrative oncology services. We have incorporated music therapy. We have live music in our therapies on Wednesdays at certain times throughout the month. We have exercise programs and support programs. We're offering yoga, which are actually open to any of our community members. You don't have to be a patient in our center. So please spread the word. We would like to have lots of participation in our programs. Our outpatient oncology scores for across the center are over 88%. So we are also maintaining our patient experience scores as well. And if you don't mind, and I know we're limited on time, I do just want to read 1 caregram from a patient that we received. We've got many, but I'll keep it to just 1. So this is a patient's husband, actually. And what she writes is, the moment we entered the lobby of the cancer center and heard the music, I relaxed. The energy in the center felt completely different than on the other days that we come for chemotherapy and radiation. What a joy and an uplifter. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that to treat a person, you need to treat all facets of the person, body, mind, and spiritual elements. Please do more of this. We were able to talk with Lauren, who is our violinist, actually, who plays in the center, on her break, and her positive, loving attitude healed us too. She's beautiful. Thank you. So just one of the ways that our integrative oncology services have been able to touch and help heal the patients that we serve. And wrapping up, because I know we have a short period of time, I just want to also announce that we have a farmers market that we are planning on August the 15th from 3 to 6 p.m. We want to engage the community to come to the center. We want to engage with the community. So we have, I think, about 15 vendors so far that will be participating in our farmers market. So we are hoping to see all of you there. It would be a good way to get to know our community members and hopefully so that they can get to know us a little bit as well. We are also planning a trunk or treat in October, again, trying to do some outreach into the community and inviting them into our space so that they're a little more familiar with who we are. Our future outlook, we do have ongoing recruitment to support the growth and to maintain our high quality care. We are expanding our integrative services and engaging our community members. We will continue to provide compassionate world-class oncology care right here in our very hometown. So it is a true privilege for me to be able to provide care and services to the people that I work and live with.
Thank you very much.
On a closing note, I do just want to also make mention that our emergency services at Dearborn, at St. Elizabeth Dearborn, just received the Lantern Award. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the Lantern Award, it is an award that is recognized by the Emergency Nurses Association, which recognizes emergency departments that demonstrate exceptional and innovative performance in leadership, practice, education, advocacy, and research. So I think you'll find that the St. Elizabeth commitment continues, and we are continuously working to provide excellent patient experience and compassionate quality care. So thank you very much for your time and your financial support to our system. We are all in this together and we can't do it alone. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a new member of council. If you would give us a couple, or just an overview. This is for Dearborn County Cancer Center's foundation, not St. Elizabeth proper. I mean, as a member of the foundation, if you don't mind just kind of making that delineation clear for Doug Baker as our new member.
Yeah, Mr. Baker, yes, the St. Elizabeth Foundation, the money goes to that, and then that's given then to help, that would help to build the Dearborn Cancer Center. So it goes to the foundation itself.
And what services does the foundation provide?
Foundation, and I turn it over to Sarah Seacrest, who is the Director of Development here, of course, so.
Thanks. I'll be very quick. So St. Elizabeth Foundation, we are the philanthropic arm of the organization. We are St. Elizabeth Healthcare is a nonprofit. And so we're the department or the organization within the system to go out and fundraise and support the community needs for St. Elizabeth within the facility. So one of the things I'll emphasize is that 100% of the dollars raised in this campaign and any dollar given to St. Elizabeth Foundation goes directly to support the cause. So 100% of the gift of Dearborn County goes directly to support the Dearborn Cancer Center. And it's a facility and it was for the building of the facility and kind of completing that facility. So we really thank you and appreciate all the support for that. And those dollars are very important. Even though the facility is open and operational, we are still completing those needs.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just finish again. Thank you all. We appreciate the support. And not only do we appreciate it, but the community appreciates it, because I've had many people say, just that drive and just the care, not just the drive, it's the care that Terry was talking about that they're receiving. So we truly do appreciate it. And we take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from council?
I'd just like to thank you all for doing what you do. It's a great facility. I've been inside there. It's unbelievable. So
It really is.
Yeah.
I go in there every morning. It's the first stop of the day. I'm in there. That building's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you
We're-
as
we're
community
blessed.
members for your commitment to not only kind of this organization, but this is a whole community effort. You've spoken to all the cities, many philanthropic arms throughout the community. And we're just one entity stepping up on behalf of the citizens to try to continue to support this. So thank you.
Yeah, you're right. We're blessed to live in this community. I say that all the time. Thank you.
TG.
So we have on our agenda the appropriation of $250,000 as a donation toward the foundation, and it would come out of growth and development. Is there a motion to approve this?
Do we approve it?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And feel free to leave. That's fine.
You won't hurt our feelings.
Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you very much. So next on our agenda is Manchester Fire Department for an ambulance out of the EMS lit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Havlin. I'm the fire chief of Manchester Fire Department. Coming here this morning to, we're looking for some money to help us buy a squad out of the EMS lit money. Manchester's been very busy this last year since January. We have upgraded our crew quarters majorly. And we have actually moved to advanced level care over basic level care. We have part-time medics and we have all of our full-time employees are now advanced EMTs as well. If you don't know the difference, that an advanced EMT can start an IV and give diabetic interventions, but no pain management. Medic level is what can do pain management. We have currently 2 medics on our staff. We're looking to gain more, but the problem we're having is with our unit breaking down more and more often. Before I get into actually asking for that money, I spent 5 years as the president of the EMS Alliance. Tommy over there and I have kind of switched it back and forth a few times. None of the stuff, all of these great things that I'm talking about could happen if you guys hadn't passed that lit a couple years ago. That money has created an actual working EMS system in Dearborn County. We all struggled years ago. We're still struggling some because there's not quite enough EMS crew members out there for us all to share, but we're getting closer. And that all started because of this lit money. And I want to just personally thank you for that and acknowledge the change and acknowledge that things are so much better. The problem for us, we have a 2012 ambulance. When we bought that ambulance for the first 10 years of its life, it got out of the building between 8 and 12 times a month. That was our average call volume when we bought that unit. Currently, just last month in July, we had 37 calls that we went to where we used to average 12 2 years ago. The additional use of that truck between trips to St. Here in Dearborn and then also to Edgewood, and we've made several trips to Children's and Good Sam. The truck's starting to break down on us. We had to replace the rear end suspension, which took it out of service for 6 weeks. And our backup unit is a 1998 unit with over 180,000 miles on it. That works, but it's not something we can trust to run every single day. As you may have heard over the last few years, EMS services are dying to get new units because every manufacturer out there has got at least a 2+ year wait time from the time you order it to the time of delivery. We started our process to look at what we needed as a new ambulance. And we started that process by going to FDIC in Indianapolis, where they have ambulances and fire trucks and all that stuff. And we actually talked to many of the different manufacturers, and we were asking, okay, what's your lead time? How soon, if we order next month, can we expect this truck? And the least amount of time was 2 years, 2 months. And then once you got it, the truck you were getting was a 2-year-old chassis because their policy was to buy the chassis right away. And then that chassis was going to sit until they had time to build the box on the chassis. One manufacturer out of the 4 that we talked to, actually said, well, you know what? This ambulance that we have right here will be for sale in November. And that was the Horton dealer. And so our whole truck crew went up. They inspected this ambulance that was up there. And we talked to them about the price and the things. It met all of our criteria. Our biggest criteria is our ambulance goes off road a lot. There are many times we were picking up people out in fields from either razor ATV accidents or hunting accidents or working farm accidents. Down there in Bonnell, we have runs down there a lot. So the biggest thing for us was that it had to be a 4-wheel drive. and it had to be tall enough so that we could get it where we needed it to go. This unit, it was already built that way. It is heavier than our current unit. Our current unit is 1 ton. This is a 1.5 ton truck. So it'll handle the weight better. The suspension is already built for exactly what we need. So in talking to the Horton dealer, we found out that we could buy it. It's going to have a few thousand miles on it because they have driven it all around the Midwest to their shows. But it's a brand new unit, never had a patient in it. And their price on it was $448,000. And we had to, in order to secure it, we had to put money down on it. And the fire department went ahead and put down $45,000 just to hold it. And to see if we could get the additional appropriation. The unit has all of the new safety measures that are due to come out in the next 2 years for the EMS box. It has the restraints and stuff for the EMS participants already. He said it's a 550 unit. It's got plenty of power and it's got the 4-wheel drive that we need. We already have all of the equipment except for we will be fire department itself will pay for a cot lift and a new cot for it. Those things together are about $48,000. The fire department is going to pay for that. And then the lettering and stuff on the side, we're also going to pay for as well. But everything else, we already have everything to put it in service within a day of when we get it.
So you said the fire department put down 10% or are y'all?
Well, we're all one unit.
Okay.
We're all one
combined.
unit now. So
Okay.
we used our billing income because of the increased runs that we've been having. We've had increased revenue come in from billing. We're using some of that to help pay for the down payment and then getting the cot lift and the new cot for the unit.
Mr. Hadley, you said your backup currently is a 98. It's got 180,000. Is that the unit you're talking about offloading?
Yeah, that one will be sold. We actually already have a buyer in Napoleon Fire Department wants to buy it as their first response unit.
And so your 2012 will become your backup. How many miles does it have?
I believe it's 46,000.
What'd you get for your old one?
We're selling it to them for between 5,000 and 8,000, depending on how much equipment we can leave in it for them.
Kevin, I got a question.
Sure.
I know maybe I'm just confused, but on one paper, it's got Chief Jason Welby. And then he signed the request letter. So
he is our assistant chief EMS. And a lot of companies, anybody that's in the chief rank, whether it's assistant or the actual fire chief, they will put chief.
Okay.
That's just many of us in the chief rank are just as acknowledged as chief.
I would like to congratulate Manchester on reaching ALS status and for the way they've utilized the EMS lit monies to provide additional services for your community, which is exactly what it was intended for.
Yeah, well, I got to put a lot of that credit onto Jason Willoughby as our assistant chief. He's the one he did all the legwork. He showed me what it needed, and he's doing a great job. And we're gaining EMTs. We just added 2 more 2 weeks ago now, while I was actually on vacation. So that's a nice problem to have. Know that it's building while I'm not there.
Jason is our EMS coordinator. Do you have anything you would like to add? You're welcome to come up.
Jason Sullivan, EMS director. I'd just like to add that, Manchester's made, as Kevin mentioned, they've made great strides in their response rates. Before 2025, when the LIP money came into place, I believe they were 60% something. I don't have that figure previous. The last 3 months, so I should say the second quarter, I don't have July yet. They were 100% response rate, which is phenomenal. So they're doing what they need to, in my opinion, to help us and use that LIP money the way they need to. So, you guys have additional questions for me? Does Manchester cover? Or do I? Manchester Township.
Covers all of Manchester Township, and then we go a little bit. What township's Miller Township?
Miller Township.
Cover Jackson and.
A little bit. We cover bits outside of the township, but mainly it's all Manchester Township. That's the bulk of our area. And we've gone as far away as Dillsboro and everywhere else, wherever we're needed, but.
Yeah, they'll mutual aid, so.
I move that we approve this request.
Can I, just a quick, is there a fund balance, Leah, in this fund? Do you know what we have in there?
Yeah. Once every, like, if we take it to like, we're gonna spend everything that's budgeted, there would be 744,000 at the end of the year.
I'd
So,
like to second that motion.
Thank you, Tim. Any other questions or comments?
Only thing I would like to say is, like, Jason, if you're kind of ramrodding this thing, I think it'd be good if we had like a standard spec, cause this is like the second or third ambulance we bought. And if we'd had everybody on the same page and we had the same spec for the ambulances, I think the last one, if I remember right, wasn't it like 350,000?
It went up 100,000 from
Yeah.
last year,
Yeah,
and I didn't know whether it's because he got a different type.
right.
Our unit is a different type and theirs is a 350, ours is a 550. And I mean, the main draw to the one we're getting is because we can have it now. I mean, November, we got the new unit versus in 2028.
And I mean, we kind of got the cart in front of the horse here,
But
doing the way we did it here, but.
But I would say, the only thing I would say to that, I think is what he's saying is like in the more rural areas,
Yeah.
one type of squad may be better than.
Brights roll too, I mean, we got this
Well,
kind of stuff.
Orange is
And
Orange
this one's very
Deal.
similar to Bright's last new one.
I think part of the issue you're gonna run into is we don't buy in volume. You know, we buy one or two a year to where they're not gonna look at that. The lead time is gonna kill us on that. They don't care. The people, we need ambulances, so they're not gonna really care. Is my opinion of it, from what I've noticed.
This is across the country where there's just a shortage of
It's a
squads.
shortage. I mean, it used to be you can order an ambulance and have it 6 to 9 months, and now you're maybe less, and now you're, over 2 years.
What do you attribute that to?
Just people don't wanna work. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but if you look at the lead time, it all changed during COVID. And then the quality of the manufacturing, you just.
I feel like that's changing now. I mean, the equipment was in short supply and now places they're getting, quite a bit of inventory in, so hopefully that'll happen with the ambulances too.
You think COVID had anything to do with it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think that, part of the issue is when you're looking at a 2-year lead time. If now, like he said, though, if they're buying the chassis now. It could affect the price, but some of them cannot guarantee that price either because they don't know what kind of upgrade they're getting, so.
Liz, I think with our previous ambulance purchases, we've included in there that it was being the name of the county, did we, or a clawback clause? And is that something we need to include in our motion, or?
Yeah, I know when we discussed this in our meeting, it was a clawback clause, and I think that's actually listed in our contract. Can't remember.
Not for the unit.
Okay. Yeah, that's the way we understood it.
That would be a separate contract.
Andy, do you have
Mr.
any?
Bond and Distal,
Yeah, he said, a second.
yeah.
if there is not a clause as such in place, could we
Yeah,
initiate it with
so,
this?
so the way we've handled these before, the council approves the appropriation and then the commissioners approve the supplemental distribution. We've had that in there before, the callback,
Okay,
the other units that we did.
So we don't need to include that in our motion.
We'll have to mention.
that's our standard, okay. We have a motion, a second, any other questions or discussion?
Yeah, I got one. Have you, I talked to a fellow out in Ripley County.
Mhm.
He said they re-chassis some of their units. Is that not necessarily in Manchester's case, but some of the other units is getting age on? Could we do that?
Yeah, there's stipulations to do it. I don't know exactly what they are. But I know there's some of them that have done that in the past.
Right.
And I think you can only do it once. And it also depends on the age of the chassis. So there's some of them that have already looked into that process and
Right.
discussed that.
He said basically they take the box off of one unit
And put it
and
on
set it on the other one
Correct.
with a new chassis underneath it.
Correct.
that actually, we originally looked at that. But our box has too much damage for us to be able to do that. And that's one of the things with the refit, the remount on a new chassis. If the box itself has damage, then you're also replacing all, cabinet doors, all the plastics and all those pieces inside. So it is some money savings, but it's not very time friendly either. It's usually about a year process at least for the refit, but it is a
I
possibility.
imagine the EMS Alliance as a group probably looks into potential squad needs and what's available and what needs to happen or whatever. So we do have a motion and a second, unless there are any other questions or comments I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
all
you for your
very much.
service. Appreciate what you're doing. Next on our agenda is Superior 2. Leah, are you presenting for the judge?
Yes. One would you like to start with?
First on here is general supplies for $3,000.
I know Superior Court 2 had some issues with their JAV system, so she moved all the money she could around to pay for that big bill. So this is kind of to replenish her coffers for any future needs.
Does anyone have any questions for?
Liz, this is lifted out of both funds. Should we take out 4914 if it's?
I can recommend using county general. 4914 is contingency. And it does have a decent balance, but to me, this is more like routine day-to-day stuff.
Okay,
And I'm more comfortable taking out of county general.
I'll make a motion for the 3,000 for the general supplies out of county general.
Motion is second. Any other questions or comments?
Who did the second?
Mark. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. 50,000 for public defender.
I noticed that there are some upcoming felony trials that are for the fall.
Okay, and this apparently is required by law, so it's advertised also out of county general in 4914. And again, I would recommend that we try to use county general because this is routine type of expenditure. So is there a motion to approve the 50,000 for public defenders out of county general?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Damon. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. There's another one for custom sinks. It's advertised out of King Courthouse. This is in the JCAP area?
Yes.
Okay. There's a explanation on the sheet on the problem with the status of those sinks. Eric has recommended they're being replaced. It's $22,993 for 3 custom sinks out of Cuny Courthouse. Is there a motion to approve?
Liz?
Hmm?
Who did you say recommended this change?
I think Eric and Sheriff McHenry. Sally has on here, my understanding is Eric Hartman approved of this as well as Sheriff McHenry. But neither have money in their budget, so she's asking for the additional monies to replace those 3 sinks.
It's in the jail.
It's in the JCAP area.
JCAP.
That's in the courthouse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where it's advertised, out of Cuny Courthouse.
That's in the wrong place for it.
It can come out of Cuny Courthouse, and that's got a fairly healthy balance.
Yes.
You want to make a motion to approve it, Dennis? Is there a motion to approve this out of Cuny? It was advertised only out of Cuny Courthouse, so it's gonna have to come out of Cuny Courthouse if it's gonna be.
They consider that like Hume Building Court, they consider the jail part of our building. I don't know where the pods are in the jail exactly. but
Isn't a new addition, Dan, in that part? So Dennis, I don't want to pressure you, but it sounds like maybe you were making the motion. If you're not, that's okay. You're not, okay. Is there a motion to approve this for the new sinks out of King Courthouse?
No move.
Thank you, Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Painful but necessary.
Yeah, unfortunately. Next is the sheriff asking for the funds to approve a change in how some of those positions are paid. There's an ordinance in your packet from the commissioners putting this into place, and this would be the money to make that happen for the remainder of this calendar year. And it's advertised out of public safety lit. And I noticed there was nothing in here for retirement, so that's.
Yeah, we pay
That's
that as one lump,
okay.
so.
Okay, so this is something that the sheriff requested and the commissioners have adopted. So I'm asking for a motion to approve the $27,989 to cover the new 84-hour shift for certain officers out of the public safety lit. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. County surveyor. This is an MS4. Is it called MS4 issue?
This is an issue that was brought about because of an MS4 inspection. So we had our first annual inspection earlier this year. I don't remember the exact date. Stacy Goodwin came down from IDEM, Indiana Department of Environmental Management. And the county highway department, county has a piece of property down on Randall Avenue that I believe was purchased in the early 2000s, 2005, 6, something like that. And it's more of a valley than anything. And a lot of the stuff that got picked up by the highway department that got left laying along the road, or things that got demoed out as the highway department was improving roads, got dumped in that valley. And I mean, it wasn't a problem until it became a problem. And I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. But when we got our MS4 inspection, there were several things that were pointed out as being non-compliant, and there's a pond, or maybe it was a sedimentation pond for erosion control, that was probably put in back when that subdivision was initially done. Well, that's now a wetland. Or potentially a wetland, I should say. Our first step in this is to find out if it's a wetland and find out.
Corbin?
This is from.
Who determines the wetland status?
We have to have a consultant do that. IDEM just points out, well, this might be a wetland. And then we have to pay somebody to tell us if it's a wetland.
Or not?
Or not. But I think part of this money is going to be used for that wetland delineation, but I've actually already paid for it, or haven't paid for it out of my budget yet, but I was going to if we needed to, because we gotta show IDEM that we're taking steps to remediate the situation. Otherwise, they're going to start doing nasty things like telling us they're going to fine us and all that good stuff that we don't want to deal with anyway. This number was just a number we guessed at. Because we really don't know what it's gonna cost to clean it up.
So whatever you don't use rolls back in.
Yeah, I'm not looking to make this a slush fund for my office or anything. But Tim's been working on it. They've got the highway crews out there when they're not on other projects in the county. They're pulling junk out and taking the metal to the recycling or to the scrap yard. And Tim's got a hold of Wilhelm's about coming down and shredding up the trees and stuff that are down in there. But this is the first step. Then we're gonna end up having to have a consultant tell us what we have to do to fix the situation. And
It's like a man-made wetland then?
No.
well,
It is.
yeah, it's the thing with wetlands is it may not have been a wetland until we made it or somebody man-made a detention pond or it may have been an old farm pond.
Wetland.
Yeah.
So it's a wetland, once a wetland, always a wetland, or can it be remediated and taken
Once
out of
it
that state?
becomes a wetland, it stays a
That's what I-
wetland, yes. So if you got somebody farming your property, you keep them farming it because if it sits idle and becomes growing wetland materials, you won't be farming it anymore.
In that industrial park, when they developed it, they put a bunch of retention ponds in to help control the runoff. You know, I think that's what you're dealing with.
That's what I think it is. I think it's
But they check the soil type and the vegetative material that's growing on there to see if it's actually classified as a wetland.
When they see cattails, it's a wetland.
Well, probably right.
we did get 3 proposals on the wetland delineation. And they ranged,
$34.50 to $9,000.
there you go. So we've already signed agreement with the least expensive.
Mr. Kraus, so, when the inspections happen, do they go into all the highway garages or just that one?
They did that, the highway facilities down on Randall Avenue, and they did the recycling center. They haven't looked at any of our other facilities yet.
So they haven't inspected Manchester at all?
Not Manchester or Jameson, no.
Is that on their list of to-do
Well,
projects?
we should take this as a good opportunity to clean up what we can clean up in advance of any inspections, obviously.
Well, the main thing I don't think we want to get into is if we have to replace that area that's considered a wetland with another area that's could potentially become a wetland.
I'm not sure that we've affected the area that I'm anticipating they're going to classify as a wetland. But that's also what the consultant has to determine. But yeah, if we would end up having to replace a wetland, there's some ratio of how much we disturbed multiplied by a factor as to how much we have to create.
So there's 250 that you're requesting to make some remediation in that Randall Avenue area. That's is like a worst case scenario number to the best of your
This is
ability.
just a number we pulled out to start with.
So you have this assessment of the wetland, which is gonna be $3,450. And the next steps are what? Is it, is there a contractor that does cleanup? Do we do the cleanup? You just need
No, we
dumpsters
have
and hauling,
to-
or what's the?
We're actually gonna have a consultant come in and tell us how much to clean up. Tim's been working on it, or the highway department's been working on it. But it's more than, if we have to clean up everything that's been dumped in there for the last 25 years, it's gonna be lots and lots and lots of truckloads, and it's gonna have to be done by somebody other than our guys because we just don't have the staff to do it.
Sure.
So we guessed at a number. I mean, we gotta start somewhere.
So somewhere along the line, we just started using this as a dump.
Yeah.
More or less. I mean, it made a nice bill.
I mean, I see.
What?
We made a nice bill for part of it. But, I mean, the tires and stuff all have to come out. There's other materials in there that are gonna have to be sent off to a landfill, an approved landfill.
Where's the closest one?
I do not know. I don't even know where some of this stuff may end up having to go.
So are we taking the tires to the recycling center? They do take tires there. Are they charging?
Well, I just don't want to give a blank check to a consultant.
I'm not giving a
So-
blank check to anybody.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't want them to see, well, we have $250,000 earmarked for this and then everybody, you know, I'd rather give you the funds as you need them. And if this is what you need from the start, that's fine, but I don't want to, you just want to be very careful about funding something, because when there's something that's funded, by God, we always find a way to spend it. So
This is intended to pay for a consultant to tell us what we have to clean up and as much of the cleanup as we can get done.
do we need a quote from a consultant or
I'll
for
get
them,
quotes.
to, you know what I'm
before-
saying? I'm just trying to be careful about just throwing the money out there first.
Actually, I believe Sandy's already started getting quotes on getting a consultant to come in and tell us what we have to do. But all of that's gonna hinge on whether they classify that as a wetland or not, and if it's classified as a wetland, how much of it's been disturbed by county activities. Indiana Department of Land Quality is involved with this because they consider it a dump. So they're gonna tell us, or a consultant's gonna tell us what we're gonna have to do to meet their requirements. And I'm certainly not thinking that we're gonna spend $250,000 on a consultant to tell us what to do. I'm anticipating we're gonna spend a certain amount getting a consultant to draft up a plan to tell us what we've got to do to make this meet current requirements, and then we're gonna use the balance of the money to hire contractors to come in and haul that stuff out.
So this is consultant and remediation.
Yes, this isn't just a consultant fee. This is,
So when's our next meeting, Liz? Is it September?
Well, there's budget adoption and budget hearing. I don't remember the exact date.
I'd feel much more comfortable if we can fund the consultant and figure out what we need to get our arms around. And it could be $2 million, it could be $100,000. I have no idea. And then we need to fix it. I just want to be careful about putting.
Getting it advertised and everything by September.
September 5th is the next is budget adoption. That, I mean, it's forced time to advertise, which sounds like it's rather a tight timeline. And the next scheduled meeting is November 13th. November 13th.
And in the meantime, we're remediating what we can, Tim, is that we're hauling it to an approved landfill now from.
Sell scrap, the steel, like culverts and what have you. Do that anyway. They showed up to do the investigation and we had things sitting to be hauled out, cause we don't do it every day.
Sure.
We do it when it's raining or,
Mhm.
you know, in the winter when we're a little slower, so stuff builds up.
How many loads of stuff do you think's down there?
I have no idea.
Like hundreds?
Been there longer. I've been working for the county. They've been dumping stuff for, you know, since they bought it. So
so
the whole way we do business has to change. Cause they don't want us dumping like say we go in and put a culvert in. We take the hot mix off, we take the asphalt off. They don't want us dumping that there anymore. So it has to go, they want that to go to an approved landfill. And when they get done with us, they're gonna start picking on contractors. Because they're all doing the same thing. And in different areas and close to our area, so it's gonna get. How we do business is gonna be a lot different, you know, it was a landfill, you know, we used it to. Landfill, like that. Can't have brush, we can't have, you know, like all the debris from the storms and the flood, all those trees, we're not allowed to have it. So where do I do it?
So you have to chip everything like that
I
now?
don't have a chipper like that. I mean, Lawrenceburg does, and they stated that maybe Lawrenceburg would do it. I don't think they're gonna wanna do all our stuff, but they may. I don't have it. She's invested, she's exploring that. So we may have a big hub drive or something as a movie,
Yeah.
What do those cost?
$500,000.
And then once it's chipped, how do you?
You're better off to hire somebody to come in and grind something like
Right,
that.
so that's why I called,
They're high
out
maintenance.
there. And I think for, this, don't quote me on this, I think. Like for 20 grand or so, they're gonna clean up what we got, but then again, just like what you just said. Then what do I do with the chips? I can't leave them there, we can't bury them. So then we'll have to go to the park, and the park will have to maybe make pads or something with it. You know, grind chips for in the park somehow, we can't bury it. So it's.
If you hire somebody to grind them, they'll generally take the chips with.
No, they won't. Well, it'll cost us to, he has all the chips off, he's.
Gonna charge more,
Yeah.
yeah, but they'll generally take them off site.
Oh, they'll take them, but we just got to pay for them.
So that may
Well,
be,
we're trying to, trying to see you got money, or say, count money.
right.
Trying to find an avenue for them. I've reached out, once they're chipped, I've reached out to some of the big mulch companies. in Cincinnati, maybe they would come and take them for free, if we loaded them on their truck, maybe like, Jay's Mulch, for instance. On the west side or something like that, I don't know if they will. They might not, I don't know, I haven't got that far yet. He's supposed to come in September to do the grinding.
So this is like our biggest highway area to deal with. Now Manchester, they'll be looking at that and then they'll be looking at Jameson. So we've been cited by IDEM, so we have to take action. You wanna make that motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the county surveyor's request.
I would suggest we do that out of contingency. It's advertised out of county general and out of contingency fund. This is not a routine expense. So I think that. Mhm. So the motion is to approve the $250,000 out of Fund 4914.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thanks for your work on this. I know it's a pain.
Thank you.
It's bad.
Good enough. Do the best we can.
Just get started, man.
We're just getting started. Thanks again.
I'd like to note that, back when we were doing the 25 budget, it was told to us that we're gonna probably be looking at purchasing an additional 10 acres at that site on Randall Avenue. And then, of course, Jameson will be. I think the commissioners would like to relocate that location anyway, more centrally to the county, but we're just starting with the MS4 headaches, I think. Next is juvenile center. You get the pleasure, Leah?
The first request is for part-time wages. And they have enough funds to get through August, but after that, they have no more part-time funds.
So you're not the person who could probably answer this, but I have a lot of heartburn on some of these things. It's, they requested for part-time $30,000 in 2025. They've expended $75,000 as of July the 18th. So they're borrowing it from.
They're moving it from their overtime.
Right. So if you add the two together, I mean, they were approved for $130,000 for the two funds. And out of the overtime, they've expended about 14,000. So they have, at this point, expended about 90,000 of the 130, and they're asking for an additional almost $30,000.
I have heartburn with it as well, but a little bit of saving grace I see in it is one, I'd rather pay a regular part-time instead of overtime. And I'd
absolutely.
rather pay a part-time person than a full-time person if we can, which is the only,
Right.
that's the only reason I can come to grips with it a little
But
bit.
it still leaves that money in overtime. I would almost rather them have to take it out of their overtime than,
This additional amount you're saying there's
yeah, I
still
mean,
some,
they've shifted overtime into part-time already. I mean, that's how they've been able to fund the 75,000 that they've expended out of the $30,000 requested. Because they've shifted overtime into part-time. But they're asking for an additional 65,000.
Saying I could pull up on my computer if I get it booted up to tell you exactly how much they spent out of overtime, because I'm just not sure.
Well, according to the information in our budget packets, it shows that as of 7/18/25, in overtime, they've expended right at $14,000.
And I don't know if the part-time money will go down. They are full now. They had some turnover for a while. As of the next pay period, they have filled all their slots.
Last time he was here, I thought he said they were making money over there.
Well, that doesn't show up in this.
they're generating
They-
revenue,
they-
generating revenue and
They're
making
making
money are two
money.
different things.
Right.
But they are
They're
generating
taking
revenue
a
to
lot
offset some of their
out
expenses.
out of county, but I don't know what their actual census is now. So I think it was down for a while.
I can't answer any of those.
Yeah. I mean, it says that it's required by law, and I'm not an attorney. The person who submitted this, I would assume, had
Judge Nagengard.
some knowledge on what the law is more than Liz Morris, but I just have a lot of heartburn with a $65,000 request. And it seems like they are blowing through a boatload of money on, and I'm like Tim, I would definitely rather pay part-time than overtime. But between the two, they've expended right at $90,000 out of a approved budget of between the two funds, 130. So an additional 65. I mean, it's unsustainable.
Sure, they didn't give you any kind of occupancy information, did they?
Did not.
Breakdown of local versus out county?
I know they have moved a lot to out of county, but I don't know what I mean, that's where they're making the money, of course. But I don't know how that's continuing, and as counties have more and more difficulty with their own budgets, I don't know what they're gonna do with these juveniles, but it's a problem. Definitely.
Like Tim was talking. Do you have any idea how much revenue they generated?
I could, if I boot up that computer, I can tell you how much they brought in. I was thinking it was like 130,000 maybe last
I
time I
think it
looked.
was, I think
more.
like at some point in 25, they had generated roughly 300,000 or so
Maybe
in,
we haven't.
out
seen
of
come back
county.
yet.
Maybe that's what they billed. But it was like at one point, and I can't remember just what the cutoff date may have been May. But what they generated in 2025 from out of county billings. But it would depends too. I mean, that may not be the case going forward. Counties may decide that we can't afford, 'cause they charge $175 a day for routine juvenile detention. And if they're waived to adult court and we're holding them, I think they're charged $350 a day. Yeah, so I think that the juvenile center has generated roughly $300,000, but if you look at their budget request, it's gone up by about that much. I would be, I
Do we
mean,
got, I was gonna say, do we gotta give them all of them?
my thinking is a good faith effort. I would cut this in half at best. I mean, I would do 50% because I don't want them to, be in a position where they are understaffed and therefore they have to send some kids back wherever they came from. To me, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. The juvenile center has always bled the county. It is always, I mean, in my 20 years on council, this has been,
It costs roughly $1.4 million or something a year to operate, and it generates.
Yeah.
Which As a
And there's
service, it's
only-
important.
There's only a few
If there's any
juvenile
people
centers,
from Dearborn County there.
there's only a few juvenile centers in the state. I think maybe 11 or 12. I think there's one county that's building a new jail and they're building a juvenile center as an addition to their new jail. But I mean, a lot of them have closed. And I can see why. Financially, it's just a problem. I mean, the most I could be comfortable with is just cutting this in half and but I'm one of 7. So I don't know, I mean, if everyone wants to vote it down or vote half or vote the whole thing, but I just know that this is a runaway train I mean, I think they're doing good things. And I think they're doing with programs, more things to help the kids, which is great. Pricey, but great. So I don't know. Well, yeah, so definitely need a motion either to approve the whole thing, all of it, or to deny it.
I make a motion to approve 33,000.
Okay, so you want to approve like 30,000 in wages and and whatever the FICA is for that? Okay,
30,000 in wages.
30,000 plus FICA. And this is out of county general. Does anyone have a second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion or questions?
Yes. Do we have to accept out of county?
No, that they're going that way because those are the only, Dearborn County residents pay 0. So as far as any revenue or income, that is only from out of county placements. And if their staffing becomes an issue, they can, not accept additional kids and deal with it that way.
But there is critical mass that comes into play when you have to have an educator and you have to have all these other different things. Doesn't make sense to have it for 2 or 3 people. If we can generate some revenue and keep 8 or 10 in there, it helps offset our expenses, but
Well, I was gonna
there's a
say,
loss leader.
Is the revenue offsetting the expense or is it a wash, Or do we know that?
We haven't historically cut our staffing to the point of being able to recognize those savings, so.
So, in Ohio County with when we had to take prisoners to another jail, we contracted. We had to pay that whether we had the beds filled or not. I don't know if that's something we should look at here.
I think we talked about a user availability fee or something like that at one point, but I don't think the judge has done anything with it. Yes, you wanna have a bed available for your county at Dearborn County, then you need to pay X amount per month as a user
Whether you have somebody
availability
in there.
fee, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that could work.
Okay, so
Switzerland County made us do that in Ohio County.
we have a motion and a second to approve the juvenile center's part-time request for 30,000 in salaries plus the FICA. Any other discussion or questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. So they also are requesting $1,500 for supplies.
So moved.
I'll second.
Out of county general. Who made the motion?
County General.
County general.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I need to do a voice vote. I can get enough A's. Dan,
Yeah.
Glenn,
What's that?
we're taking a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Dennis.
Yes.
Mark.
Yep.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next is a washer and dryer. I did speak to Eric Hartman about this. And he says that they do need to have more of a industrial size washer and dryer because of the number of loads they're doing. They're burning through washers and dryers because they're just using like, I guess, household style. The only thing that Eric said was that they were looking into whether it'd be better to get an electric or a gas dryer. So I don't know if the $6,000, he says we may also need to have electric and water supply to these appliances adjusted. And whether that's in that 6,000, it's not clear. But I do know that they do need to have this piece of equipment. Cause otherwise it's just false economy to keep burning through standard washers and
I've
dryers.
purchased a few commercial washers and dryers and I can tell you that's not out of line. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Out of County General.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes out of County General. The next one is $1,000 for inmate meals. This is like fresh fruits and vegetables for children. I will note that we did approve for the first time ever the $750 for that same purpose earlier in the years, and apparently it's not enough.
It's not, because I think it was March you guys gave them.
Who procures these? Does
Kathy?
Pryor get it, or?
I think a lot of times either Josh or Beth will go, we reimburse them for a lot of purchases. I think they go buy it and bring it back.
From just a local vendor?
Probably, yeah, like Walmart or Kroger.
Well, if it's fresh fruits and vegetables, you have to do it closely by, I guess. So at any rate, this is advertised out of County General and Riverboat. I would recommend this be a County General expense, but is there a motion to approve the $1,000 additional for the juveniles for fresh fruits and vegetables?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes out of County General. The next one is educational services for $20,000. Do you have any additional information?
This is all I got.
The same thing we're looking at?
Yep.
Okay, I will note that this is not required by law, according to the judge. If that gives anybody additional information about it. Just as additional educational services, requesting $20,000 for educational services. We budgeted $75,000 for 2025.
So this is an additional 20?
That's what the request is.
So how many hours a day do those juveniles actually get at class or in school?
I would imagine it's standard school day time, but I'm not 100% sure. But I feel like we budgeted 75,000, additional 20,000. Seems like quite a jump. This is also advertised out of County General and Riverboat.
And again, this is students. All the students aren't Dearborn County students.
Most of them are not Dearborn County students. Most of them, I mean, as of the last time I saw a census, unfortunately, I'm on that board, but the last time I saw a census, most of the population were out of county. But they do try to keep, they've always, and I will give them credit for this, they have always worked really hard to keep the kids up to date with their schoolwork, no matter where they went to school. They would even get, back in the day before computers were such a thing, I mean, they would actually get textbooks from South Dearborn or Lawrenceburg or East Central brought to the juvenile center to keep the kids up. Because you want to give these kids every opportunity to succeed. And if they get behind in their schoolwork, then that's a problem. But I mean, $75,000 was approved for 25. This additional 20,000 seems like a lot to
Do
me.
you know what's in the budget for 26?
They asked at 102.
102?
If this was approved, it would be 95 for 25, and if we approve the entire 26 request, it'd be 102.
At some point, I thought we were splitting some education services with the school, like a school was sending somebody. So I know we have some outside contractors that come in and do some things, and then we have a full-time educator, correct?
The educator was cut and then it was moved down to this educational services.
What was
line.
how much do we pay the education?
When it first started, it was equal. They took exactly what the salary was and shoved it down to this service, but now it keeps going up.
In the Lawrenceburg schools does provide some, I don't remember anymore exactly what it is, but Lawrenceburg Public Schools does supply something in the educational realm for the juvenile center. So they've been generous to the center in that way. But not having anyone here to explain like what this additional $20,000 is for, we're kind of flying blind. So we can vote to approve it, we can vote to table it, we can vote to disapprove it. We would just need a motion to proceed.
Like a motion? I will say I've had the opportunity for that facility and also speak to some of the kids, and when you leave there, you realize what an impact it has on them. But that's the emotional part, right? Like it's easy to, one time you're sitting here and it's like, no, these are just numbers and we're looking at numbers. And I know when I get in the four walls, it's a little on the emotional side, but talking to some of the folks who work in the education and the music therapy and doing the other things there, obviously they're going to always support it, but seeing some of the kids and the way they act in there and the way they are a couple months later, sometimes it makes a difference. Again, this is not required by law. This is above and beyond because we feel like maybe it's moving the needle, reducing recidivism, helping them to become better people.
I'll make a motion to approve it then.
We have a motion to approve it out of the county general. Yeah, I would say this is like an ongoing expense, not a contingency type thing. So I would say my personal thing to be county general. We have a motion to approve the 20,000 out of county general. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
How much have we used so far of the 75,000?
I'm not sure. I could look it up and.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, those numbers are as of June 30, so it's close.
This is educational services. What's that number? Do you know that?
33114.
They have expended right 60,000.
And that's through the halfway mark then.
That was as of July 18th.
Oh, July, okay.
Those June 30. I cut it off.
Oh, that was June 30th. Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Leah. Next is highway. This is advertised out of 1176, which is only to be used by highway.
Morning, Tim Gravy, Highway Superintendent. We're here requesting two different amounts of money.
Let's do the purchase of the new truck first. It's just what's on our agenda. And that's out of Fund 1176.
What happened there is one of our trucks unfortunately burnt to the ground. So we had an extensive insurance adjusters all over it. They can't determine because it's melted to the ground. They can't determine why it did it. So they basically the insurance paid it off. So as Ms. Hayden says that she's handling that part of it. They're gonna give us $29,722.50 for a 2021 truck. I thought that was pretty cheap, pretty low ball, but that's what they're gonna. It was a little more than that, but we have a $2,500 deductible, so they took that off. And the actual cash price then is $29,722.50 for the one that burnt. We figured you have to put $30,000 with that to get a new truck. Because the last one we bought was like $55,000.
Is this like a pickup truck?
Pickup truck, utility bed, Mark. 4-wheel drive, utility bed, pickup truck.
Was this at the highway department when this burned?
No, it was on the job site, cleared out on the end of West Lothary, about as far away from civilization as almost you can get. Well, the Friendship Fire Department came and served. I mean, they're not even in our county. And they're the ones that come and put it out.
There was no damage to the property.
No, no. Just, well, it melted the part of the road. It got so hot it melted part of the road, but we were there working anyway, so we fixed it.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this out of 1176, $30,000?
Second.
A motion is second. Any other questions or Glenn and Martin? Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And your next thing is $1,800 slip repair.
Yes, $1.8 million. The actual fix is 2.2, but I got money still left in my restricted account that we're taking out of to put with that 1.8 to get to get Salt Fork Road repaired, all the slips fixed basically from Jackson Ridge to one. There's several in there, multiple different fixes. Someone's going to try some steel like we've already have. Some will be shotcrete. Some are pins and nails. It's very,
So over the years, we've fixed 4 or 5 different sections of there multiple times.
Yes.
But that was with not this level of nails and shotcrete and all that stuff.
well, some of them were, yes. One of the original slips that we fixed were basically tagging on to where we fixed, and because they just, the slips just keep coming, At the time when we fixed it, we didn't have the money to do it all at one time, They keep growing the whole county. So out of my restricted fund this year, we have fixed Pribble, Kaiser. Those 2 projects are done. We're gonna fix State Line in 2 weeks.
Oh, good.
And then we're gonna, if this money's appropriated, then we're gonna go to Salt Fork this winter.
This is in-house work or?
No, it's contractor work.
Okay, so you got, this will all be bid?
Yeah, see contractor work.
So this is the one that was intended to be done last year.
Yes.
But because of the detour on Mount Pleasant Route 1, we
Right.
shifted that as the.
Right, and we fixed Mount Pleasant. We took the Salt Fork money that you are correct, that was earmarked for that, and we used it on Mount Pleasant
To do what?
to fix the Mount Pleasant Hill slip. Cause
While it was closed.
yeah, the road was, road was closed,
Boy, talk about
basically.
a 4-letter word is slip. I mean, it's gone to the top of the list for me.
Yeah, it's, I don't know,
We're cursed. We're cursed.
well, we are. I've showed you that map before. I brought that map to them. You guys are probably tired of looking at it, but we're in the slip plain as far as geological, survey. So kind of runs all.
Worse in the county, in the state.
Please.
We're the worst.
No, yeah.
We're not. Wow.
Place possible, at the bottom of
It's
the hill,
worse.
next to the creek, that was the best, they weren't gonna cut back 50 foot into the mountain to build the road. They built along the edge of the creeks and the hollows, and guess what?
Basically.
Change the climate, the rain and everything else in time. The slip plains to start to move.
Okay, so I'd like to make a comment before we start on these projects. I mean, Tim's got this last one in the highway department, then Todd's got several. They were advertised out of County General and 4916 with this, which is MVHA riverboat money. I would recommend that all of these my personal preference would be to see all of these funded out of 4916. That's its purpose. Rather than out of County General.
And we have about 4 million.
This is like $3.8 million worth of requests.
Total.
Yeah,
And then you
for
got-
all Todd's and his, and we've got 4.2 million in that account. So I think that it would be appropriate to, if we approve all of these, it comes to 3.8 and do them all out of 4916. So we do have a request for the Salt Fork slip repair to be able to fund the entire project for the additional $1.8 million. Is there a motion to approve that out of hopefully MVHA?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions or discussion? Those in favor of approving this out of 4916, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
See you in a couple of days.
First one. The first one, just not even bridge.
I know, that's over 100 yards, but.
Yeah.
Creek's gonna win.
Yeah.
Still on fire.
Yes. Make moving something now. Morning there.
Couple things I passed out to you. Number one is for the first request, which is Hoosman Road. Basically, you can kind of see what's happening. Again, just like the roads that Tim's fixing for slips. It's kind of doing this right around one of our bridge structures. Basically, the creek is cutting in behind the wing walls, jeopardizing both the bridge structure as well as Hoosman Road. Same way, same company that does a lot of Tim slip repairs. We work with them. Basically, we're gonna drive sheet piling along the edge of the creek and then soil nail that sheet piling back in to prevent the creek from going into the road and backside of the bridge structure to save that structure as well as save the road. So that is Hoosman Road. Cost to do that is just under 160,000.
Is there a motion to approve this out of 4916?
I'll make a motion. I'll second it.
Any questions or comments?
Will that road need to be shut down when the work's done?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
When will these
Opposed,
jobs,
nay.
when will this be bid, you think?
Opposed, nay.
Oh,
Sometime this fall.
Motion passes out of 49.
Yeah, sometime this fall. Yeah. Try to get it done before, the idea is get this done. You can see before winter. Okay, so we'll be going out with the contractor, getting quotes in this and getting everything before winter.
Thank you.
Next, other thing that I handed out is kind of the bridge projects for 2026. Kind of expand where we're at through our bridge replacement and small structure replacement program. The bridges, I list all the bridges that are on the priority list for replacements. As you noticed on this list, there are 1, 2, 3 bridges that are under contract as we speak. Actually, they poured the deck of Sneakville Road this morning. So Sneakville, the top 2, Sneakville and North Dearborn are federal aid projects. Bridge deck for, like I said, Bridge 64 was poured this morning. Bridge 33, we're working at the week of the 15th. Or the 19th, the week of the 19th, to pour that deck. So those are coming along real good. Last Friday, we poured the coping wall repaired deck on Wilson Creek Road. So that one's going along really good. Lower Dillsboro Road slip is hopefully end of this week, early next week, we'll be putting in the, that's just a box structure. Asphalt pavement on that, weather permitting, get the guardrail, have that open, hopefully by the middle of the month. The other ones we're hoping by the end of September to have open, back to traffic. So that's kind of the 4 that we got in the works right now. As you know, this is a living, breathing thing. At one time, I think we started at 16 when I first started. It went as high as 21. We're back down, I think, 12. Just like you say, we got 1, 2, 3 completed this year. But as you noticed, the numbers didn't go down because we added 3 back into the system with the last bridge inspection program. So we added St. Peter's, we added Burns, and we added North Hogan. So there's actually 3 structures got added into the list this year. And then as we proceed through our processes, I'll be seeking funds for
in budgets to start those designs, not this year, probably next year, to keep the system just going down the line as we proceed. It also shows you which ones, today that I'll be asking for funding for, hopefully to get funding so we can go ahead and do replacement projects in 2026. And then which ones are actually under design as we speak, and then which ones we will ask for additional designs. And going on, as you see, Bridge 212, Cranes Run, I have a contract with the designer now. Hopefully tomorrow, County Commissioners will approve the contract to start the design of 212 Cranes Run, which will be done locally funded. So with that being said, the projects that I'm looking to get under contract for 2026 replacements are first one is small structures 624 and 625 Harrison Brookville Road. There's actually 4 structures on Harrison Brookville Road we're looking at replacing that's under the small structure inventory shows that need to be replaced. These 2 structures are the 2 structures. One is just northwest of Johnson Fork Road, and the other one is just northwest of Erlanger Chevrolet. Both of those are box structures. We're looking at replacing those because of the mill and all the industrial work or commercial businesses we have south of there. Those 2 structures will have to be closed. There's no way to keep the road open during construction, but we'll try to limit the amount of time opening. So we're looking at anywhere between 30 and 40 days of closure of Harrison Brookville Road, which is not going to be fun, but we're going to try to speed up the contractor's work and that be able to open one under traffic because you really can't get through one or the other than the people in between. We'll open them. Once we do it, we'll open them on gravel and then come back and do all the asphalt work at one time to try to save on a little bit of mobilization of the asphalt contractor. But again, it'll be a tight time frame. Anywhere between 30 and 40 days is what we're looking at right now. I'm still working with the consultants and the utilities to make damn sure we don't have any utility issues out there. And if you know Harrison Brookville Road, it's a utility. Everybody's out there. I got water, I got gas, I got 4, if not 5 different fiber optic lines that are running along that section of road. So everybody's real tight. The area's tight. The right of way's tight.
Todd, are you allowed to detour into another county or not? Are you allowed to go into Franklin County for an official detour? Or does it have to stay in Dearborn?
Okay, the official detour is going to be Dearborn County.
Route 1 or?
Okay, yeah, we'll have to use the interstate.
Okay.
Okay, they'll have to use the interstate. Now, the idea is to try to get this done next year because the state is going to work in 2027 on the bridges there at 52. And when that happens, the exit ramps will be shut down on, okay? Just so you know, okay? Right now we have State Road 46 closed, okay? And it'll be closed this year and next year. But in 2027, the state is going to redo the bridges at 52. And with that, the way to maintain traffic is they're going to cross traffic over and do some configurations to try to maintain 2-lane traffic each direction on the interstate, so they don't back up traffic on the interstate, because you know what happened last time when they took the interstate down to 1 lane for the Whitewater River bridges, which they had to, but the backups they had with it. But to maintain 2 lanes of traffic on I-74, there's no way to keep the exit ramps opened. So the exit ramps will be shut down during the duration of that project. And that's going to happen in 2027. So I want to get our project done before 2027. That's north of between the interstate and the mill and everything else there, the other commercial properties that we got, or what do you want to call them? Companies that we have between West Harrison and the interstate. And we're going to try to keep that time as tight as possible to force that to be done. We're going to pay a little bit extra on it
That's why my bids are where they're at, because I figure we'll be paying a little bit extra, because we'll be paying overtime to try to keep that thing moving as quick as possible.
So is there a motion to approve the $550,000 out of 4916 for small structure 624 and 625?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes, and that's out of 4916. Next is your Bridge 68 on York Ridge.
Okay,
1.3
that
million.
project there is an old bridge, had an original deck overlay once before. We were looking at trying to do a deck overlay again because of the old deck overlay has seen its better life. However, when we started going in and doing our investigation of the actual deck itself below the overlay, the amount of patching and everything else was way more. The structure, the original deck is in worse condition than we originally thought it was going to be. They do have now some infrared type of machines that go ahead and do some analysis on it, as well as what you do physically. And based on that analysis, we changed our design plans from a patch overlay to a complete deck replacement. The only good part about it was it didn't cost us any more on the front end of the design. The design cost didn't change. So we changed the contract, but the actual cost, that's why I didn't have to come back here for additional money for the cost of the actual contract. For the design, for the deck replacement, was the same as it was going to be for the overlay patch. With that being said, however, the cost of the work is going to be up a lot more because now we're doing a complete deck replacement. So what I'm asking for today is a $1.3 million for the deck replacement of York Ridge Road Bridge there at Guilford. That'll be a closure. Somebody asked me, what are you going to do? Is that how you, I said, no, you're going to remember, I'm replacing the complete deck. That deck's not wide enough, to try to maintain traffic and build half of the sign. And so that'll be a complete closure probably for summer.
3 months.
You're probably talking 4 months to 5 months.
Which one is it in Guilford?
The big one.
The main one.
The main
So
one.
we won't be able to get the Bonnell or York
I
Ridge.
mean, the park in the town is going to be closed. The big bridge. There's,
But it sounds
they're
like
gonna have to, you're either gonna run, the locals are gonna have to run down Bonnell up your, Collier. Or they're gonna run,
They just got through doing that when they were working on one.
just south of us,
Yeah.
correct,
They had to do it.
correct. So they did it for the year. We won't be a complete year like the state was, but we're gonna be a good portion of a year for our project.
It sounds like it could be a safety issue.
I mean, you gotta fix the deck. I mean, they're starting to, when you get under that deck and you look up and you look at what we got and then, what the infrared showed us, the deterioration, it's like, okay, now's the time. If not, you're gonna really get in issues of possibly starting to lose structure.
I'm sure they're coordinating all these things with Mr. Sullivan as far as emergency response and services and whatnot to make sure when something gets cut off that we can.
Once we get to that point, we'll have to work like, where we're gonna, who's gonna have to come in, and cover territories.
Is there a motion to approve the $1.3 million for Bridge number 68 deck replacement out of 4916?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of replacing the deck replacement on York Ridge for 1.3 million out of MBHA, signify by saying aye. Motion passes. Your next one is Bridge 221.
The last one is.
This is out of county, Jim.
Because it was up to an MVHA substitute. The last one is Bridge 221, which is Davidson Road. If anybody's familiar with that structure, it has an original structure and then because of hydraulics and flooding at that structure years ago, they added a box structure to the Jameson roadside to increase the hydraulics under that structure. But that structure has got major deterioration to it. It's a dead end road that goes back to, you know, houses that people live on. And now to do that, we will be constructing a runaround. A few years ago, the county actually owns four. We own 4 tank cars, pipes that we have used numerous times for the runarounds. We had initial investment, was felt that looking at ahead of different projects that we had, this is one of them that we went ahead and as part of one of the contracts, we actually purchased the tank cars. And then when the contractor picks them up, uses them for the runaround, and then they deliver them back to us. So we can use them multiple times when we have runarounds to save cost of them. Instead of renting them from a contractor, we actually own and try to save on cost. So this project for 1.4 million is for the replacement of the Davidson Road structure. We are in the process. I should have hopefully right of way secured within, not when I don't have the right of way completely secured, but we feel we should have the right of way secured sometime by the end of September, early October. So we hopefully project that to be let in November.
So is there a motion? Go ahead.
Are these requests, the total, project amount that on these jobs, or?
What I do is I also add in the construction observation cost. So what I'll have is y'all have the cost of the construction, okay, as well as what I project to have for the, could I hire a part-time testing or engineering company that does the inspection testing, all the contract administration for they're certified, NDOT certified to do all the testing, make sure that you know the contractors out there. I don't have time to be out there.
And that has the design in it too?
No.
Okay, no design.
The design's already paid for. That's a separate contract. And I usually do all the designs through the budget hearing side of it. Okay. So you'll see in my next budget, there'll be ask for design cost in the budget. So we do budgeting, and usually my Cume Bridge budget can handle the actual design cost, but there's no money in the Cume Bridge because of the amount of money.
Now, do you come up with the estimated cost on there, or is the design?
No, I have the company design consultants come up with, because he's putting the bid package together. So the consultant's doing the design, the contract through bid. Okay. So he's got all the items, how much each item is, and then based on the NDOT, bid specs, they run the estimate through the cost.
And the 2 structures on Harrison Brookville Road, that was all part of that $550,000.
Both structures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Again, and those are small. I mean, they're not real long. Okay. So concrete box structures. Okay. The key is the amount of tear out the utilities and make sure we got the utility in, because they're going to be tight, because on one of those structures, the gas company is actually going to uncover the gas line for us. So we know exactly how far we can put our footer over towards the gas line, because it's tight.
So is there a motion to approve the $1.4 million for Bridge 221 out of County General?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or comments? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
And you mentioned it, Mr. Listerman, but I vividly remember my first year on council, I thought that the number 22 was burned in my head, that there was 22 on the list. And to be honest, it was scary how much we didn't have our arms around it. And I feel like, I know there's never going to be an end to this, but in the last 5 years, you made incredible progress on attacking it.
It's like, it's a never ending. We're down, I think if you count bridges, the ones that, I think we're down to 12. If we, right now, I mean, before they got in blue, take the 3 blue ones off because one of those is a small structure. I think if you look at bridges now, and you just count bridges, you're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're down to 12 bridges that'll actually have to be in the system from 2021 to 22. And now because the bridges are getting down, if you look below that,
All the small
that
structures,
list, now I'm
yeah.
starting to attack the small structures. I have 100 bridges. The problem is I have 330 some small structures. Now, a lot of the small structures, Tim can take handle, and he does. We try to work back between which ones that he can do with his crews, okay, and the ones that are too big for us to do in-house that have to be contracted out. So
When we get our, is it biannual bridge survey, or however often is there a survey?
biannual on the bridge survey,
Do we get an overall rating for like,
no,
Okay.
bridges are a different animal than Pacer.
Okay.
Okay.
I just didn't know if there was some kind of metric that we could see that we were moving forward on
Well, the
progressing
biggest,
on that.
the metric is how
Number
many,
of bridges
the
on the-
number of bridges that are on the bridge replacement schedule,
Thank
the
you.
priority replacement.
Will you have a pacer number for us?
What's that?
Will you have a pacer number for us
I can look it up. I don't have it in front of me.
whenever you come back for budget?
Yeah, for the pavement, yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And usually that's gonna relate it to our community crossing application.
Yep.
Which everybody knows that has changed in the works, and we'll deal with that as we approach. There is a call in October this year. They made the July call has been moved to October. Just so you know, Tim gets the Salt Fork, the slips fixed. Because I think a lot of people ask, why haven't we paved Salt Fork? Why haven't we paved Jackson Ridge? The reason is, we're not gonna spend money out there till Tim gets all the slips fixed, and then we'll go ahead and do the resurface. So what is on the schedule, and me and Tim have talked, is Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge will be included in our application in the fall to resurface next year after Tim does the slip repair on Salt Fork.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Next is health, Leah.
Thought you were the judge, now you're the health department?
Everybody today, a little bit. This request, they have a tobacco grant. And the health department was able to write in a portion of a single medical package, but not the full amount. If you guys agree to, this is the portion that's not covered for a health package for this employee.
And they carry enough of a balance to carry this.
It's all in there, 1159, yeah.
Is there a motion to approve this request out of 1159?
So moved. Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. All those, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Community corrections.
All of the requests from the community corrections have went through their board and the grant people from IDOC.
And are all out of their user fees.
The first three are.
First. Three, yes.
Is there a motion to approve the first three requests for community corrections out of their user fees?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next one is out of opioid unrestricted, 1238 for education and training. $20,000. Is there a motion to approve?
This request also went through the JRAC boards, which looks at all the opioid funds.
It says they're asking for $20,000 in the unrestricted funds from the opioid settlement. It's approved by the board and the funds will be used to conduct training for all the probation officers and JCAP in a 6-month leadership training and with consulting firm Gilman Partners.
Move we approve it, $20,000.
Second.
Any other questions or comments?
Again, it's out of their fund, so I'll.
Yeah, well, opioid unrestricted can be used by several entities, but it's out of that fund, yes. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Recorder.
It's the same ordinance where she uses, 12,576 for budget. And she has to do it once.
So we have an ordinance that one of these signatures on.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a request, as Connie said, for recorder to be able to use the perpetuation fund for training. Is that correct? Training and travel? So is there a motion to approve this? This is
So
not
be it.
county general, this is just funds that she collects.
I think this is a training, travel, or overtime. I don't think it really states.
Okay. But we did this last year.
Yeah, just to pay expenses itself.
Second.
Right.
Go first.
All those, any other questions or comments? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Everyone, please make a point of signing that. And then 911 agreements with cities and towns, Mr. Bonds and Distal.
As you're all aware, a few years ago, we did work on new interlocal cooperation agreements for 911 dispatch with the cities and towns. As you're also well aware, the cities and towns weren't terribly happy about the ask on the amount that was being asked of them. Those amounts were divvied up by looking at the police dispatches and then taking that percentage and applying it to the shortfall that 911 has. With everything that happened this year at the State House with Senate Bill 1 and what's going to happen with the lit process in 2028, the commissioners wanted to get our 911 dispatch agreements extended through 27 because everybody's going to kind of be going back to the drawing board in 27 in preparation for 28. But then also they were receptive to the cities and towns requests that they be given a bit of a break on the costs. So what the commissioners agreed to do was a 30% reduction from the 2025 level across the board and then no increases. So the amount would be the same for 25, 26, 27. The cities in West Harrison had already paid for 2025, so their reduction for 25 is being applied as a credit. Aurora's is, they asked that their credit be split up between 26 and 27. Lawrenceburg and Greendale and West Harrison are all just taking their credit next year. So this would get us through 27 and give the cities and towns a little bit of the break that they've been seeking. Commissioner Thatcher and I met with the mayors and they were all very receptive and happy that the county was willing to work with them. And then I know Kevin was talking to Dillsboro and Morris Hill. Morris Hill's actually already signed theirs. And then Commissioner Bishop was going to talk with West Harrison and St. Leon. So far, the reception's been great. The only outlier is Dillsboro. Currently, they're only willing to do a 1-year agreement. So I don't know how you guys want to handle that because everybody else's is 3. For Aurora, Greendale, Lawrenceburg, and West Harrison, what you have is an amendment to the existing agreement, which will extend it out to 2027 and then change the amounts. And then new agreements with Morris Hill and St. Leon that are 3-year. And again, Dillsboro had been sent a 3-year. It's my understanding they've sent a check-in and a letter from John Watson indicating that they were only going to do 25 at this time.
So it'd be interesting what their plans would be for 26, how they would handle this.
I don't know. Councilman Baker may be able to, I think it's still very much viewed in Dillsboro. This is just me reading the tea leaves that this is a county problem. But that being said, they did send in a check to cover the amount for 25 at the reduced rate, but they had indicated they're not willing to sign a 3-year, which is what we're asking of everybody else.
I believe that was their plan all along, even before the changes, was to do a 1-year. When I was on that board, what we felt we would do was 1 year.
Yeah. So last year we had 3 years agreements with the 3 cities in West Harrison. And then last year we just had 1-year agreements with Morris Hill, Dillsboro and St. Leon. Morse Hill, like I said, they've already approved the new agreement that is for 3 years at the reduced rate.
But to me, it defies logic. I mean, why would you not jump on a 26, 27 level?
Yeah.
I mean, would you hope to gain by not signing?
I haven't talked to, I was always dealing with John, and I haven't talked to him about it since he sent the letter in. So,
Is this something that requires a motion or is this just informational for us?
no, you guys, these are interlocals, so council. Interlocal agreements have to be approved by the fiscal body for both board, otherwise they're technically have to be sent to the AG's office for approval. So your 3 cities and West Harrison is an amendment of an existing interlocal, and then for Morse Hill, St. Leon, it's a new interlocal with them, because they just had 1-year agreements last year. And then however you want to handle Dillsboro.
I'd say in order to move forward, we just handle Dillsboro on a year to year because otherwise we're holding up the whole works. So to me, it's hard to defend what they're doing in my view, but for the county to move forward, I think that we deal with the hand we're dealt and move forward for the betterment of the entire county and not be penalized by one entity holding out. So I would be in favor of moving forward with what you suggested.
I just want to commend the commissioners for having the foresight to handle this when we knew we had that void in 2027 to get through and to extend these contracts. But even more so to look for a win-win-win situation. It was a win for the citizens, a win for the municipalities, and I believe it's a win for the county for us to get into a position like this where we have good contracts all the way through through the end of 2027. So I'll make a motion to enter into interlocals for the 3 years for all and the 1 year for Dillsboro.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Dan. Any other discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Do
Thank
we
you.
need to sign anything?
Or
Or is the minutes gonna be sufficient?
There's whatever, there's
We'll be here all week.
7 of them, so there's 7 of them that'll need to be signed.
We'll be here all week.
And I'll have to get you in with them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Auditor has a salary ordinance. All those in favor of approving the salary ordinance provided by the auditor, signify by saying aye. I'm sorry, we need a motion. A motion
It's been
to
a long-
approve the salary ordinance.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim.
I was confused what was happening there.
Be confused too, obviously. Is there a second?
I'll say
Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Salary ordinance is passed. We need to sign that. I think everyone needs to sign that, so please stay in your chairs.
Yeah. We just signed it.
Are you passing it down already or?
Yes.
Okay. And then don't leave, but the next thing on our agenda is minutes from our previous meeting that was emailed to you a while back. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second? Is there a second to approve
Second.
the minutes? Thank you, Dan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Next on our agenda is adjournment, but don't leave until you've signed the salary ordinance.
I got a question, Liz, for you, Jeremy.
Okay.
I've had several taxpayers come to me wanting to know how much the county has spent on the Dillsboro EMS lawsuit. And since we have a county attorney presently, why do we need to hire an additional attorney for this?
I have no information on that.
The outside counsel was hired, because I'm not a civil litigant. I have done civil procedure, I think my first year of law school. So we used Barnes and Thornburg for our lobbying and reached out and they had a Mark Granley available to work on that with us. Mark most recently represented the county. Somebody was trying to drag us into arbitration for something left over from the hospital and it was in federal court. And Mark most recently helped us on that, worked on that for us and not as a favorable judgment, and we've actually used Mark all the way back to, sporadically here or there, used him all the way back to when we did the jail project, when RQAW sued the county when they didn't get the jail project, was that, I think, the first time we used him, so.
Does Connie or anybody have any idea how much we spent on attorney fees for the Dillsborough EMS suit?
I mean, I can give you a total, but I don't know for that specific,
There's no
yeah,
specific accounting.
not for a specific.
No, I mean,
Project, you know what I mean?
I mean-
You get a bill every.
yeah, my billing is everything, the DEAU case is not billed separately, like, if. Look down my spreadsheet, everything's in there, I mean, you're gonna have 100 billing entries a month. With the county, but it's everything's all wrapped in, it's these dispatch agreements and everything's all on the same bill.
So what account does this attorney fees come out of?
Out of the commission.
Commissioner's attorney's fee. Okay.
He does, not just specifically that.
Right, but the additional attorney fees will also come out of that.
It might be professional purposes, I'm not sure, we'll have to look.
Yeah.
But basically out of the commissioner's budget. Okay. That answer your question?
Well, seems to me like we're paying attorneys to sue citizens, you know. And this whole thing's, is there any light at the end of the tunnel where this will ever be rectified or taken care of, or is it just gonna drag out through court for years?
It's not on council.
I mean, yeah, civil litigation can take a long time, and so in this specific. This specific case, what it is that the Attorney General's office has filed to judicially dissolve the Dillsborough Emergency Ambulance Unit. The allegation is waste. So if that were to be granted, then a receiver is appointed, and the receiver, works to secure the property, and hopefully, I think the light at the end of the tunnel would have those units be back in service somehow. So.
How did Dearborn County become involved in the Attorney General's lawsuit?
We filed as an intervener. The commissioners wanted to have local boots on the ground, I guess you'd say, because the AG's office is up in Indianapolis. The attorney that the Dillsborough is using is up in Indianapolis, and so the commissioners thought it would be beneficial to have the county intervene in the case. And so the AG's office is the one making the allegations, but we're part of their case as an intervener.
So exactly what does the intervener do, or what is your purpose in that lawsuit?
We're a party to the case. And as of right now, all we're doing is the Dillsborough attorneys has served the county with interrogatories and requests for production of documents, and the documents are being compiled by Connie and Sue, and all that'll be reviewed and then turned over. And then we're set for a preliminary injunction hearing. I want to say October. Yeah. 30th. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. And next on our agenda is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Dan. We have a motion from Dan. Is there a second?
Second,
Everyone wants to,
Liz, and all the council members, I have to leave.
okay,
I have to go to therapy.
good luck with that.
Thank you.
All those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye. Motion passes. Next on our plan for today is to have a presentation from Baker Tilly. I'm gonna ask for Susan to please give us an opportunity to have about a 5-minute break or so. Yeah. So we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break and come back as soon as we can.
Bring these when I got a bunch of stuff right here on the side too.
That's right.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
I reckon. If you ever need it brought, you can draw. That break out.
Oh.
I understand all this.
How's the, Good. Landon needs to give me a cut. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Glenn, how you been, sir?
I've been doing okay. Hey,
How's the wife doing?
pretty good.
Thanks so much.
Did you have a copy of the presentation? Great, that's all, you got the explanation, maybe you watched the whole thing, and that'll help. Thank you, good, what do you do?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's your passion. And it's not your, you know.
Yeah.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just hungry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Glenn.
Bye.
So you'll forward that to me then?
I just did it, I texted it to you this week, so. It's on your text message.
Good job. You got a lot of goals.
I tried.
Not that maybe somebody on that list. Well, it's sorry.
Well, in some
Or maybe they had.
a lot of people, they're detailed, which is what they should be.
Yeah.
I use that for that.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
but
It's
they
pretty
just
general.
one bit
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Bye.
See ya. Bye, guys. Bye.
You know, money's sitting somewhere, I guess. Yeah, I really don't think so.
Vacated this room, didn't we?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, we're running late. Apparently citizens have questions.
Watch yourself. It's always the citizen. Never anyone.
You wanna sign this while you're in here?
Oh, really?
Now, we just really go back to this. Oh, I know, everybody's doing that. I'm gonna, you know, all day. You're on the roast, I'm starting. You can sit there and watch an hour, none of it only goes.
Yeah. Well, good. Did you get any achievements yet, or is that?
Oh, yeah, we got operating on twice.
Okay. Huh.
Real quick break.
I'm gonna catch y'all when you file back in to sign my papers.
Just because of you. I got a couple clickers in my pocket. I get nervous that.
Yeah. Keep ready, yeah, that.
Should work. That it?
No,
All
the
those-
whole
okay.
stand up.
I'm coming for you next.
Just last week, you think, or what?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah.
Check with you.
Just spent a lot of time with boy Max lately.
Have fun.
Driving up to Michigan.
Oh, no.
You get a place up there?
Yeah, it was.
Did you get a new place up there? A new ski area. Yeah, I've been up there. I think I've been up there 4 times now. To work, plus twice to visit it in the purchase process. Max has been up there 4 or 5 times, so he might end up going up there for the winter. We'll see. Just for 3 months, 4 months, and
Hallmark kid, he still work with you?
he's been gone for a while.
Are you going to California?
Yeah.
He was in my boys' class.
Was he?
They played football together.
He was.
Brad.
Yeah. That's right.
Bunch of old guys can't hear worth it, really. Gotta be loud and proud.
I know. Don't give me a stance.
You could.
I need a nap too.
Don't start talking about that. You got up too early.
I
I knew as soon as I had that missed call from you, that you hung up right away, but, are you,
Well,
you were pulling me, you were gonna text me.
I thought you was on me.
Oh, no.
That's why I texted.
don't know what it's
Well,
called.
I called him, it went, and he cut me off.
I picked up my phone and and it went away, so I figured maybe you were pulling it out to text me to ask what time this morning and then.
No.
Yeah, they're at your place.
Yeah, I was actually, I'm in the office this morning. Took care of some stuff.
Based on your normal circuit breaker loss and now the potential of it.
The weekend was,
Senate Bill.
yeah, so brutal.
We have numbered the legislative services.
Is there an agenda?
Okay. So. Double.
Schedule, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, I just texted to you.
I got an extra thing out of the one.
Oh, yeah, it'd be great, thanks.
We're cutting the commissioner's pay.
One
Make it
is
too much.
that your levy.
A little bit of aggravation they have.
You know, I don't even know, I'm like, I said, I started.
We're going to say, we have the law. Yeah, I mean, so, I got.
Log into something I normally do on a keyboard and it's just so different.
Well, I didn't always make it always.
Some stuff I did, you can't do on it.
There were so many different funds today.
Who's an assessment?
Your room.
So instead of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll point it out, but show what it is. And show you kind of what we're using, and they're pretty close to what the LGS using to be able to get their best one.
Folder.
No, they have a preliminary. And so.
The binder and stuff.
Nobody in the next generation, nobody in the next generation.
Really, I'm
wants
glad.
that. No, I know.
Drawer, I put all my shit in. I
Nobody in the next generation.
got
All they want is
those.
to work 7 months out of the year. You believe that?
This is the best guess, this is the one who works 7 months, that worst case. The next generation is 5 months off a year. Hearing is this worst case, so.
We set up, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
You got 15 things you gotta stop.
They need to come out and hang out with me a few months, that's great.
Warren Buffett
We're
said,
gonna
"I wanna
get
make
you
sure
a stamp.
kids know that we have enough
I
money they can
guess.
do
Well,
whatever they want, but not do nothing." Like, you know what I mean, like. Don't let your kids just.
Get a little cheap
Come
one
on.
in Washington.
Bye.
Yeah. They gotta do a big thing.
No.
Well. Having a wee owl.
No, I don't think I'm ready. No.
You didn't, you're all eyes on it.
Leah, I'm gonna ask the question. You probably already have the answer ready to go, but can you update these fund balances post our first meeting? Or when we get to,
Yeah.
I can't be expected to do math on my own, Leah.
Well, we did 3.8 or so out
Yeah, the
of
MBHA.
4916.
And then, they two different, you know, with all this PP and bunch of my microphone, the whole time I was there.
Did you get my phone?
Just take that one.
I'm
The minute you say we did the.
I told him she wasn't getting.
She was sitting next.
Should want to piss at you.
Doug's gone, so.
Yeah.
And she can do it.
You need to sign that.
I did all right.
Oh, you did, okay, sorry.
I'm on top of it.
What's that? Impressive.
Leah ran me down like that.
Somebody's missing from this one.
Kids, third and fourth page.
Who only signed the first page?
Liz.
Liz only signed the first page.
Oh, there were 2 pages, sorry.
There's 3.
They're going
Great. Oh, gosh, okay.
with that summer birthday, they kind of.
Signed that one, didn't I?
Yeah. You're not through.
Well, I signed a bunch of them. That's more than 3 of them.
Oh.
They'll check it and sign them.
Thank you.
No.
He's got one. Back to school. The kids start yet?
Wednesday.
This one? You're South Dearborn, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's already started, right?
I cannot believe it. Cool.
I guess I don't pick it back.
Here's these 3. Then how many are here that we need?
Are they freshmen this year?
Ace.
Hey,
They could have said, they was their plan.
I do.
One year.
They were ready to negotiate.
What's the board goal swing?
You? I did not know that about you, Liz.
What?
My dad was too.
She's a twin.
Well, you know, I have a brother.
I didn't know that. My niece has a boy-girl twin, so.
That's me. Yeah, twins. Twins or close that twins.
Oh, they don't. Pretty high probability, huh?
At least with that many, they know what to expect.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too funny.
What do you think, Mr. Kraus? Let's get this shit on.
There's a way I could do just one sheet, but it has to be per fund.
Next, take a state, make it easy.
Can happen on these people's taxes when they. Switch them to.
Well, it comes lots of-
That's what Baker is, what they did to him.
That's just to keep blood flow going up there, right?
Yeah, healing or something.
So since we won't start till 10:30 tomorrow, he won't be able to make it.
Oh.
Cause he's gotta go to that
We
treatment.
don't
about
need to
noon time.
hear.
Yeah, it's commissioners meeting.
Gotcha.
And the rest of the week is mine. But Doug finally did make it. Well, obviously he can't make it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After she's done.
Y'all have copies of this, Connie? You and Leah have them. Okay, everyone, we're gonna continue our meeting this morning with a presentation from Susan Baker Tilly on the budget for 2026. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Cowan from Baker Tilly. I've been here the past few years, so I'm sure some of you recognize me. I see new faces, some new faces like this. So today, yes, I will be discussing the budget. Because of the things that happened in the legislature this year, we really can't discuss the budget without discussing some of the impacts of SCA one. So preliminarily, I have some schedules here discussing the changes that are going to impact property tax collections this year. And then local income tax a couple years down the road. The caveat is we don't know what they'll go back and change next year or the year after. So this is as the legislation stands right now, knowing that there could be changes going forward. So in that first section, slide 1, it looks like this, it's sort of teal colored. This addresses one of the bigger changes this year, which is they will now be phasing in over the next 6 years, changes to homestead property assessments, new deductions and credits that were not there before. Currently, a home is assessed on approximately 50 to 60% of its gross assessed value. Over the next 6 years, they are stepping in changes to standard deduction and the supplemental homestead deduction so that by 2031, no home will be taxed on more than a third of its gross assessed value. So it's decreasing net assessed value. The first question maybe to think is, does decreased net assessed value immediately lead to reduced income? The first thing that could happen is you'll have an increased property tax rate, likely. If you're still collecting levy of a similar or increased by MLGQ amount each year, but your net assessed value is dropping by more than that, it's going to increase your rate. Increased rate leads to increased circuit breaker. Increased circuit breaker is loss. It's decreasing the tax revenue that you'll bring in on an annual basis.
So is a circuit breaker going to exist under this?
Oh, yes, circuit breaker credits are in our constitution. And so this change basically translates to more circuit breaker. The calculation is still the same. It's still that no residential home will pay more than 1% of its gross assessed value in a tax bill, regardless of what the rate is. So if a rate increases enough, it could potentially push houses that were not previously at their caps to or over their caps, at least by 2031 or maybe sooner, depending upon value and rate combined. So as those homes reach circuit breakers sooner, there will be more loss to be shared amongst the taxing units.
So what that will do then is deflect the tax load from the residential to the agricultural and industrial.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute because agricultural has some changes too. Agricultural's 2 more pages, but let's go to the next page here. The next page shows like a change of what we right now know to be the average assessed value of a home in Indiana, which is $240,714. Right now, you'll see in 25, that net assessed value is $120,000. 2031, we step down to where that net assessed value is $80,000. Like I said, about a third of the gross assessed value. Currently, it's at 50% of the gross assessed value. So by decreasing that base, you're decreasing net assessed value. You have less AV to spread the tax out over. The next page is a change in the 2% deductions. Previously, there were no 2% deductions. Up through the current tax year, there were no 2% deductions. 2% properties, whether that was agricultural, rental homes, second homes, care facilities, those were all taxed at their full gross assessed value. Starting in 26, they will step in a 6% roughly a year deduction to where by 2031, those properties will be taxed at 2/3 of their value. Previously, they were 100% of their value. By 2031, it will be 2/3 of their value. There's also been a change in the agricultural land base rate. And so they're anticipating they're starting with a lower amount to start with because of that decrease in the base rate. And then when you take the 6% deduction off this year, it's going to create an even lower net assessed value than just one of the changes would have made by themselves. So basically it's shifting to 3%. 3% are the only properties that didn't have new deductions introduced, changes, credits. There are some changes in personal property tax that are often linked to 3% properties, but the 3% physical properties themselves don't have any changes in their assessments and no new deductions for them. The next
question.
Yes.
Dearborn County just came out with new zoning where a lot of the properties are going from agricultural to ag homestead.
Mm-hmm.
what do you see as, which of these categories will they fall into?
I believe the ag homestead falls in the 2% still.
So,
I don't know that for sure because I'm not involved in that classification. But I thought I heard that those were going to stay because it's agricultural land linked to, it could never be classified as what they call other residential. Because other residential would put it to the 3% property classification. So by classifying it as ag homestead, it would never get flipped to that 3%. Because if you think about a farm, you may have an extra piece of property that's not really for ag use, but it's not really for your home. So that was getting flipped to the 3%. If they can now classify that as ag homestead, they could link it to the agricultural and the homestead and leave it at the 1 or the 2%, but not the 3.
so the ag homestead people could see getting bumped from residential taxation to the 2% from the 1%.
Maybe, right, I'm not there, it depends on how the county wrote it.
6%.
Yeah, so they have the 6% deduction now, rather than the homestead calculation.
And they told us eventually the over 65 circuit breaker will no longer exist because the values are going down so far.
Mm-hmm.
Because nothing will go for 1.2%. It will increase. It's going to decrease.
Yeah. Over time is all of
Like
these.
Lynn said about the zone changes and stuff. Well, I went to a few of those planning mission, maybe Commissioner Thatcher can answer too, but my understanding was if you were a farmer and you had all or part of your property got rezoned to residential, you still pay the agricultural, it's a current use.
That's part of annexation, does part of that. I'm not sure if it's standard rezoning or if it has to be annexed. I don't know that for sure.
I don't think so, Mark. I think.
Because I know that if, for example, if there's right at the edge of town and they annex a large portion of property for an eventual residential development, until it's built, that ag base will stay at ag rate. It doesn't get bumped to residential till it actually has development, and it depends on if it's TIFed or not.
Yeah.
And what, any incentives that have been given. So it's kind of it's not really a hard and fast rule, but.
So that if you're using it for agricultural, you stay at an agricultural rate. At least that's what happened to mine anyway.
They call it MTE, municipal taxing exempt. So if all of a sudden town A takes over a 100-acre piece of agricultural property, they don't immediately pay the town's rate for annexation until it's developed, until there are services being provided like sewer or fire or water. Until they're that MTE exempt, and they wouldn't pay town A's tax rate as a part of their tax bill. It stays at just the ag rate. For the township or however that works. Then page 4 explains the business personal property. There used to be a smaller amount that you could exclude an exemption. It will be larger in 27. It also removes a floor on the amount that you can deduct. So that amount would be decreased in the future as well. That's where part of that 3%, the 3% change that's in place, because that's taxed at the 3% rate. The next page talks about, page 5 talks about the max levy growth quotient. It is.
Question on that one, that says except for taxpayers in the TIF allocation area established prior to January 1st, 2020.
Yeah, if the TIF was established before January 1, 2025, business personal property will stay at, none of these changes will affect it.
What if it's in a TIF area and they re-TIF it?
I heard that discussion, but I don't know what the answer is, because they were trying to talk to the DLGF and work with them to figure out what that answer is.
Find that out.
It depends on how soon your re-TIF would be coming up, but there's some of these things I don't have a lot of guidance on, because the DLGF has been slow putting out guidance. I think they've been a bit overwhelmed with the things that they had to address immediately, and some of the other things they haven't been able to follow up on. We also don't have a lot of State Board of Accounts guidance on some things, largely because there's change that will be stepped in yet over the next few years. So we've heard the basics. We haven't heard all of the TIF, and I'm sure they're working on that. And as they know, they'll release that information. But currently, I don't know what that will be for those re-TIFed areas. Back to the max levy growth quotient this year. So 4% increase. That means your levies can increase 4% over last year's levies.
without the cap that was put in place by the legislature, we estimate it would have been 5.6% growth this year. They say that currently 27 and forward, it will go back to the regular calculation where it could be up to as much as 6%, depending upon 6-year annual non-farm wages. However, it sort of peaked in 21 and it's been stepping down slightly each year. So we don't think it would be up at this 5.6 or 6% cap by 2030 or 2031. more
They've
likely.
artificially capped it.
There's always been a 6% in
So I mean,
place.
capped it at 4.
For this year, 26, they've capped it at 4. They're saying next year in 27, it will go back up to the max of 6, but we don't think it'll ever actually hit that mathematically. But then who knows what they put in place, because they've had it artificially capped at 4 the past 2 years and now added 26 in.
I
Well,
must have changed in legislation. Were they talking about either over the next 3 years limiting even more?
oh, they talked about 0 growth going forward. They
Yeah.
talked about no growth in levies going forward.
But that just got killed.
That got killed
Good.
and replaced with the deductions and credits. And then they put the MLGQ back and sort of left it alone for the time being.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. Starting in 2029 for the 2030 budget, there is a stipulation that unless you hold a separate public hearing to claim that max levy growth each year, your levies are held to the previous year. So currently, everybody's entitled to the 4% growth this year. You added in your calculations on your DLGF forms. If you do the calculations right, you get it correct. Going forward, you have to have not only one public hearing to address your budget, you have to have another public hearing before that one to say that we as a county are planning to take the 4% growth in max levy for the coming year. I don't know why you can't do it at the same time, but you have to have 2 separate public hearings for in 2030 for the 2029 for the 2030 budget. So I apologize for the print being very small on the next page. We have 57 very dense pages of numbers that I pulled this out of and tried to blow it up as much as I possibly could. The Legislative Services Agency created estimates of additional loss due to changes in SEA 1 this year. So this is just your Dearborn County unit. This is not the whole unit or the whole county. It's just you specifically, the county taxing unit. The last block of 3 numbers there to the far right is the additional loss that they are estimating. And when they say additional, they mean additional over 2025 as a baseline. So I've circled that green number, that 1,097,000 or 67, I'm sorry, I can't read. That's the additional loss for this year. We have allocated that across your property tax levy funds. So what the next number means then in 27, there would be 1.2 million in loss over 2025 numbers. So it's not a million plus another 1.2 in 25 to come off. It'll be whatever your base calculation would be plus the 1.2, and the same for 2028.
And that includes the 4% MLGQ.
Yeah, it includes that as a standard, yes. So this is taking into account any homestead credits, farmland base rate changes, MLGQ changes, new 1% and 2% cap property deductions, any existing property deduction expirations, lit PTRC, which you do not have lit levy freeze, any changes to personal property changes, and school, which you don't have, there's no school information included. So this is basically when we get to each individual schedule for your property tax funds, there's a line that shows your base circuit breaker loss, what we would estimate it would be, and then the additional amount of this 1+ million for 26 that we've allocated again across to come to a total amount of circuit breaker loss for the year. Before we move on.
Would that be in a separate line?
Yes, yes, it's on a separate line. Before we jump into the budget schedules, we'll talk a little bit about local income tax, because that changes drastically in 2028. Any lit you currently have in place expires the end of 2027. The summer of 2027, you will have to have public hearings to adopt a new lit rate for the coming year under a new structure. Under the new structure, the county can adopt up to 1.2% for general county services. You're currently receiving certified shares, public safety, EMS lit,
the jail correctional facility lit. So you will adopt a rate to replace those revenue sources for you, for the county, up to 1.2%. The county can also adopt a fire and EMS rate up to 0.4%. Right now, the legislation says that that is for fire territories, fire districts, and municipal fire departments. It does not clarify whether counties can use that to pay for EMS or fire service contracts directly that they hold. Again, that's one of those points of clarification that we're waiting on. We don't know if that will be cleaned up in further legislative language. But for right now, it does not seem clear that the county could use any of that portion. You would have to decide if you were going to adopt that and then distribute it. As a secondary step, you can also give it to township fire departments and volunteer fire departments, not attached to a government unit. But the top layer of distribution are those territories, districts, and municipal departments, and it would be distributed based upon a calculation including square miles of service territory and population. So it's not allocated on levy anymore. You know, currently it's a units levy as a percent of all levies. That calculation goes away. It's either by population in the future or population and a combination of service territory. The county can also adopt a non-municipal lit. That would be specifically for non-municipal units like townships or libraries. You can adopt up to 0.2%. No unit can receive more than 0.5%. So if you only have townships and libraries eligible, you could adopt up to 0.1% with each type of unit getting half. If you have another potential type, such as there's an airport, a county airport authority, solid waste management districts are only eligible if they currently receive tax money and local income tax, or if the county refuses to give them part of that. But those units have to come to you and petition for that local income tax. So if only one township comes to you, you as a county can decide, we're gonna tax, but we're gonna give it just to you, or you can decide we're going to tax and give it to all applicable types of units, all township units.
Do you, like say one township petitions you, do just the people in that township pay that 0.5?
No, so all of the types I've just discussed, the county general services, the fire and EMS, and the non-municipal unit is on the AGI of the entire county. It's on all of Dearborn County.
Gotcha.
So you create that base rate to start with. It can be up to 1.7%. So if you can't adopt all of those at their max amount because that's 1.8. So either you have to, I don't know what, we haven't done the calculation for Dearborn County. We don't know what the AGI will be then, but potentially maybe you won't have to adopt a full 1.2% to get the revenue you need. Or maybe you only have libraries and townships, so you can't adopt the full 0.2% for the non-municipal. So when that time comes, you have to do that calculation to determine it. Because at the same time, any municipality over 3,500 people can adopt their own lit rate of up to 1.2%. So I know Lawrenceburg, but I'm not sure if there's other communities.
Greendale.
Okay.
But I think there's also legislation that says that municipalities between 3,500 and 7,000
They can ask to be treated as the next type, which is the smaller, under 3,500 municipalities.
What would that be an advantage for them to look for?
Potentially, because if Lawrenceburg decides to adopt their own 1.2%, they get to use the AGI of only the city of Lawrenceburg. If Greendale does the same thing, they use only the AGI of the city of Greendale. So they may not be able to receive enough lit to replace what they're currently receiving because of that. They may be able to take advantage of, because right now it's one big pool. From what's coming from the townships and the rural districts and the small towns, they may be somewhat, because of the levy allocation, supporting those municipalities.
So they're gonna try to figure out what's
Best for them, right?
Yeah.
So if say Lawrenceburg and Greendale go on their own, you then have the option to do 1.2% for the other small towns. That is all the AGI except Lawrenceburg and Greendale's. So there's again some difficult calculations there, because the Department of Revenue currently doesn't collect lit based upon what municipality it comes from and what city that address is related to and where that individual lives.
Then that 1.2 goes, say like Aurora, they're a little less than 3,500. If the county adopted that for them, that whole 1.2% would go back to Aurora.
if they're the only small town, yeah, they, whatever that amount is, because it would get generated based upon population. So if there are a couple, 2 or 3 small towns, it would be, you divide it up based upon population, like whoever, if one of them was 30% of the total population, they would get 30% of the lit. And what we're seeing a lot of times is, depending upon, again, it depends on every county, but sometimes that 1.2% is creating a lot more lit local income tax because you're getting all the townships and everything than those smaller municipalities are currently receiving. So again, you may not have to adopt a full 1.2 for the small municipalities to get what they're, to get them close to the amount they're currently receiving. But again, it depends on whether those larger municipalities come and petition you to treat them like the smaller ones or not, because yes, I know there is that potential that they could do that.
So I'm sorry, just struggling a little bit with this. So if
Oh.
they're under 3,500,
Mhm.
they can petition to be treated like that as well, or is that an
No,
opposite direction?
if they're under 3,500, they're automatically treated that the county would adopt lit for them if the county chooses to. If they're over 3,500, they come to the county council and say, we want to be treated like the small ones and be included in the larger base of local income tax.
Between 3,500.
Who would that would only be probably Lawrenceburg and Greendale, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or miss it like by 21.
Aurora, I was gonna say close.
Yeah, they miss it by 21.
Yeah.
And that's on the that's on the
Based on
2020
2020
census, right?
Yes, it's based upon 2020 census numbers, correct. Correct, so you have a couple years to think about this and decide what makes the most sense and see what happens with your
And
AGI.
what the legislature does.
I would think there was some reason where Aurora would come to ask, us to ask, but there's not. So that's out.
No, they do.
They could ask to be treated like the smaller units, if
Even
they.
if they're under 3,500.
Oh, then no, I'm sorry, then no, they don't have to, sorry.
But barely.
Yeah, so, but because it currently says by the 2020 census, it doesn't say 2020 census adjusted for 23 or 25. It currently says 2020 census. So if in the 2020 census, they're under 3,500, no, they don't have to petition you, but it's up to you to decide whether you get the lit for them. The total max rate can be 2.9%. So it's possible if Greendale decides to adopt their own rate and Lawrenceburg decides to adopt their own rate and you're adopting the rates for the other items that you can, there could be technically 3 different lit rates in the county. It just depends on how that, if those two municipalities decide they want to be treated as under 3,500s, then you have one rate. So.
And so if somebody's living in the county, we adopt all the way up to 1.7, they're only paying 1.7, but if they live in Lawrenceburg, they're paying the 1.7 plus potentially up to the 1.2 additional in Lawrenceburg.
Yeah.
So
And
is there-
2.9 is the total max.
Yes.
The 2.9 is the total max for the taxpayer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the next page shows what your current lit rates are. And the current amounts that you're bringing in. So you currently have certified shares of 0.6%, public safety of 0.4%, the lit correctional and rehab facility 0.2% that comes only to the county, 0.2% for EMS that only comes to the county. That's a total of 1.4%. You don't have lit PTRC, you don't have special legislation, special purpose lit. That is one that would stay under the new scheme, regardless of whether you go over the 2.9 or not, but you don't have that one. So your current rate is 1.4 across the county. So depending on what you do with the, when we analyze and get closer to that time, you can analyze what that AGI looks like it will be and what amounts would need to be put in place to satisfy individual communities and functions, because schools, I don't remember if schools got anything currently in Dearborn County or not, but they don't anywhere anymore. Some counties, schools got part of the local income tax and they don't any longer.
So what you're telling me, is it like on an agricultural property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. More than likely, their property taxes will go up. Plus their lit taxes would probably go up.
It's actually potential that their property tax will go down because they keep getting a lower net assessed value. Even combined with a higher tax rate, it could push them to the cap. So they have a lower base value to start with. So I think it's going to depend on a property by property basis, whether all of and at some point over the next 6 years, it's likely their taxes will decrease.
So you're saying that the— on agricultural land, the base is gonna
Is
decrease.
decreasing in 26. And I'm sorry, I don't have that number with me. I didn't look it up, but yes, it's decreasing.
Now, this building over here got a little over $1 million
Mhm.
when we calculated. Everybody in the 2% bucket, it's 6% off.
And if the ag base is starting lower than what it was currently, so if it's not 22.5 now, maybe if it's even if it's 20,005 or 2,050 or 19.5, they're starting with a lower rate or a lower amount upfront of base net assessed value. So the point, from what we understand by just talking with legislators, their point is that over time, it may not be this year, it may not be next year, but by the end of the 6-year period, individual property taxes, in especially the 1% and 2% classifications, will go down. If communities need more via lit, it's going to be a local decision to put more taxes in place, rather than saying they're putting the impetus of that decision on local.
They're pushing down.
Yes, that rather than saying, you know, we've said you have this free reign, they're giving you all of these options and all of these different pieces, and it's up to you as county councils to decide what pieces need to be put in place to continue to maintain your services and maintain, you know, the status of what has been expected in the county.
The state has been pushing counties to raise revenue by raising lits.
Mhm. Yeah.
And less dependence on
Less
property
dependent.
Seems like
taxes.
it's gonna go get worse, right?
Potentially, yeah.
So the legislature didn't do us a favor.
They hardly ever do us a favor.
No, but I mean.
Well,
Arguable.
it's it should be such that the 1% and 2% folks should be able to save some more money, but it puts the pressure on local government to raise the local income taxes to fill up any
Mhm.
shortfalls to all our coffers. So we're sitting here as both representing the citizens that want to cut their taxes, but also maintain the appropriate amount of budget to cover the essential services that we have. But, and as much as I hate to be in that position, philosophically, I'd much rather have government closer to home. I don't want whatever works for Marion County or Hamilton County to be pushed down our throats. I'd rather make a decision here in Dearborn County where we do have the blessing of a little bit of revenue from that boat still, where we can say, no, we don't have to do that here. They have to do that over there because they don't have that blessing, but don't force us to do it here. So it gives us more local control. But guess what? We all signed up to be the bad guy, and that's what we get to be. We're gonna have to be the bad guy.
Still robbing Peter to pay Paul anyway, you look at it.
Just shifting it one way or
Exactly.
there's, you know, some theoretical thought that if you are using local income tax, all citizens are paying for services, not just citizens that own properties. So there's, you know, some idea, you know, if someone lives or is a renter, they granted the person that owns their home is paying actual property tax, but they individually, by having payroll taxes deducted, would be chipping in for the ambulance that shows up or the sheriff's department, you know, that shows up or something like that. So there's multiple sides to the argument, and multiple ways that it can be construed. But basically what they're doing is they're shifting tax decisions locally, whether it's this one or whether it's a wheeled surtax or whether it's having to implement a food and beverage tax or an innkeeper's tax or.
That's what I was gonna ask. What, we seems like we've talked about that every year. What about the innkeeper tax?
We have that in place already at 5%.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about the wheel and surtax where they're trying to connect, that's gonna be connected to community crossings.
Which that's the next
I'm
page.
talking about the hotels and.
Oh, yeah, we have a
You have the
5% tax.
convention visitors.
Okay.
You're back on page 8.
That's about
This
to
says,
tax somebody coming in.
this says Decatur County, but
Oh, shoot.
but anyway, the numbers are Dearborn County's numbers.
They are definitely your numbers. I am so
okay.
sorry about that. We used
Close.
we use presentations over, we fill in new numbers. I definitely have the numbers right, because I took the big header one off that said Decatur County.
Right.
Yes, those are definitely your numbers for
Those are
2025.
But the good thing is those EMS, those lits that we're currently splitting, when we adopt this new rate, we keep that all at the county. It doesn't get split and get.
Well, if it's under county general services, it's all county. You don't
Yes.
have to distribute it. I mean, you can, if you choose to support other services with it, that county general part, you can. But then going forward, the EMS and fire, right now, like I said, I don't know if the new EMS and fire lit can stay at the county or if it has to be distributed out to the units.
But Glenn, for an example, like the public safety lit at 0.4,
Yeah,
we share that
Right.
with
with other
other
municipalities.
municipalities
Right.
and other units.
Yep.
So Dearborn County raises X number of dollars, but we only get like $4 million, I think,
Mhm.
something like that.
Jump.
Lawrenceburg gets like 2 million, Greendale gets like 1.8 million.
Right.
So the 1.2 in 28 is gonna be a lot different than the 1.2 today. 'Cause we're
Yeah,
not-
it's gonna look
not
different,
share-
because you're not sharing certified shares with
Right.
other units either.
Is our
Like you are now.
innkeepers at a max of 5?
Yeah, we're at 5. I think 5 is the state max, isn't it?
I
Can it
have
go-
to admit, I'm not sure if that's the state max. I know that's what a lot of them are.
We're building some new hotels over there by the.
Yep.
270 for the exit ramp.
Yeah.
Where does that money go? That goes to.
Convention Visitors Bureau.
Convention Visitors Bureau.
All right, so I'm done.
Now, this says Decatur County, but this is.
That's what we just clarified. When that header, I did not change. The numbers are definitely yours. The numbers are definitely yours. So yes, you received about 3.9 million this year in public safety. You had 5.2 certified shares, 3.4 in EMS, and then 3.4 in your jail special purpose lit. So as a county unit, you got about $16.1 million in 25. The total distributive amount was about 24 million across the county. So the other 8 then goes to the other units for other purposes. The next page just hits some highlights on changes to road funding. You already mentioned, I was here for part of the previous comments on your roads and bridges. The community crossings grant distribution changes next year. They decrease the match amount for counties that are less than 50,000 from 25 to 20%.
So there was an amendment by Senator Maxwell that changed that from 50 to 55. So Dearborn County now
So
coming.
you're in under it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they left it off on that seminar too. They said 50,000 on that webinar that they did. I don't know if you saw.
Because I thought when we prepared this, we had the most recent version, but sorry about that. So, okay, so 25% down to 20. Wheel tax is not necessary to get community crossings funding. There's, however, 2 separate distributions. There's the main one, which you're automatically eligible for. Then there's a lane miles calculation, which you have to have the wheel and surtax in place for. That would be, if you have to adopt that for the this year, for next year to be in place, because that would have to be in place for the fall draw or the fall call out, I believe.
You know how that works? I mean, if we adopt the wheel tax, how do we know how do we know if it's worthwhile to do it?
That's the hard part, is it's very hard to determine whether or not it's worthwhile, because both pots have decreased. The whole CCMG pot has decreased. So you've got a smaller portion that's gonna be that wide open. I've heard an LTAP representative at a conference say that if you're used to getting 2 million for a project, you're more likely to get 1 million, and you may not get picked because there's gonna be tighter, they're gonna be able to take less projects.
But I think the money they were talking about went from 150 million down to 100 million.
It
right?
is. It did.
Yeah, yeah.
And the part B is where was the
The
wheel
second-
tax part, and I never did hear any.
And I don't remember what they said the pool of that for the wheel tax part was.
So does that mean if there's 92 counties and 50 counties got a wheel tax, that they're gonna split up what that part B is by how many lane miles they have?
If they apply for if they apply for that portion of the grant money, because there's also municipalities. Municipalities can have their own wheel and surtax. So a county doesn't have to have one, but a municipality can have their own. So I think there's currently 52 counties that had wheel tax at the end of last year and 17 municipalities that had wheel tax. So they would all be in that potential pot. They would have to apply for it.
And isn't that second pot of money, doesn't Marion County have a big chunk of it off their top?
There's an interim chunk that's Marion County, and if they don't spend it, it somehow gets put back into the big pool.
But yeah, we have to
Because
have.
they have to be able to match it.
We
They have to be able to match what they spend.
We have to have the surtax and wheel tax in place to be eligible for that second tranche of money. However, they can't say if that's gonna go down over the 3 years to nothing.
Right.
or
Since
How long
that
it's gonna
second,
last.
isn't that second tranche only available starting in 27?
Yes, it's for the 27, but fiscal year, which is the end of 26, beginning into 27.
So it'd have to be adopted in 26.
It'd have to be active in
And
26.
maybe by then we'll have some decent.
Maybe you
information.
have some more information, some more detail.
So you mentioned about the municipalities. If the county, Dearborn County adopted it, does that mean Lawrenceburg and Greendale could adopt it also?
If they have a
It's a big-
population
But they
over,
go They go on top of each other.
If they stack. So you don't lose any of yours. But Lawrenceburg would have their
Well,
additional rate on top. So if you've charged $5 and they charge $3, and I'm just throwing out numbers, then the tax would be $8 on a vehicle for the wheel.
So the residents will be paying both taxes.
Uh-huh, yeah,
You can adopt the minimum just to be eligible.
yes, you can. One other change that may be small, but for the motor vehicle highway funding allocation, you currently have to put 50% in motor vehicle highway unrestricted and 50% in motor vehicle highway restricted, at least 50% in that restricted. If the county has a PACER rating, the pavement quality rating of at least 6, if you need to, you can shift that allocation. The requirement would then be 40% to the restricted side and up to 60% in the unrestricted. That may seem small, but a lot of counties are having issues because you, on the unrestricted side or the restricted side, I'm sorry, unless you're doing specific hour by hour match to project work, you generally don't pay people from that restricted side. You're only paying for unrestricted. So a lot of small projects, we're running counties and communities out of that unrestricted MVH. So they've relaxed that requirement a little bit, and you can put slightly less. This is starting next year in July 1st of 2026. You can put slightly less in the restricted side if you need to, if your PACER rating is a 6 for the previous year.
Do you happen to know how many counties have reached that 6% threshold?
There are some out there that are at 6. I've talked to a number recently that are at 6 PACER ratings.
Because I asked our county engineer this morning and he said he would get that number for us. I thought the last time we had a number, it was 4.
There's a website out there that you can go, if you look up like Indiana LTAP PASER, I believe, I can't remember the exact website, but it'll come up and there's a place where it'll say the whole state, or you can then choose by county and look at, and you can even get into the municipalities. If you want to see what an individual municipality PACER rating was, you can do that.
Thank you.
So that ends the information on Senate Enrolled Act 1. Granted, there's more to it, but these are the most pressing immediate things that affect your potential budgeting this year and planning as you start thinking about 2028 with your local income tax. The next page, so in the next section, again, we have a page 1. It's called the Schedule of Assumptions, just showing those items that we assumed going forward in the estimates that we've made. So this top block is circuit breaker. In 2025, your circuit breaker loss was 7.1%. We'll call that your base circuit breaker. We would assume you would have base circuit breaker similar to that potentially in 26. However, because of SEA 1, that yellow column is the amount of loss we are actually going to anticipate, 14.3%. It more or less doubles your current circuit breaker loss. Now, the next section, number 2, is net assessed value. We do not have the county's net assessed values yet this year. So anything that we've calculated rate-wise, which we generally don't put much of that in here because we're focusing on whether or not budgets can be funded. But your net assessed value last year for the whole county was $2,832,819,500. So after the county and everything gets done, we'll have a new number to know. So, because you may have had some intrinsic growth, you may have had some organic growth in the properties, but then because of the new deductions, it may not completely negate any growth. It may slow your growth. You may still see 1 or 2% growth, but maybe not 3 or 4 or 5% growth in net assessed value. So until we actually get those numbers, we don't know for sure.
When would you anticipate having those?
That's Connie said she's working on getting the TIF neutralizations. Everybody's behind. They're supposed to be August 1st, and we've heard that somebody at the DLGF sort of said out of the side of their mouth, if you get them to us by September 1st, we'll be surprised. So they understand under normal circumstances, it's hard, especially for large counties, to have them done by August 1st. And with all of these new deductions and new credits, and I understand software companies, have had to scramble and put in calculations. Those took some time because I think there were some problems with the first ones that they did. So even if somebody's submitted them, they're likely going to have to unsubmit and resubmit them because there are changes because of all this stuff. Yeah.
So as we go through these other pages
Mhm.
with the information that we typically use, once you have those numbers and our numbers are I guess, estimates
Mhm.
we were gonna be going forward with. Would there be an opportunity for us to have actual revised hard numbers down the road to know how far we're off?
There, the estimates. Technically, we won't have solid circuit breaker till next year in May. That's the hard part. So we have to kind of go on those circuit breaker estimates for right now. Your net assessed value doesn't control the amount of levy you're eligible for. Your levy number is independent. It would affect your Cume Bridge, potentially your Cume Courthouse, and your CCD fund. Those are the three funds that are rate-based, that are calculated based upon your net assessed value. So yes, when we get county net assessed values, we can go back and give you those numbers. Right now, I believe we have them, the revenue amount flatline for the current year. So that may shift a little bit one way or the other, but we can give you those solid numbers once they're available. It's not going to necessarily affect your general, your reassessment, or your health fund.
Thank you.
We've made estimates on auto excise CVET supplemental property, vehicle taxes that come in with your property tax. Most of your other revenues, we tend to look at a 2 to 3 year average. Your motor vehicle highway, we look upon what happened last year and then where you stand this year. We don't see those revenues increasing very much, either local road and street or motor vehicle. We do not have estimates of lit for next year yet. That is statutorily to be distributed by the 16th of this month. So if your lit goes one way or another, that's another item we can give you because we currently have the 25 information in there. We don't expect a big change one way or the other, but there certainly could be, and we'll certainly update that. So we can sort of update this and send it back to Connie and she can distribute it to you. And you can see the differences. For disbursements, we do have your 2026 budgets as department heads have submitted them. Those are the expense numbers we're using. We had submitted for 25 additional appropriations and encumbrances. So you have the budget and then plus those amounts that have come in since the beginning of the year. Those will be included in the statistics or the numbers that we see too. We've given you just some general items here. Next is a schedule of historical tax rates and net assessed value. So, currently, so we're estimating your net assessed value where the current 25 amount is. So you can see based upon changes in levy, that would put your tax rate up a bit from 5.5167 in 25 to there on the far right, 0.5361 for 26. Again, because of this additional loss due to the changes of SEA 1. Instead of bringing in more revenue, you're bringing in less. Next is just a historical summary of where all of your fund balances have been at the end of a given year. So it was down at 46 million back in 2015. Now we're up to 91.6 million at the end of 24. Again, this is all county funds from your annual report. It's not just your property tax funds. So over time, as you've implemented lit and changes have been put in place, you've been able to have higher ending balances. Then we have this page, just estimates of potential riverboat revenue. The amounts have changed somewhat the past couple of years, but they've remained fairly flat. So that's why we're estimating fairly flat going forward. And this is for all the riverboat revenue and the other, I believe it's called Dock City receipts. So again, those are just original. Flipping onto the next section is your general fund. The first property tax fund we'll discuss. So here at the top section is your property tax information. Line number 2, actually, I'm sorry, is the amount of property tax we would levy for you this year based upon max levy, the growth. So you also have some adjustments there for mental health, county mental health center, and a developmental disabilities. That's been added in, that's been taken into account. Your regular circuit breaker, that 7.1% number would be around $801,000. The yellow line then is what we are estimating the additional loss is for SEA 1. So total loss, circuit breaker wise, estimated of about 1.6 million circuit breaker in the general fund for 26. So when we look down through all the other types of revenue you have, like I said, we flatlined your
local income tax, we've made estimates for the other miscellaneous types of local revenues. Because of that loss, you see that in the blue line there on line 21, we're estimating your revenues a bit less in 26 than they were in 25. So from about 23.4 to around 21.9. So when we look at budgets, then the next grouping are budgets. Whenever a budget's been approved or an additional's been approved or an encumbrance is out there, we assume that you're going to spend everything that you're set to spend. So if you look at the 25 expenditures right now, they're at about 32.8 million. However, your 26 budget is around 25.3. So that's still out of balance. When we say out of balance, we mean you're planning to spend more than we're anticipating you're going to bring in. So down at the green line on line 47, change in fund balance is the gap there. So there's about 3.39, almost 3.4 million discrepancy between the operating receipts and the operating disbursements. So you would be, if you put this budget in place and everything worked out exactly as it is on this page, you would use about $3.4 million of cash reserves, bringing your ending cash reserve balance to about around $11.4 million. That's a 45% roughly operating balance. That operating balance is we take your ending cash, divide it by your operating disbursements for the year. So how long can you go without additional revenues? In this case, with 45%, almost 6 months without additional revenues before you would probably about 5 to 5.5 months actually. So that's what that number in the peach bar.
And if we can cut $3.4 million from the budget as presented by all these departments, and we'll have a truly balanced budget.
You would be balanced, yes. Or you decide, are all the additionals going to be spent this year? Are all the encumbrances going to be spent this year? Or what is the gap there? That may be part of your assessment as well. But since the expenses were up quite a bit, estimated for, because you can see actual expenses in 24. I've given you 24 actual on each of these schedules. So your actual expenses in 24 were almost 16.9 million.
That includes, that's actual. So that's not just budget. That's all.
That's actual.
And
That's what you actually
came
spent.
back
That's what the county's reported in their annual report. So 25 and 26 are what you're planning to spend. 25, you've adopted the personal services line, the supplies, other services, charges and capital line. And then you've also approved the additional appropriations line through subsequent meetings this year and the encumbrances. So, I guess determining what it makes up each of those, are they actually going to be spent this year? That also is part of the determination of where you will actually be next year. Do you need to cut the full 3.4 million? Do you need to cut 1.7 of it to make sense? What exactly do you need as a council to do?
Some of the numbers she has for 25 were, like, I advertised everything out of general for today's meeting.
So some of them might shift.
When I send it, we don't know what's gonna.
Right.
So she's taking it.
So you already, the 1.4 for Davidson that we just approved, that's in here?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
We advertised 5.6 billion out of general, but you only approved 1.5.
Okay, so then this 5.7 here, then there's, so that's. When you do it today, I can't pick those up that fast. Should have done it on screen, I guess.
So that's better, right?
Yeah, that does help. That does help, definitely.
Why do you see such a great jump between 24 and 25 in total operating disbursements?
Well, if you look, your budget numbers went up for one. If you go back and look up at line 24, for personal services, you went from 8.5 million spent, actual in 24, advertised 14.6. But then also, like we were just talking about, down on lines 28 and 29, there were additionals that Leah had given me that you saw, that you heard
all those
today.
bridges this morning that were advertised out of county general and MVHA.
But not all of that got adopted. So again, as part of that revision, we can drop that number down to what's actually been approved through, the middle of August. And we can get you those numbers back. So I can't speak to what the increases are between the 8.5 and the 14.6. If you look now from 25 to 26, that line's 14.5 to 15.3. That's not as great of an increase. So I don't know if positions were moved back to general or what brought that about. And two, are they positions that are advertised that haven't been filled? There's, you know, on personal services, there can be a number of different things that can change what you'll actually spend in a year as outside of the budget of what you approved. So the large portion of the difference is really the additional appropriations and the encumbrances at the bottom of the page. So those were things that were approved outside of the budget that was adopted last year.
Do you remember this? You have the number, the adopted budget was around 23 million, wasn't it?
Last year.
Probably, yeah, because
yeah,
if
it
you
was-
add the top three numbers or the top four numbers together, that's gonna be close to 23 and a half.
What I'm trying to get at is, so we had our adopted budget. We had additionals that we accepted throughout the year, but then we also have the unexpended money that from each department's budget, and those basically balanced out. We ended up about what we had adopted. What I'm wondering is if there's an easy way to say, okay, last year we adopted $23 million. How much of it came back to county general because it wasn't spent from each department? And here it's looking like about the same amount that we expended in our additionals. Offset the amount that fell back to the county general that wasn't expended.
I mean, we'd have to know what your approved additionals were in 24, what the budget was in 24. That's where you get that gap. Because I don't remember honestly what your 24 budget was, if it was closer.
Right, but that's
it was like closer to $20 million.
No, I think it was, I thought you normally had the previous year's adopted budget. I think it was about 23 million, but. All right, move on.
So I mean, well, if you're talking about 25, were you asking about 25 or 24?
Well, I guess 25, yeah.
Yeah, because 25 would be those top four numbers there in the 25 column under operating disbursements.
Yep.
That 14.615, the 1.198, 6.784, and the 461,000. Those were your approved numbers from last year.
Yeah.
And those are about 23.
Yep.
And so you were close in line to the estimated receipts of 23. Because we know what your circuit breaker loss is this year. We know this year your circuit breaker loss was 766,000 in this fund.
So the 25 county general was 23,057,000.
Okay.
This year's budget out of county general requests are 25,300,000.
Mm-hmm. So those are very similar. It's the additionals and encumbrances and how much of those are not going to be paid from general.
Is in that, right?
What, in the 25?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's got one of those big bridges is in Coon Bridge, which he can't handle. I mean, Coon Bridge can't carry it.
Right.
Well, I think there is a couple that are in county general.
Yeah, I think there was.
Because the one that's in Coon Bridge was actually Davidson, which we paid for
I
today.
mean, you still have $7 million in other services and charges, so that's probably some big projects in the budget for 26.
Yeah.
So that could potentially, there could be bridge projects in there. Any other questions about the general fund?
We don't know why it went from 8.5 to 14.6. And that during them years.
I didn't do the detail. Do you happen to know?
From 24 to 25.
Yeah.
I mean, the approved budget could have been higher, but maybe you didn't, maybe if there were positions that were empty. I don't know if maybe in 25, did you move positions to the general fund from any other funds?
I don't think so. Can you figure out why that's such a jump with?
Yeah, it does seem like that would be.
That's big.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you need to go back on your annual report. I mean, the total is only 16.8, so the capital outlay doesn't look that unusual, nor does the other services and charges. So I'm not sure what the difference would have been.
Personal services is huge.
Oh, it is huge. It's insurance and everything's included there. So it could have, I mean, you could have something budgeted there. That's not to say you're going to definitely spend 14.6.
Yeah, but this is a 60% increase in personal services.
You had to go from 18.5 to 14.6.
It's not the first time you did.
All right, anyway, I just wanted.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Yes, unfortunately, I think Leah's gonna have to do some looking for you on that one. I don't have that detail to give you that information.
Okay.
The next fund then is your reassessment fund. This is another one that's funded by property tax. This one you have fairly sufficient balances in. We haven't suggested moving or any property tax away from this fund to general or anything of the sort.
You'll have about an additional $19,000 in loss for the Senate Enrolled Act One shortage here, bringing that total circuit breaker loss to between 37 and 38,000. This one, the budget is using cash reserves, but you have cash reserves in excess of the recommended 15 to 50% guardrails in this fund. So if you, in this one, if you needed to, you could shift property tax away, then shift it back. That's up to you how you choose to handle that one.
Why is it showing like on line 31? Why would it show a negative $3.5 million?
31.
What schedule are we
If
on?
you don't.
I moved the reassessment.
Sorry, I'm on I've already moved on to Coon Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll jump on to Coon Bridge. On which line?
Page 6, page 7.
Yeah, on line 31, it shows your ending fund balances is a negative $3.5 million because the budget that was turned in was $5 million.
Gotcha.
If you look at line 21, you only had 633, almost 634,000 estimated the end of this year. This one is one of those ones that's controlled by a rate, so you can't just give this one whatever amount of property tax you want. It's controlled by the rate for the previous year. So we base that amount on until we know what your net assessed value is. 892,000 this year. It was 892,000 last year. Almost an additional $67,000 in loss this year. I mean, even without that, you can't fund a $5 million bridge budget. So,
Okay.
you know, you've got about 2 million planned for this year between the budget and encumbrances. And that one you'd still end up positive the end of this year, but next year would be the issue. Next is your Cume Courthouse Fund. This is another one that has a specific rate on it. So we're assuming the same amount of revenue this year as last until we get net assessed values to realign. About an additional 31.6 million or $1,000 of loss to circuit breaker. You would be spending some cash reserves based upon this budget, but again, you have over the 15 to 50 recommended guardrails of that ending balance for this fund. The budget's very close to being aligned, actually it's about less than $20,000 out of alignment. Next is your CCD fund. This one is another one that said it held a maximum rate. It's 0.0333. We're assuming the amount this year, same as last, and then about an additional 70.7 thousand in circuit breaker loss. This one is for capital projects specifically, not human resources or not wage, salary, and wage. So being a capital project fund, this one has slightly different guidelines. We wouldn't necessarily care so much about the 15 to 50% as long as you realize you can only spend what's available. You're generally going to have project type things, you know, responsible for completing projects out of this fund. So once a project is done, then it doesn't generally repeat year to year. Next is your health fund, another property tax funded department. About almost $500,000 estimated property tax revenue, less a total of about 70 to 72,000 in circuit breaker. In this case, again, the budget is a little bit more than the receipts, the estimated receipts. You would be using some cash reserve. You view cash reserves in 24. You're getting closer to that 15 to 50 guide rail. We're saying about 68% the end of 26. One thing I wanted to point out, it's not necessarily specific to this fund, but to the local health services fund, which was the Health First, a link to the Health First Indiana program. In 2025, you received $991,285 for that program. In 26, that funding is decreased by more or less 75%. In 26, you're expected to receive $265,000. It's marked in the note there at the bottom of the page.
That was our opt-in one last.
That was the opt-in one for the past, for 24 and 25, you've opted in. And then when the legislature came up with the $2 billion shortfall, they cut 60 to 70% of the funding for these.
It's down to 40 million.
Yeah, 40 million total. So depending upon what that budget is that they've created this year, what they have available, if those are programs you wish to maintain in the long run, we don't know for sure that after 27, there will continue to be Health First Indiana funding either, because it only funded it through 27. So it's possible something might have to come back to this health fund, or something might have to go to the general fund if there are programs you choose to leave in place going forward, even if state support runs out.
About 3 and 7, and that goes away. There's no replacement money.
But again, this fund balance is strong.
You've got more than the required amount right now, so. And that's like I said, it's a property tax fund, you can shift money to it in the future if you need to. Next, we have your motor vehicle highway restricted. Again, this is 50% of the motor vehicle highway money you receive. You brought in basically 1.65 million in this fund. That's 50% of the total. We're estimating about 1.67 this year. So 20,000-ish, 22,000-ish increases annually per fund. It's not very much. But then this one is largely going to be, like we said, this one's for construction, reconstruction, and preservation of road surface. Unless you're tying internal employee hours specifically to projects, you don't generally pay people from this fund. You can if you do that bookkeeping and keep people tied specifically to the projects that they're working on. A lot of times counties use this one for consultants because you can just put that one big consultant lump in there if they come in and do paving for you. Then the next page is the other half of the fund, the 1176, or the motor vehicle highway unrestricted. Again, we're anticipating the same amount of revenue, and this one is the other one because it's the 50-50. This is what I was discussing earlier, could go to potentially 60% of the total to this fund if the PACER rating is maintained above a 6. For this one, you are maintaining balances in these funds. I have to admit, I usually don't see this in county motor vehicle highway. They're usually, I know you have your other motor vehicle fund that you use from the riverboat revenue for some of your projects, but we do have receipt balances available to both of those. Next is your other gas tax fund. It's your local road and street fund. This one is not to be used for personal services in any way. It can be for signs, it can be for trucks, it can be for salt, it can be for any one of a number of other things, just not for people. So this one we would consider a capital expense type fund. Again, you have some balances here as well if you need to shift anything here. Next is your lit public safety fund. Again, we don't have the estimate going forward for 2026 yet. As soon as we get that, we'll update. At current, this budget is about $300,000 out of balance. You are running below the 15% estimated at the end of this year in this fund. Granted, you have to get through it one more year with the specific public safety before it switches to the county general lit. We anticipate, we don't know for sure, but we believe that the directive will be that any expenses from this fund will need to be shifted to the general fund because that general purpose lit will be deposited in your general fund. The state board hasn't told us that, but that's how they've handled other revenues termed general purpose revenues. They go in the general fund and then you shift receipts or shift expenses to them.
And real quick on this.
Yeah.
So this is something fairly recently adopted. This is something we're pushing those funds out into the EMS. Oh, I'm sorry, this is public safety. Sorry. I apologize.
We'll get to
Go
the
ahead.
other one in a minute.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Next is the statewide 911. This is the fees on phone bills that go to support county 911 call centers. These revenues we're not seeing increasing. They're generally staying stagnant or declining slightly. We are showing yours staying relatively constant. In this case, the budget's up close to $50,000 in excess. You do have about a 40% operating balance still at the end of next year. If over time you continue to use those cash reserves, you may have to consider using another source of revenue to fund some of these expenses if this revenue stream doesn't pick back up, which we're not hopeful that it will.
Is there any discussion with the state legislature as far as getting money for this from the cell phone?
There's a statewide 911 commission that handles all of that. There is apparently a portion, because there's a 911 fee on cell phones. A portion of it comes back to this fund, but the majority of it's used, and I'm not sure what the other purpose is that it's used for. So it would be trying to get them to reallocate so that more of that fee came back here.
They don't want to raise it for something.
Yeah, there's also, they have the treasurer has the ability to, through legislation to increase it by 10 cents, I think, per year.
Yeah.
And they're trying to, we met with him to try to say, we need to raise this. It's not covering our costs. It's not covering anybody's costs. And he tried to say it's something of the problem for us locally and not every county dealing with it. So, I mean, our options are get the treasurer to raise that rate, the 911 fee rate, get a legislation.
There's a board. It's the treasurer and
The 911 board.
Get legislation to try to do that, which I think there is some movement to try to put something forth, but.
Mhm.
Cause it's been flat for at least 12 years.
Yeah, yeah. It's good.
And then the other piece is that make sure we're controlling our expenses with the 911 systems, which we've had some conversations with Heitmeyer about that, which I'm sure when he presents his budget, I think his budget's actually down a little bit from last year. So, I mean, those are the 3 toggle switches to control that.
But we could raise it local.
We cannot.
We can't.
No, no, it's statewide. It's a state fee that the carriers have to apply to bills.
So
the state
both
pressure.
Bascom and Maxwell have been in the loop on trying to push some kind of legislation to move that rate up.
Because when they came to talk about it, you said state needs to raise it up $1, I thought you said.
We would like to see them raise it $1.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they said it's just you. A number of counties are in the same or similar situation.
Because they don't want to raise
Well,
it.
some
Yeah.
counties have adopted a PSAP lit.
Yeah,
To supplement the 911.
yeah,
But we've never done that here.
yeah. Yeah, that is the other option. The next one on page 16 is the lit correctional rehab facility or jail lit. This is one that will be rolled into the county general type of lit after 2028. So in this one, you're very close to, actually have a little bit in excess receipts from the budget this year, depending upon what those actual amounts come in at. Then next is your EMS lit. This one is at the same rate and brings in roughly the same amount of revenue as the jail rehab, or jail correctional facility lit. So here you have some reserves. I don't know if there's more additionals to come up or anything else with the situation you were discussing earlier.
Yes.
But you're spending pretty close to this year, depending on what other additional appropriations are. Just that budget was kept flat at $3 million from last year to this year. And then the receipts are around 3.4. And then we have your one general riverboat revenue fund. You have multiple riverboat funds. I know this is the state oversight one. The revenue that gets here generally is passed out to other of your funds, riverboat contingency, MBHA substitute, parks, any one of a number of other locations.
Is this one that you would also consider 15% a healthy balance, or because this is a
You use it for so many different things. It's sort of you more or less use it as a pass through. You
right?
Bring in money, you send it out to other sources, or you pay for specific riverboat defined sources from this fund. So here it's not property tax based. It's going to depend on what you're bringing in riverboat each year.
Yeah.
And you can only transfer out as much as you bring in. So if you transfer in a little bit less than what I've said here, then you'll just transfer out that much. So this one, your riverboat's you get it on a different time frame. You get it in different tranches. So it's a little bit different than the property tax ones. We really concentrate on that 15 to 50 because you get that tax twice a year.
Yeah.
So if you're constantly going down to zero because you don't have reserves in May before you get your May property tax, that can be problematic long term. So that's why we like to see a little bit more cash reserve, especially in those operating / property tax funds. Okay, go back to county general. If you look down at the bottom in the first column for the transfer, for the health insurance.
Is that page 1?
Oh, so actually it should have been up. It's technically an expense, but it went just to another fund.
You're off the 8 million, then it goes to 14, 15, whatever.
I see, you're right down on line 43. So it's really not all that different if you added the 8.5 to the 6. Okay. Sorry,
So it's about the exact same.
Yeah, so since it was classified as a transfer, it got stuck someplace else, but it's ultimately to pay for an operating expense, which was.
So it's essentially
the same. Yeah, it should have. Sorry about that. That was confusing.
Because it does get treated like a transfer.
To the health insurance fund. Yeah. Yeah. I should have if nothing else, I should have made a note about that or pointed it out to myself. Angie does, but it didn't draw my attention to it enough. So, yeah, that's why.
Down here.
Something will probably happen.
Down here.
So on line 43, that just went to another fund to pay your health insurance.
Yeah.
So it basically, if you add that 6 to the 8.5 that's up in 24, you're very close to the 25 budget amount. It's pretty consistent. Sorry about that. Made it confusing.
Okay, so one question I had, like with the new legislation, it seems like when they talked about like the county can do the 1.2. And then like the correctional jail LIT, we've got it at 1.2, which is, I mean, it'll all
0.2.
change. We've got it at 0.2 rather, I mean. But I think there was some discussion in the legislation about, in some instances, the county can only have 0.1, in other instances, 0.2. Is it such that every county can do up to 0.2 in for the jail lit?
That's my
Okay,
understanding.
good.
Well, I mean, because technically it's not jail lit anymore. It's county general services lit. You don't have,
Right,
you don't
right.
have jail lit anymore.
But the 0.2 that we, or
Can translate into up to the 1.2
Can
that
go
you
into
can
that.
adopt. Yeah, that
Okay.
that can move it there.
They're not all in the same lit,
Nope.
so you just use them on whatever you need to budget it.
That's as far as we believe. That's, I mean, you're still gonna probably want to keep somewhere, in line with what you need. Public safety expenses that were formerly in the lit fund. Those are gonna have to get transferred over probably to sheriff general.
and we can see with that 0.4 for public safety lit, it's getting to be not quite enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it wouldn't hurt to put a little bit more in there to cover
Yeah.
the sheriff.
I mean, you can subdivide your departments if you need to, if you wanna, call it sheriff, former public safety lit or something like that, you
But
can.
when we deal with that, I mean, I don't think Dearborn County government is gonna need the full 1.2.
Probably not.
Because we're not having to share it anymore.
Right.
So it's down the road, but I think
Yeah.
we're gonna be.
And it totally depends on what the AGI numbers are at the time. Since you get to take on the AGI of the whole county, but aren't sharing it with anyone, yes, it's likely that you won't have to get to the 1.2.
Right. Now, I've had this discussion with Andy in your office and with Jason. Dearborn County government, for some reason, we're one of several counties that abut
The other
Kentucky.
states.
So we lose 25% of our filers. We lose lit to the tune of almost $5 million a year.
Right. And I know you've been working with the department. Last year, I had Andy get in touch.
Right.
Because you weren't sure about the numbers and.
But Senator Maxwell did some more digging, and it's because constitutionally you can't double tax people on local. And so the state made us whole for years. Then all of a sudden they decided it's too
They've
expensive.
been pulling it out.
So now we're having to eat it.
Yeah.
Which I think is so patently unfair.
Yeah.
Because
They've been doing
nothing
it
that
that
we
long.
asked for.
Which is
Right.
all the more reason while being forced to use local income tax is bad because so much of it's going out versus. being
Because,
collected.
you're not the only county that's on a state border. There's.
Well, but it's
Yeah.
made all the worse when there's a bigger city across.
Yeah.
People are leaving here to go
To go
work there.
there, right.
I
Yeah, you
work
do.
out of state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But Florida County, because it's so much bigger and has Louisville, they lose, I think, 11
Yeah.
million a year.
Yeah.
Thank you for all this.
You're very welcome. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you, Susan.
You're very
Sorry
welcome.
for making your day.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Alright, I'll get you updates as
How
soon as I
much,
can.
how much we spent today out of that 25 million?
How much we
Won't
spent
that-
out of county general?
Yeah, won't that affect that number? So how much, I think did they put all of them Todd's requests in that, or did they?
They were
come out-
both in county general and
Well, there was
And can we
some,
find out what we took out of each,
0.8.
so it will affect this number?
well, 1.4 Rich came out of county general. The rest of those were 4916, which is that riverboat fund.
What was that amount?
It was 3.8.
Cause she has that in this number, I think.
Oh, the ones that advertise out of both?
Yeah.
Get that clarification.
She did say she had that in the, but she couldn't, said she didn't know what we were gonna do today, that way that number would be lower,
yes.
and we won't have to cut as much. Does that make
I don't know
sense?
if Leah's gonna have time to do that for us. And they're,
Instead of cutting 3.3, we might only have to cut. I don't know, whatever, I don't know what the difference was today, I think it was she acted like it was coming out of. That's what that lady said, she acted like it was added to that number, but she didn't know
Right.
what we did today, which fund we took it out of.
I think we took most all of it out of county general. Except for the stuff that, the 3.8 that we did out of riverboat, that would come off. because that was advertised, I think that was advertised out of county general and 4960.
That's
So
right.
that 3.8 would come off.
Shoot, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, 5 million, 5.7.
Didn't she say that or?
We should be better dialed than that. I mean, there's emergency sleep repairs and whatnot.
So Leah, is there any way, I know it's gonna hard for you to have lunch and do this,
20% of it comes out.
huh?
No, we just.
Dennis is supposed to be here at 1.
We were just wondering about how Todd's requests were in both things, and didn't that one number she
They're
put up
right
there?
on your additional appropriation,
We gotta get.
because they all came out.
Yeah, county general today only approved 1.5 million instead.
This week.
Okay.
Getting this shit.
So that's a big effort.
Yeah,
But when I send them the information, they just see what's advertised, so they take it like you guys are gonna approve everything.
So, like,
Here's-
no big
here's-
deal.
so that
Here's,
three
here's
point
the reason
three
why I'm
would be
okay with
down
being
one
additional.
point four.
Because how easy is it when
Really?
it comes to budget to represent, like,
All
last year
that,
we requested
well,
3
then
million, you
that's
spent
easy
3
enough.
million, well, you need 3 million, here's the 3 million.
Honestly, it almost
So
looks
instead
like
of
even-
that one time coming in for an additional appropriation, they baked it in their budget, that every year they're gonna spend that.
Is that one?
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
I'm gonna do this
So,
year.
uh,
Plan ahead.
Is it possible for us to bump everything to 1:15 so people have 45 minutes for lunch?
Like, they're coming in here.
Well, we've got Dennis and
Someone did lunch with him.
Saying that, well.
You guys want to lunch?
Sorry, I was listening to 3 conversations.
I'm heading to the house.
so we're scheduled to be back at 1 o'clock.
We just.
And
gave
Joyce
it
is
in.
here for 1:30.
If that
You know what?
didn't change,
None of those budgets changed.
there's no reason to even have to come.
Okay.
They're the exact.
I think Chris wanted to come because it's his first time.
Budget's the exact same.
He wanted to kind
It's big budget.
of see what it was like. and-
That's why I'm okay with it being additional, so it makes sense.
Like that too. I mean, if it's, if the
Yeah,
budget's the same.
I'll get him in here about.
You can do the same thing with Joyce if you don't mind.
Yeah,
It's in mine.
but if they do an extra $400,000.
So when do you want us back?
That's
Hang
what I was
on,
gonna
let me
ask.
call them.
We've got it all lined down. Should be in budget.
When I first started, that was 22 and it was like, and that was, we were just feeling the effects of the lists that were passed in 2018. So it took, because it's a year catch up before they started to loosen some funds, because we were $1 million underfunded on healthcare when I first got, because we hadn't felt the effects of the lits and over the
Glad
next
you
3
got that
years.
straightened out.
I didn't do it. I had nothing to do. I'm saying they passed it. It took a couple years. Took a couple years before those coffers got replenished, to get back up.
Because when we did the 2018 budget, we did it with, prior to having the lit receipt. So that 2018 budget was
Out of whack.
ugly. People-
And she started laughing, then I started laughing. Yeah,
Different
he knew what
So-
Dana.
The EMS lit is currently just getting distributed. We're not requiring any payroll receipts or anything yet. Is Jason going to
It's
get?
up to Jason. I think he said he was working.
Yeah, I just,
They're not in.
I don't know. They're already at lunch. Wait, can we make a call for how long we're breaking before you go to the bathroom or not?
Get her down.
She's figuring it out.
1:15?
Sorry.
Well, let's wait. I'm gonna go back.
You say 30?
30. On the wheels.
Hey, Joyce has come.
They open on Mondays?
We need to come to budget.
They might not be open on Monday.
Running behind, so we're trying to eliminate people that did not change. I already did this morning in the meeting. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Bye. Joyce doesn't need to come. I don't think Denny needs to come either. He'll just come here and nobody be here, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can run up and find him. Usually he doesn't leave.
Maybe Dennis can call him and see if.
Just tell us. He's close, he can stop down.
I don't have a cell phone.
Dennis Kraus? I do. Let me tell him to stop, come down for.
Yeah, yeah, and then you guys can take an hour if you want.
All right.
It's up to you.
Let's take an hour,
Well, let's find out if we can do that. I'm gonna leave that run. Like I said, don't get that. I think they. That's why I told you, don't think that I had 4% done because I knew. They will wait. What time's Chris gonna be here?
He's set for,
But we can do mine, we can go live.
yeah. Chris is set for 2.
Let me see what they say.
Thank you, sir.
He said.
He's good. Okay. Call my office.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, if yours didn't change, so you don't have to come. We both enjoy Thursday didn't change. So, we're good. Cause we're running late. You really not confident. Cause we're running out. Right.
Where you at on that? Well, it was usually the week before paragraph. Terry, how you doing? Every year.
You could. Yeah, I had lunch for Sue, it's her birthday, so I think it's about.
That's nice.
I don't know if I ate too much or too fast, Jimmy. I got a stomach ache now.
It's gonna only get worse.
Do you think that, our conversation about having that somebody's on the agenda, they need to be here to present? I'm thinking like juvenile for sure, like. Lee's going up, she doesn't know everything that's going on, that guy should have been here. In my opinion.
Yeah,
You ever been cold draft for lunch?
No, I'll wait till afterward. I just actually bought a new one, Thursday after work, so it's brand new one in the garage.
There you go.
Let's see.
We hit that just right. We were a minute early.
Yeah. So Kraus and I don't think Joyce are gonna come. Hopefully Chris is coming early, but otherwise we can just work on some other stuff.
I just want 2 or 3 more of those cookies.
What,
Tasty.
what cookies?
We had some Parkside cookies for lunch.
That where you had, is that where you ate lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay. What's that? Oh, half?
That's terrible. Ladies.
Up here?
Get that deal is, those that must have got it all.
Oh, is that
I
what?
know a lady that had that one time. Actually, she lived up there across from your mom there somewhere. What the heck was her name? It was,
Isa Southern?
no, up the way a little bit more towards, up towards, the firehouse on the other side of the road.
Judy Belmore.
Judy, yep.
Yep.
Was it in his forehead or in his nose?
Nose, I think, and I think they cut that to try to get that to heal down there.
So they took the skin here?
I think so.
Made it like a,
Yeah, maybe a flap or something.
man, it looks terrible.
Ooh. Time to bring out the big packets.
Good thing he wasn't very pretty in the first place.
That's what I told him.
With friends like you guys.
We probably agree with them.
Did he just get married or is he getting married?
I don't know if he's getting married. I know he's, that Jane's his girlfriend. I didn't hear if he is. Maybe he is. He just retired.
Yeah, I do that.
Crazy.
You don't want that one, I switched it out with one.
This one?
It's a sinker.
They're all sinkers.
Well, if the commissioners would present a budget that made sense, you could get some new chairs.
These chairs are nice.
The one you're sitting in, not these.
Oh,
That's what we're talking about. But those are new.
I was to say, this is a different,
They're new.
oh, very nice.
Especially that.
You want them on? I never know which one's for which.
Hello, Miss Kim.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Wonderful, waiting on Mr. Right. You fun, maybe? Are you gonna make sure that, I wouldn't worry about it. I can't read it. Is that a Samsung behind you?
Is that what?
The TV?
Well, front of us.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
good.
Alright. So what?
That one. This one's on.
I wouldn't worry about that.
I'm gonna make you feel old for a second.
Yeah.
That's my daughter.
Where they at?
We were at Gulf Shores.
Yeah, I'll show you, maybe.
Mhm.
Oh. Hey, who's that?
See, Connie, resident IT expert.
He drives for Todd's wrecker service.
Okay.
I know more than I'm.
Probably seen him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
Come down, I'll make you. I think I'm
Andy's
really
the
old.
expert.
I know you're really old.
Him and Mike Perlberg.
Oh, quit.
Pretty darn good on it. Our Will's, cause he's
Yeah.
always in here with
Adorable.
redevelopment, everybody that comes in to PowerPoint.
Adorable.
Yeah, she gets
She,
me all
she right there, doesn't she?
My other one told, well, we knew, but
What do you
they're
want?
having a girl too, about 6 months.
Yeah.
I said, keep them coming.
Anybody else want water?
No.
Yeah,
Good, thank you.
absolutely. I put in an order with mine already. When they get married, I want a blonde hair, blue eyed grandchild.
You do.
Yes, I do.
You need me, Kim.
I just need you to sign right there.
There you go. Glenn Wright or Glenn D?
I don't care. I know it's you either way.
Goddamn right.
You. I'm gonna stab you.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Which one, what are we working on first?
Well, the next one is appearing is 911, but that's not scheduled till 2.
Are
So
we gonna look over?
we can look over ours and Connie's and some others. Everyone. Until Connie comes back.
Place, the whole thing?
Yeah.
It was.
Yep. Bill special. What was it? Fruit. That's your favorite down there. Kids, huh? Don't any, it's hard for me to go in there and not get it. Had good sauerkraut on there. A little bit of bite to it.
It's, we found a place. Great spot of the water. That's where we got
Thank you,
married.
Connie.
You're welcome.
We're talking.
You look
Appreciate
that breath.
That one?
Which lake?
This is Norris. It's a good little weekend getaway, much needed.
Was it last weekend or the weekend before?
I just got back last night.
I'll say they had that Malibu weekend down there
Oh, yeah?
a couple weeks ago.
Where'd you go, Tim?
Down to Norris, just for the weekend getaway. I was
Yeah.
in Michigan with Booney all last week. We got a new dozer up there and he was pushing on our new beginner area. And then got back. I got back late Wednesday night and worked Thursday and then the weekend trip.
So he's up in West Virginia.
He's back and forth. Well, that was Michigan.
Oh, Michigan.
Yeah.
Doesn't sing.
Yep.
Huh. So how's that one working out? Pretty good so far?
A lot of work to be done. We'll
Is
find
it?
out. We haven't been open for the season yet, but lots of changes gonna be happening for sure.
Yeah.
Are you gonna have to travel a bunch?
Yeah, I've been up there 4 weeks so far this summer, but
Is it cooler up there than it is
No.
here? No?
maybe a degree or two, but not, when I was up there last week, it was every bit as hot up there as it was down here.
How their
Dew point was like 72 or it
Huh?
was stupid hot,
their runs compared to ours as far as
much smaller. Like Perfect's is 400 vertical feet. That place is like 250.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but West Virginia's 1,000. So everybody thinks Michigan has good skiing. In college, I brought some, but the lieutenant governor, he wanted to go skiing. And he's like, well, we're gonna go to Michigan. I'm like, why don't you come to Perfect North? He's like, we can't go skiing in Indiana. We gotta go skiing in Michigan. And he took me to a place up there. I'm like, this place is so tiny. Where's Perfect North looks, man?
Exactly.
And we've got a commissioners meeting for Sunday morning. We can check this stuff.
So while Leah's waiting for that to load, we can look at the council budget. There's really no change, except that Leah put a placeholder in there in case we can give raises for 2, 3, or 4%. So this is up to up to 4%, so. that
Location
take-
11.
That's location 11, yes. So that's county council's budget. Everything's the same except for the placeholder. We would take the 2,000 out of that and put it into the 1217. Is everyone okay with moving that 2,000 out of county general? It saves county general a little bit. Start chipping away at it.
The travel and mileage.
Yeah,
What's the 1217 fund?
that's the fund that Joyce has that we can use for training.
Okay.
It
Yep.
used to be,
Elected officials, county elected officials.
yeah, a few years ago, they expanded who all qualified for that, and now council is one that
You wanna
qualifies.
check up to 8,000 then?
I definitely want to move it out of county general.
If you've got 6,000 in it, you wanna just make it 8,000 then?
On council?
On the 1217, see the line?
Very back page.
Well, it says on that also 6,000 in fund 1217.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Yeah. So we can zero this one out, and save us a little bit in county general.
You have a full chart. This is, you want me to put that one?
And we can wait, and we can wait till y'all are up.
So. Do I have it plugged in the right thing? Wire is coming up. Well, I might have it plugged in the telephone, you know. They're all the same. I do, I think. Okay, try it.
What are we gonna do with you?
Tim, you wanna eat your words again about the IT? Try it now.
Still the most savvy in the room.
Here, now my glasses on, I couldn't tell. They both have the same. Nailed. Sorry, Nick, I think that was it. I plugged it in, so- Are you plugged in? Go get over. I think it might, yeah.
Need help, Connie?
I don't have to take this room. now.
Here, what do you need here?
Okay, Leah, you're plugged in. These, see how these plugs are all around there?
Oh, what a pain.
Better.
Mark, what are they doing down on US 50 down there between Roar and Top of Crester Hill?
Oh, they're putting on a new curb in the middle of the road and gonna mill and pave it all.
What's taking them so long, you know?
Well, they had a bunch of, I think the state messed up on some engineering or some grades or something. Yeah. So, but it's there was a lot of concrete stuff that had to be excavated out, and then they're pouring all new curb up the middle of there.
I've seen that.
Yeah. So it's,
I'll tell you about it, been out the other day and it's not getting finished this year.
yeah.
I figured it'd be next year.
He said they're planning to finish the westbound lanes and then open both sides back up for winter and then finish the eastbound lanes.
Yeah.
He told me they'd be closing route, or not closing, but going down to one lane again on Route 1 for more slip repair.
And, 46 is gonna open for the winter and then they're gonna close again.
Yeah, and it's gonna open again, they're gonna close it for the 52 project.
Oh, a year ago, they had 350 shut down. From Morse Hill down, doing the culverts, and then they turn around and shut it down again. to do-
Yeah. Bridge.
Well, they didn't even do a bridge.
Oh,
It wasn't, the plate piece they did probably wasn't 100 yards, Tim.
Yep.
Shut it down.
So
for
we're just
2
gonna
weeks.
move that 2,000 out of county general on the county council's budget, location 17. I'm sorry, location 11, 32300. Travel and mileage, taking the 2,000 out of county general and adding it to 1217, because it can hold it. And then the rest is all the same.
and we'll come back to the salary line item.
Oh, yeah, we don't know how that's gonna work out at all. And then the benevolent fund, which is on the next page, Fund 1191, that's riverboat money for different organizations in the area that we've funded over the years to help them with their mission. We added the adult center, I think, a year or two ago.
Or any of these folks, I know the Lifetime Resources girl always wants to come present, but. Got a girl.
We got,
They each sent.
yeah, we got a letter from Safe Passage.
I gave that to you.
Yeah. And they were thanking us and appreciate their donation. The Children's Advocacy Center, the same thing, how much it helps with their services. If anyone wants to see the letters, I'll be glad to pass them along. So that's essentially our county council's budget. The county election fund, that's on, Leo, that's on that next page, where the seminars and conferences go from 6,000 to 8,000. Well, Chris, you're just in time. We can take care of you right now.
Special treatment, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
What location?
What number is he?
He is 29. Are you 29? Location 29. Keep hitting this microphone thing. I said to spread out. Okay, so basically we'll be looking at where your changes are. And anything else you want us to know about?
Compared to last year's budget, there's not really too many changes. Actually, I didn't raise anything. Everything's staying about the same. If you look at it, our payroll's down a little bit, and that's mainly due to our matrix. We lost some of our senior dispatchers, so we're starting from the bottom again with our matrix raises and everything.
Do you have any vacancies or are you fully
I have
staffed?
3 vacancies right now.
You filling that with overtime now?
Yes. I got one that's really hitting up the overtime fairly well, and then I also have a couple part-timers as well to help cover the vacancies.
How'd you find the part-timers?
They are actually past employees that cut down to part-time. One of them cut down and he became the director at Ripley County. The other one, she just recently had a baby and cut down to part-time.
So like the difference in Warner, that's because of matrix.
Yes.
Can I ask your personal take on Pulse Point?
Uh,
So I don't know if this is the right arena to ask that question or not, but.
yeah, so it was originally funded when we first got it, the hospital funded it. Up until, what was it, last year, they decided they weren't gonna fund it anymore. They kind of dropped all the counties that they were funding. They didn't see as necessarily beneficial. The cost of it and then what it really funded was the true purpose of Pulse Point is in a cardiac event to notify responders or anybody that has the app that knows how to do CPR. To let them know that there's somebody needing cardiac resuscitation. And that's what it was a pure intendance was for. A lot of people nowadays use it for basically just to see what was going on in the county. Myself and the 911 board, we kind of talked about it and didn't see it necessarily justifiable to spend the money on that just so the county could see what was going on.
So what are people on Facebook gonna talk about?
I know.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So me personally, I didn't see it justifiable to spend that money for, just so everybody could kind of see what was going on.
Is it like 8,000 or something like that? I forget
Yeah,
what the
I think
number was.
that's roughly what it was.
That's what I told people. I thought the answer was it wasn't being used for its intended purpose and. Oh,
And we utilize I am responding is a big thing that we pay for all of our first responders in the county, kind of notify them. To me, that's more of a justifiable option versus Pulse Point. Spending the money.
great.
Have you talked to any of your counterparts in other counties regarding the 911 fund? And asking their legislators to advocate for an increase in that?
I haven't, but we've talked about it before, that it's a
It's
necessity.
gonna take, the treasurer, as I left the meeting, I came away with the idea that he is only going to move the needle if there's pressure.
Mhm.
So unless, like, we talked to other of our counterparts and you talked to some of your counterparts and there could potentially be a change.
So some aren't worried about it because I know like Ohio County, they have the safety lit
Peace
to
out.
help,
Yeah.
that helps fund their PSAP.
Yeah.
And some centers have that and then some don't. I think the ones that don't, they focus on that being an issue.
How long have these vacant positions been vacant, Chris?
Two of them are additional positions. We've always had some in training, but they've never passed through the training process to actually fulfill the positions. The third one has been open since Maddie, she cut down to part-time, which would have been the first of this year.
And do you think that's a long term or do you think once? Do you think, you said she recently had a child. I didn't know if at some point she's looking to come back.
I think she'll come back. I tried to get her to stay full-time, but it's hard with a baby.
Yep.
So do you have any ideas on why you're not getting any, feelers or anyone wanting to?
Not necessarily getting good applicants. It's a tough job to do. Nobody necessarily wants to do public safety anymore. I think that's a big factor. And then they come in thinking that they can do the job, not realizing exactly what all it takes. That weeds out a lot of them.
Right, hours.
Actually, I think the hours, a lot of people like the hours. Because having the rotation schedule like they do, a lot of them like it. Night shift can be an issue for some of them, but we're upfront with them that you're gonna start out on night shift and probably gonna be there for a little while.
Y'all work 12 hours?
Yeah, 12 hours. We do just like the sheriff's department does. The only difference is we do 8-hour days on Sundays.
Are other counties having trouble recruiting for 911?
Yeah. Everywhere it's a shortfall. Nobody necessarily wants to do the career. Again, it's a tough position to do. We don't get, I'm hoping to get a lot of pull from other agencies. But a lot of people get comfortable where they're at and don't necessarily want to do the change.
Yeah.
The guy hired in our office.
Oh, did he? Did he take a pay cut to go to your office or? Because it was too stressful? Of course, you could get on Dateline too.
Yeah.
Wait till Connie gets done with it.
Yeah.
He'll be crawling back to you, sis.
Be begging.
I don't know, does anyone else have any questions for Chris?
It feels like we were going through I think we replaced our consoles. We maybe replaced some radios. Do you have like the big 4 expenses lined out and are we kind of on a rotation with those so we don't get hit?
I don't see anything here within the next couple of years. I would say probably in about 3 years or so, we'll probably look at phones. A big reason for that is our vendor right now for phones. They sold them to another company and they are switching from on-site equipment to all cloud-based. I'm not necessarily for that because it takes everything that you have away from you, giving you control. So, and our phone provider that kind of services everything in digital, they're kind of on the same board. They're not crazy about it as well. So that would probably be within probably the next 3 to 4 years.
So how much would that, do you have any idea roughly what that amount would be?
Not off the top of my head, I can get it for you.
Okay, it's one of those things that, my example for this is, when a previous clerk knew that our election equipment would have to be upgraded within a certain amount of time. He gave us at least 2, maybe 3 years lead time. So we were able to devote riverboat money. Like every year we put so much in to where when that year came up, we would have it sitting there. And unfortunately, when Jared needed new consoles, we get a bill for like $800,000. Like, I mean, sticker shock. So anytime that you know that something, you have to have the equipment that you need.
Absolutely.
But if we can have some idea that this is coming up in, 2 years or whatever, it certainly helps us being able to provide that for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
We can always hopefully really work together well for those kinds of things. I would like to say that I think the Rave Smart 911 is a good thing.
It definitely helps out a lot too, especially if somebody can't talk to us, allows us to gain access to that information. It's very useful. And then
Just because of their caller ID, you can tell where they are and
stuff. So it reads the Rave and the Smart 911, it reads their phone number, and it'll give us, if they have a profile, allows us to see it, gain all their medical information, whatever they put in that allows us to see it only when they call. The Rave alerts too allows us to pinpoint their location a lot better. A perfect example, say you get a call on the interstate, it updates every 3 to 5 seconds. You can see exactly where that person is on the interstate and which direction that they're going. So it helps, the accuracy of the caller helps us find them a lot easier.
So is everyone familiar with the Rave or the Smart 911?
I came home one afternoon and there's a Mooresville town cop there at my house, my pole barn. I went down there and asked him, I said, what are you up to? And he said, well, we had a 911 emergency call from a half mile behind your house. And they pinpointed it that close. Where that call actually came from. It surprised me.
Yep.
Who was it? It was made the call. They never did find it.
Yeah, we can pinpoint it pretty accurately. Say on your property, if you're out in your barn and call, we can say, boom, they're in this building right here.
And Dearborn County has the ability for texting.
Yep, we can text the
I
whole.
think
the
Ohio
whole
is just
state.
kind of looking at doing.
Yeah. Indiana was one of the very first states to do text from 911. We were the very first statewide to do it, and then we were one of the top 5 to go completely to and from 911.
That's awesome. Because if someone's in a place where they really can't talk.
Yep.
Then it gives them that security about that. I think a lot of people aren't aware of it, but it's a good service.
Absolutely.
Does anyone have any questions or anything else they need from Chris? Then I guess we're good. But like I said, if it's a two-way street, if you'll help us to
Absolutely.
help you, then we can work together.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Painless first budget. Good.
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you.
Now you take a deep breath. Yeah. Walk out the door.
That was the last scheduled one for today.
Really?
The last scheduled one to appear. We can look at location 7, but let's
Do surveyor reporter.
yes, I was just thinking, let's look at location 7 and then we'll look at reporter. Okay, so Dennis has absolutely no changes in his county general. But that said, with MS4, he may be coming for additionals from time to time. But his
Got no changes in anything,
county general didn't change,
nothing.
perpetuation didn't change.
See you guys in November.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you pay for that? Yeah, can you pay for that out of?
No, it's, since.
How come there's a difference in first deputy and then a beaker?
He gets an additional out of that other
He
fund.
gets it from Connie also, doesn't he?
Yeah, we better keep them.
Yeah, he gets some money out of corner perpetuation. Can he buy that copier out of that?
Maybe a portion. She was just saying, you know how you cut juvenile down? And she advertised that all, you could give him money out of county general.
Well, even the washer and dryer you guys approved, I put it in cube cap. It's just zeroed out from the budget, I think that his copier and he wants.
Oh, did he?
And he said he just got an announcement.
Okay.
Let me call
Did you know how much?
him. I can't see. Just fill out.
And you can add that to his, what's that, county general? Or-
That may be one most additional.
Yeah.
We've already done this.
You can do that today. Okay, so while Connie's, are you gonna call him, Connie, or just? Okay. Is everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the other thing we need to do is was it the clerk?
Recorder.
Oh, the recorder. Let's
He's
take them back.
right ahead of him.
Huh?
05. He's the same too.
It's probably one reason they didn't need to come.
So what's kicking this up $3 million? Is there some big?
Well, there's a, what, 500,000 in county general, for the raises. And then I think Todd has,
That was, I think it was 350.
was it 3 something?
In our budget?
Yeah.
It's 315.
Was it 3?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, then.
said
Juvenile
4,500,
has
so-
2 new, positions. And it also has part-time going from 30,000 to 100,000. There's a bunch of them, there's probably at least 300,000 or so in the juvenile center. I think there's some in Todd's, either Todd's or Tim's.
Ken kids.
Well, usually is cheap. Budget changes.
So it's 4,300.
Okay. So that was location 7, so
That's what I was saying. Tim, I didn't see 3 million in her changes. Maybe it is.
how much did you say was not on?
He did go up 1.1 million in county general for. Tim did. Well, that's. What is that, blacktop?
Yeah.
Asphalt. How much was that copy?
4,300. It was 4,250, but we rounded it up.
So I'm planning and zoning, did you take their colas down?
I did not, because
Are we done with recorder? Sorry, we're bouncing around a little bit.
Yeah, we are bouncing around a whole lot. I think we are, location 5, is everyone done? with
Yeah.
location 5?
Yeah.
Did you see anything on location 5 that we missed, Leah? Huh? Okay.
No, it's.
So we're trying to figure out where that huge number that Susan alluded to is coming from, the huge jump.
There's the extra prosecutor, that's quite a bit. And there's legal planners, quite a bit.
Yes. About 500, a little over 500 in the prosecutors.
Yeah.
Highway. They took the two minutes from 400,000 to 1.5 million.
Always location 51.
I was talking about community crossings, so they took community crossings from 1 million to 750, but then it's all 2 and it's not. It's not 1 million.
So we're all, if we want to all be on the same page, do we want to look at highway first before we deal with them on, I think Wednesdays when they come?
Most everybody's.
Y'all want to look at highway first, like just to get a feeling for it? In location 51 is his first budget. And that's county general, that's essentially riverboat money that's devoted to highway. He went from, last year's budget was 2.7, and this year he's asking for 3.5. Like Leah said, bituminous went from 400,000 to 1.5 million. And then community crossings, he did reduce that, but as I understand it, it's only 20% is what we have to match.
My philosophical position is, I'm glad Senator Maxwell helped with that verbiage and bumping it from 50 to 55, so we don't have to do 100% match, but as long as we are financially in a position to do so, I'd like to keep funding it as if we had to do the 50% match. And I mean, we're clearly prioritizing roads and bridges. We've been doing that and everything that we've done, but I think we want to continue to send the message that as long as we're healthy, we continue to match at that level if we can.
Well, the only thing that I see is that if we're matching at 20%, if the state were to do as much as $3 million, which is unlikely, I think the most they're going to do for community crossings, and I have no inside information, it's just my gut. I think the most they're going to do in the next call is a $2 million. So then the match would only be 400,000. If they did 3 million, again, the match is 600,000. So why would you budget 700?
Well, I guess, yeah. It can't be in the community crossings line item, but I guess I'm saying keep throwing that same amount of money, applying that same amount of money to roads. And, you know, I mean, that this, as if we did have to do a full match.
Well, what I would do is I would take that difference, which is only $150,000 in the overall scheme of big numbers like highway is. I mean, if you take the bituminous from last year at 400,000 and put that 150 toward bituminous, I mean, that certainly would knock that 1.5 million down. I mean, to me, basically, until we have more solid numbers here, we're not doing so well for 26. I mean, what Susan gave us today, which hopefully will change to our favor, especially the lit. I don't know for sure, but I don't think the property taxes is likely to go in our direction in a favorable way. I think there's more potential that the lit, which we do have a certified shares bucket, which is county general. So there's a potential of additional monies because she had it flat. So to me, that's the only place where I see us being logically able to hope that there's going to be an increase in not, I mean, she's showing a decrease.
It definitely shows a deficit for 26. Right?
So we're digging out of a pretty steep hole. I mean, even if you were to stay even with last year, you're way behind. You'd have to put a whole bunch of riverboat just to stay even with 25.
Is that the justification though for going from 400 to 1.5 is because of the slip? He thinks it's gonna be less community crossings money per pavement?
Well, we can ask him that when he comes here, but I just want to kind of flag this. I just feel like I know that bridges are expensive and I know we've got a lot of slips and we've got a lot of roads that still need work and yada, yada. But there's also limits to how much we can, I feel that I would feel comfortable with. I mean, you don't want to budget yourself down to where you just have pennies in the bank.
Sure.
We won't know anything about, well, during this whole week. I don't think we're gonna have any additional hard numbers from the state on lip or anything else. So we're kind of flying blind. But if I were to be optimistic about anything, it would be potentially on the certified shares, but not by more than like maybe $300,000 or so. From 24 to 25, certified shares went up about $600,000. And she shows it flat from 25 to 26. So if it went up by 600,000 again, then there's 600,000 of additional monies, but a loss of 800,000 from property taxes. So you're still in the negative for 200. So I have a hard time with doing highway for $1.5 million in bituminous. I would almost rather do a March meeting. We have, like, he can't pave in the winter time anyway. I mean, 26 will start in January. They can't do any of that kind of work. So we could have a March meeting, and if he knows that he's got this, and this, and we decide that, okay, we need to have this money in place so that you can get it done as soon as the weather breaks. I'd rather meet in March and have a better feel for where we actually are than.
I think Jonathan, his deal is he wants to get his bids and everything. I mean, first come, first serve out there with him. You would know that, no?
We'll get her done one way or the other.
I didn't know if, like blacktop is a hot commodity.
The one thing that I would say about county general, where Susan shows us that having a balance after all this is said and done, that's pre-budget cuts and changes because of what we did this morning. She shows us as having an ending balance of $11,391,000. Keep in mind that 5.8 million of that is from High Point Health. That's not anything that the county generated from taxpayers. That's hospital money that has never been moved from county general into rainy day. So it's artificially, to me, it's artificially high. You can add back in that 1.4 from Davison. Well,
Yeah.
but we did that out of county general, so but that was advertised in this.
Yeah, but she said she included it in that
Right,
number.
right.
Yeah, but you got like.
So instead of cutting we
you
really
could be adding in about 3 million more back into whatever came out of the bituminous would go back into this general number. You know, not more, but.
even if you doubled that number, you're saving 700,000 on Todd's a request of 1.5.
So Leah, on paperwork from Baker Tilly, on page 5, total operating disbursements, how would you change that?
Could that 5.7 where it's under additionals?
Mhm.
Would really only be probably 2.
It's only 2?
Yeah, because she had just had my figures on everything that's advertised,
Yeah.
so.
Right.
So if you advertise it out of 2 funds, she put it in 2 funds.
Yeah.
So
We
that
didn't spend it out of that fund, right?
No, you did not.
Earlier this year, I think it was less than 100 grand, you guys. had taken out of general.
3914 instead of
This year, it's 125, so. It'd be less than 2 million now.
So the line 50 would be more like 16 million. Is that right? Like 16.8, say. And therefore that 11 million is actually closer to 13.3 without changing anything else. And that's with as budgets are submitted without any changes.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like you think that the bituminous he's got out of county general, which is essentially riverboat money that we are putting into highway, correct? I mean, if you, because we give him so much money out of that small riverboat fund, so that's where this is, most of this is coming from. I mean, it's from all county general, but I mean, that's where I kind of compartmentalize what we're doing, right? And that's from the state.
They asked for the move.
He's got, crossings money, like a lot of it sits in 25 that he's been carrying forward. Years past as well. But I don't know how they're, like, if he has to have it in a previous year for your end, or I don't know how that actually.
Well,
Done that in the second time, right?
You can encumber it because that's something there. He's always got something in the works.
I show that what he expected to do with community crossings in 25 was East Law 3, West and East Law 3, Soap Hill, and St. Peter's.
That's all going right now.
Is being paved now.
Well, either done or getting done.
It is in process.
Mhm.
So that money is probably already out the door to pay for this.
They moved money, like, because it's 50-50 now, the state sent us like 985,000, I've moved 985,000 over already, and there's still 1 point. I'm trying to get this to come out, I'm thinking there's 1.6 million. Still sitting there in community crossings.
How can that be?
Was it because we didn't do Salt Fork and we switched over?
No, because he changed the roads. He was previously gonna do Salt Fork in
Right.
25.
Right.
So because of the detour, he changed it from Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge to East Law 3, West and East Law 3, Soap Hill, St. Pete's. That's what he's requested for 25.
Gotcha.
And then for 26, he's going to request from community crossings, the funding for Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge. From community crossings. And if our match is 20%, if the state does 3 million, which they've only done once before, they only did 2 for the longest. If they do 3 million, 20% of that is $600,000. If he's sitting on 1.6.
If the numbers are equal to the cut they made, that's what it would be, is 2 million instead of 3 million, because it went from 150 to 100 million, so it's 2/3 of what it was before.
And I think that's how they made that second pot.
Looking at the highway department, the second page there, Fund 127, looks like he's got supplemental salaries in there. You did that?
It's a placeholder for. Hold on.
You did that, never all of them.
Only the ones that weren't. It wouldn't have been advertised high enough to do anything in it.
I got you. So this total bottom line has a COLA in it already.
Where are you?
Well, I was on the second page, location 127 from the highway department.
That's the 48,000.
Yeah, and so Leo was saying she put that supplemental salaries line in every budget. So there's, instead of, I thought historically we always asked them to leave it at zero so we can add it on the end, but Leo's saying she put a line item in there so it'd be in the budget.
Right.
So this overall budget at the bottom of the highway page of the 25 million versus 23, which was last year, that's already got the COLA in it of 4%.
Did that.
That's only 48,000 of it, right? 48,000.
Well, no, of that line, no, this 25 million is the overall, this is the last page.
No, I got you.
Yeah, that's with everyone getting their COLAs.
I did
That
not,
25 million.
You put it in our budget too, didn't you?
Yeah.
that yours is for every county's general payment.
Yeah.
But like if somebody like planning and zoning put in 3%, I took it back down to 25 somehow and.
Put a placeholder for, but you put a placeholder for 4%.
Yes, just in case. I can go for.
Well. Yeah, we need to see. If Tim has something in mind for this bituminous fund or.
Yeah.
If he's just putting it there because in the 2000, that category, he can move the money around, he can move from bituminous, gasoline or whatever.
Just that's like all thing. Since the community crossing goes into. It.
You're talking about what, 51, right?
Yes, in county general. Yeah, right now, I finally have to come up, there's still 1.64 million sitting in community crossings after I've already moved the 1.3 million for 25's project. So I don't know what.
Was that just for the thing of getting something back?
Can you go, answer his question first. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, I didn't know if that was just because we got the state's part back and the timing just happened to be
No,
like.
the state, when I get the state's portion, they wanna see it separate, so I receive it somewhere else, and then I just move our half in there with theirs, so it's.
So it doesn't even hit this fund.
Can you tell the history of, because community crossings is only what, 5 years old or something? Can you tell, like,
Started with
is it that
Holcomb. Holcomb started it when he became in office.
year one? Really? Okay, I didn't realize.
For money like every year. Because you guys budgeted $1 million for 25, he carried forward 2 million from last year into this year.
From community crossings?
For that, yeah, he moved money around and carried.
So what you're saying is the 1.64 that's sitting there is actually county general monies that was match monies. So this is county money.
And every year I have moved exactly what the state has said, so the projects are getting done and we move money.
Sometimes the project can be 900, our share can be 963,000 or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So he's carrying forward, I mean, I wonder how many years it took him to get up to 1.6.
How do we not know?
I mean,
this?
over 8 years.
To 25.
So 200,000 times 8 years would be 1.6 million.
Yeah. I don't think you're allowed to do that with that.
Oh, no, we're talking about county money.
Oh, county.
No, the state would grab it back.
But we're putting it in that line item. to
And
use
he's not, whatever we over budgeted, he's not putting it back in county general. He's
carrying.
I see what. you're
keeping it in that little.
He's got it in it. He's calling it community crossing, but it's really not community
But
crossing.
he can't access that, can he, without,
I don't let him use the community crossings unless sometimes in the state, with our split.
What's
But
the,
he can move money, like, because last year he moved money into that fund at the end of the year.
from what?
You transfer.
what location is that?
51.
The community crossings portion is?
It's down.
Oh, I
the
see.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
3-2.
Yep.
3-9.
got it.
So in 25, he expended like 1,357. The year before that, 937. So I guess if you put 63,000 more from one year and 180,000 from a different year and whatever.
Yeah.
You can, over a period of time, accumulate 1.64 million, but he's not able to get that out of that box that Leah.
But we
keeps.
cannot fund it this year and then we can use that, right? If he's requesting 750,000 for this year, can we not fund that and let burn up that?
Cause there's no way you'll use that much in a match anyway, right?
What would it take for us, I mean, for clean accounting, what would it take for us to zero out that account? Leave a community crossings in the budget, so there's a placeholder and we're budgeting so much. But release that money back into county general, because that's where it came from. It doesn't take like no ordinance or whatever. We're telling the county engineer that the auditor's office is going to, whatever fund you got that in, is going to zero it out. And we're going to start afresh. And for 26, we're going to approve 600 or 750,000. I think 600 is enough.
Well, 600,000 would get you to 3 million on the match.
That's what I'm saying. If we got a 20% match,
Right.
if the state does as much as 3 million, which is unlikely, if the state does as much as 3 million, our match is only 600,000.
The most you're gonna probably need 400,000.
Exactly. And that's why I've got 20%, 400,000 question.
Would be 2
600,000
million.
question mark.
Which would
So-
be 2/3 of what they've done in the past.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do 3 million. So and not every county, they're saying that community crossings, because they've lowered that for counties and for municipalities from 25 to 20%.
Yeah, I thought all the
That's
money
gonna be a
rolled
lot
back
more
to county
competitive.
general if it wasn't spent.
If you encumber it, it's not. And like I said, he's always got a project going on, so he could say, hey, I'm doing it for bridge something, then he might use something else.
I mean,
It just keeps rolling.
22 into 23, he carried forward $1 million. Like every year he's
How much?
$1 million.
Squirreling it away.
It is.
Yeah.
But he cannot get into that.
Unless we got the fund from.
No. What I'm saying, like, he cannot just tell Leah, I need you to transfer the money from here, from that to this other for this project. Or can he?
He would only within that general budget, which is Tim's. Tim would never tell me to put it in.
Or he'd have to get your permission.
Yeah. Cause it's Todd's bag.
I think we zero it out. I mean, I think for pure accounting purposes, it ought to be zeroed out.
That's not the true budget, it's just.
Well, I think it needs, I mean, I don't even care if they do a bridge with the $1.6 million. I don't really care about that.
We have 1.6 million.
Does that lady know about that money? The
He
county?
sees it as an encumbrance, so it's included in this encumbrances section.
She thinks it's money that's earmarked to be
Mhm.
spent.
And they have to take it like all that's gonna be spent, so.
That's another part of the reason why we have so much,
Right.
this,
So much of the clip.
yeah.
Well, what's the consensus here?
So you're saying. Basically for 26, budgeting 750,000,
I'm saying 600,000.
600,000, and take. 1.6 million and put it back in county general.
I think so.
So all he's got's, right now, he's got $1.6 million that hold.
Yeah.
For whatever he wants it for.
Because we've
No,
paid,
he cannot use it for community crossings projects.
we've paid for 25.
Yeah,
You only gonna need 400,000.
And we only have to put 20% in now.
Right.
So if it's a $2 million project, that's 400,000, right?
Well, if you're looking at 750,000, that'd give you. What? Almost $4 million.
The state's not gonna.
But you
do a-
can't get that much.
They're
That's
not
the
gonna,
problem.
they've never done more than 3 million. So 750, I don't know where he got that. I think he was thinking it was gonna be a 25% match, but it's 20. And let's just do a roll call. I mean,
Unofficial.
as far as zeroing that out. Zeroing it
Yeah,
out,
zero it out.
zeroing it out,
Yeah.
zeroing
agree.
it out.
Yeah.
So then we need to tell Mr. Listerman that we are zeroing out that
Oh,
account.
Know it.
Oh, he knows.
He knows it.
He knows. He's a squirrel.
Every year.
He's a squirrel. Not to say
He
bad.
doesn't, he doesn't.
I can tell you what the girls told me when I first went in.
Oh, come on.
Recorder's office. Leah knows it.
Yeah, this is live stream.
They said when he comes in here, don't let him stand right over top of us, and scratch himself all the time.
So I think that the consensus is to zero that fund.
To
out,
26
because
yeah.
We've paid
So
25.
what will that do for this year's, will that take that number down, this year's budget?
I just have one other question. For 25, you said we've already, it's in there.
Doesn't change the budget, it will change the coffers.
So he got like almost a $3 million, okay. So we're all in agreement that he needs to zero that out. And then for 26, community crossings match, which we may or may not get it because it's more competitive, and I hope and pray that we do it because it's a lot of money toward projects.
So
But I think we lower the 750 down to 600.
Liz is saying we take 750 to 6, so from the budget, it's only 150,000, but that 1.6 comes back into the coffers of the county, which increases that percentage that we have on hand.
Right, or you could leave 600,000 in there and then zero out the 750, and that brings your budget down by 750.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
That makes more sense.
What he said.
Leave the money leave 600,000 of the 1.6 million in there. Put $1 million back in a general fund and then X out the 750 in the budget.
I see what you're saying, but I really like just clearing out that account entirely.
Yeah.
Just zeroing it out, because to me, it's really clean. Leaving this, because it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, but I think from the way my mind works, I like zeroing out. If it were my personal account, that's what I would do. I would want that account closed and not have to keep rumbling in my mind, like, how did I get up with this number? It's like, so this is done. Now we're starting 26 afresh, and for 26, we need 600,000, hoping that we get the community crossings grant. I am just.
Like the other way, that way. I try to trick myself to make it look like I'm broke.
It's really easy for those of us who are broke. You don't have to trick yourself.
I trick myself.
I am flabbergasted that he was able to rat hole that much money. In 8 years, that's an average of 200,000 a year. Okay.
We gonna
So
leave the other one at
So-
25?
Is everyone in agreement that when he gets here, we tell him that we're changing the community crossing? I mean, 4 is probably plenty, but 6 is being hopeful.
Isn't this Tim's budget though?
Yeah.
It is Tim's, but Todd put the community, that way there wasn't two different. I made budgets.
So is everyone in agreement to change the community crossings grant from 750 to 600?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I think what you're talking about, I think Tim's is mainly the second page. Cause that's his employees, shop foreman, mechanics. Him and Mark probably knows it from being in business. You know, it's hard to find a $20 an hour qualified commercial truck driver.
So true.
We're lucky we found any, you know, at the rate that we're paying.
Staying on location 51, does anyone want to leave bituminous at 1.5 or bring it to last year's 400? Have we done additionals for bituminous this year? Well, we did that slip on Salt Fork. Is that out of county general?
But this has $0 expended so far for the year.
Yeah, but that's probably because it didn't have Pribble and Kaiser. Where do you find the money for that?
There ain't that much blacktop on Pribble.
No.
It was like 50 feet.
Who did that?
I don't know, but when I saw what it looked like after it was open, after how long it was closed, I was shocked.
Did you look over
Yeah.
sign to see if they did it?
NBA restricted.
Tim, do they put nails on Pribble at all, or do they just put asphalt?
No, I think they nailed it. I think that's part of the reason why I was closed for so long, but I was shocked it was like 50 feet worth of asphalt when you know. But the guardrails are still falling over most of the way down. I thought there was gonna be more guardrail repair and that kind of stuff, and it wasn't.
They just, they sometimes roads, they can't do much, but did you see Mount Pleasant, it's starting to fall apart.
Again?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they just did it.
Jeez.
I just think they're just terrible roads. I don't know what you can.
Well, it's your subsoil. I mean, you got, in the parent material, you got shale underneath there. And they always taught us that shale's like pages in a book and it just keep shearing off and sliding different directions and that's the reason like Mount Pleasant, Pribble.
That water.
Most of these roads are like that because
Mhm.
you put, if they're wet, you put compression on them. Out of slide.
So that nail is supposed to give it some
Oh,
addition.
sure, it keeps it from, sliding off.
It's a
But the
stop.
road is just, it just goes up and down, up and down.
It halts it at that point, but what's happening way underneath there, it's hard to tell.
Just like on 46, there's been a slip there ever since I started driving. 50 years ago.
Guy told me one time.
So when Henry Ford got you your first car?
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
When we had, when the blizzard came and the bridge wrapped around Markland Dam. And the river level was high. In order to get that barge off of that Markland Dam bridge, they lowered the river level. And they said all the subsoil underneath there is just like letting water out of your bathtub. It sucks all that subsoil material. And over a period of time, it keeps sinking and sinking and sinking. And that's where all that subsoil goes, is out in the river. You let the water out of your tub real quick, it just goes. And that's what it did.
So we have no hope.
Well, most of these soils around here, you don't.
Would it be easier if it was flat soil?
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
not necessarily, because then you got a water heaving problem.
Say Lower Hillsborough.
I don't even want to hear that road's name ever again.
They should take their money they have set aside for 911 fees and fix the road.
That top part been finished, there was not many people that on top.
I should have bought them out.
The bottom part now. That's bad.
I thought we had a bridge where we only had one person living on the other side.
We do.
Turkey Point or?
Red Bridge Road.
Yes, they say you have to do that.
That was the one that had
Yeah.
the shooting range beyond it though and everything, right?
With lead contamination in the hillside.
Yeah,
Cause that was the old gun club from
I remember
back
having,
in the 50s.
and that was like 1.3 or 1.4 to fix it.
They tried to sell it. You can't do it without lead remediation. It cost you more to have the lead remediated than it would the value of the property when it was done.
Well, so what do we want to do about this 1.5? We're gonna cut it for now, or we wait until we talk to Tim? Where do we land?
I land on cutting it because if.
Taking it back to the
if-
400?
Well, if you're saying that it's not gonna be a problem for him to get bituminous, is anyone in favor of having a March meeting if there's a sudden need for additional?
Oh, you're talking about
bituminous?
bituminous now, yeah.
I mean, am I right? Isn't it? You can asphalt, once the plants are open, it's pretty much endless supply, right? You don't have to pre-purchase.
I think they worry about trying to get the bids out and, cause they like to get it done during, when school's out. And that way they can get it under contract and all that, have it under contract, ready to go, yada, 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 but they generally don't start it till about the time school gets out, so it should be enough time, but I think the thinking is to get a better price in the winter time, but that's not necessarily true either, just.
So Tim says he's got some jobs he's gonna be doing this winter. As far as blacktopping.
This is for 26, so
I know, but
in January.
it kind of surprises me. He's got a $1.5 million budget. And here we are, the 1st of August, and we've only used 400,000.
No, we've used zero. 400 is the adopted amount.
Oh,
We
yeah.
spent zero.
And they got it in another spot too,
Yeah.
in a different, they got 400 some more thousand in a different spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the back.
That's almost two, you know,
Almost 3 million.
two.
Yeah, he's got 425,000 on the last page.
You think?
So he's got almost 2 million.
Well, so
But-
far, like as of June of this year, he only spent 101,000 of that. But last year he spent 424. Well, yeah.
Why don't we take it back down to the 400 level for now and then let him give us a pretty damn good reason why we need to adjust it.
I'm good with
Sounds
that.
good to me.
Well, he can just change the number again in a couple of days. It's not that hard.
Have you already done that? I mean, did you change it from one? Yeah, okay.
So that's the 400 and the community crossings is the 600.
Right. McCune Bridge, of course, we did Davidson, the last item on the bottom, location 125. So that 1.4 million comes out of his Cume Bridge budget, but his Cume Bridge budget cannot hold what he's got budgeted, even taking that out. Because it's still gonna be like 3.6 million. And that's where Susan shows that being a negative 3.5 million.
I think last year he needed a realistic budget, like it wasn't. Like that's.
Well, he's got York Ridge on there through 1.3 million. There's no.
Need to be backtracked all there, right?
Say.
I mean, didn't we just approve those appropriations this morning, right?
Which ones did we do this morning?
Davison Road and York Ridge.
Well, yeah, that one, Davidson comes
That's
out.
2.7
but I'm looking at the
million
next
here.
page. How many,
Yeah.
Leah, do you have that from this morning?
And we did the Harrison,
There was a couple.
we did the Harrison Brookville Road, that was 550,000. That's like 3.25 million or something.
Okay, so the first one he had was Ridge number 2, that was Houston Road for 160,000, that was mitigation. Then he has, small structure 624 and 625. So 624 can come out. Are you on that video, Fund 1135? So small structure 624. You would approve that today. But we approved 550,000. These got on here 624 and 625 on today's budget thing, but today we did 550,000 today.
And we
So
did,
329, let's do them one at a time. 32979 needs to come out. Okay, then the next one we did was York Ridge, that was 68. He doesn't have that on, yeah, he does. 68, so that 1.3 million comes out.
Did you guys find it?
Are we all on the same page?
Mhm.
We're on location, Fund 1135, Hume Bridge. So we took out on the first page Davidson Road, 1.4 million.
The separate sheet from the highway one.
What the location?
It's gonna be Fund 1135 on the top of your sheet.
Location 125.
All the way through after that.
So you took out the 1.4 through Davidson Road. We're taking out 550,000 for 32979, which is Harrison Brookville Road. Did you take that out? Yes. So then his next on the hip parade was
1.3 for York Ridge.
York Ridge, but is that on? Yeah, one. So you can take Leah, you can take the York Ridge out, the 1.3.
And under highway, we got 1.8 in here. That was for that Salt Fork Road slip.
See.
It's the, and that's
Yeah,
a meeting's restricted when.
That was done out of 4960.
that was on the highway.
I think we did that at 4916 East New England.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah. But today we did Salt Fork, but we did it at 4916. Then we did it at 4916.
Okay, but isn't that's the exact same amount of money, right?
But that's, he probably did Cribble and Kaiser and some other stuff with that.
Oh, okay.
He always needs to split their hair, because that's the budget right now, we have to split it 50-50 between 1176.
So taking those out, what do we have now? He had 5,042,000. So what is it now?
I'm still trying to think about this 1.8 billion. I mean, he already did those jobs, right?
Out of that money?
Yeah, but this is in the budget for 26, right?
There's always slips.
Okay,
There's always gonna be.
so we're just saying he's got that.
26, he'll have.
Just gonna leave it there. Okay.
So I'm just taking out the 1.4 here.
We're taking 1.4.
And then 550
And then the one.
and then
And then
1.3.
1.3.
Yeah. There's those.
And Leah's gonna give us a new number. The Cume Bridge is going down by quite a bit.
2.7, 3.220.
Don't beat her to the punch. Don't you say a word.
Sorry, less than 2 million.
Don't say a word. It's Leah's job.
Sorry, Leah.
He's Connie's employee, you leave her alone.
Give me a fun update, Leah.
Well,
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
Look, it even wrapped around my leg.
Hey, I'm going to be on your career.
Just leave me my candy.
no good deed goes unpunished, right?
It scared me a little bit. You and me both, I thought a snake bit me. Wanna plug it back in? You go. Oh, okay.
Is there a pineapple?
Yeah, those are the best.
Yeah, I love it. That was not wrapped though.
No,
That's
not
old.
right, that won't bother me.
Ain't scared.
Thanks, Tim.
Got cocaine or something.
What are you talking about? Wouldn't do that to you boys. Cyanide. What? Cume Bridge? One, towards the back. It was a separate fund, like 153 or something, or one.
One of the last sheets in your packet.
You want one of these? You good?
What amazes me on the bridge. 1.3 million to do York Bridge and 1.4 million for Davidson Road.
No,
I think
Leah's
put the
taking.
whole
it
new
out 'cause
structure
we've
in Davison, but that's
already-
like, that's awful small. I thought the same
So it's
thing.
coming out of the 26.
Well,
One of them's just a deck overlay though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Deck.
Yeah, York Bridge though is all the whole deck.
That's a big bridge.
Right.
Down to what?
1792.
There's 1.4 on Davidson.
I told Tim, I think Davison will come up under, and I think that Harrison Brookville Road will come over the 550,000.
Oh, yeah. 550,000.
Can it hold it? Yeah, she's showing Hume Bridge on the news page. Yeah, she's showing Hume Bridge only brings in 909,000.
And that still includes, he is requesting 12% pay increase for himself. Oh lordy, man.
So Leah, how much does Cambridge have sitting in?
Well, next year we know we just go straight to Todd's budget, fix it and then go home.
Yeah.
That's about right.
It's a funny thing.
He's only half joking.
I know.
I'm yeah,
We're serious as hell.
serious I can get.
Say, go to Todd's and then go to $500,000.
It's appropriated. He carries.
So we're at 1 point, let's say 1.8. Are we good here or do we need to chop some more?
I think she left it out of me and your thing.
I think she did. Kim Bridge, I remember it.
It's after health. It's gonna be after health. They got out of order a little bit.
I've seen the help. There's help.
So when it says Cume Bridge at the top of it,
I can't read.
You're helpful.
Today and.
We had the same lunch. I'm trying to figure out what.
There it is.
gave me that sugary cookie.
Man,
Well, somebody got a big boy.
125. Right in front of the visit bureau.
So anyway, Todd's asking to go from 116 to 130.
So
So
my memory's not great, but didn't we give him a sizable bump like 2 years ago, maybe?
No, I think he's only got his standard.
No, he
Yeah,
got,
but-
I thought we gave him like a $12,000 bump 2 years,
What
2
year
or
was
3
that?
years ago.
That's when he sent us that letter, wasn't it?
And it had all the other highway engineer rates on it and everything.
Right.
He does a good job. He secures a lot of funds,
Yeah.
but
He does.
I'm just, how much would it be to replace him?
more.
That's what I'm.
And he's
thinking.
even,
What
I'm not
thinking
leaving.
too.
He's
But-
gonna be here 4 more years.
He ain't going nowhere.
What'd you say?
He's not going anywhere.
I know. And he said that.
He
Oh, he's
just,
leaving now.
he just feels it. I guess his ears were burning.
What's J stand for? I'm J Todd.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, let's give him what he wants then.
When everybody got their 10%.
I want to say it was 2 years ago.
Let me give you the list.
Well, the only thing we can do is just delete some of these small structures. And the only way I would go from his current 116 to his 130 is if he got no additional money.
I think it was in 22 for 23. Cause in 22, he was getting 94 and then 23 it bumped to 106.
But didn't we give everyone a better raise? That was that the year we gave no raise? What?
5% or something.
They got more, like.
It's 12.7%.
I remember 12, either 12,000 or 12%. So yeah.
Yeah, I
How much
remember
was
that too.
What?
12.7, 12.7. Over 3/4%. He said it went from 94 to 106.
We got a commissioners meeting tonight. If you guys can leave the papers, we're gonna put this.
Is it time to?
No, I'm just, so I don't forget, because
Okay.
there's a commissioners meeting early.
But where we meet that in the morning.
We don't start till 10:30.
Oh, we start at 10:30.
Right.
I know.
So does anyone have a consensus on what they want to do with his salary? Give him the state of the 3% if we can give a raise or 2, 3, 4. Or consider what he's asking, the 14,000 bump.
They say give it to some, so we're giving everybody else.
Let's see.
Dan, do you want to leave him at 116?
I'd probably give him more, but that's just me. It's only one opinion.
What do you think, Dan?
$4% would take him up to about 120, 121.
Well, to me, if he gets the 130, he doesn't get the COLA.
You don't have to give all of it to him. I just I'd probably give him more than 4%.
I'd like to strip the names off of it. And talk about what the justification is for giving anyone a raise.
When I talked to
It's-
him one day last week, his justification was that in Ohio County, for community crossings, they had to hire an engineer to do some of the work for their community crossings, whereas Todd did it for Dearborn County himself. And I'm thinking like, well, yeah, because we're paying an engineer's salary to do
County is.
engineering work. So to me, that was like,
I think word gets around here pretty good, and when they're through the year, some of our meetings, we've been given bumps, and it gets around, and that's why he's asking for a lot more. That's my personal opinion.
and he has asked before.
Because I know the last two meetings, people come in, we gave raises, and I said we should wait till budget, but then I think, but we've been giving them here, we used to not do that, I don't think. We used to wait till budgets. But here in the last couple of meetings, we've gave 2 or 3 people raises, and I don't even know who they were, but I remember doing it. Cause they come up and said they got more study or more
Responsibilities or whatever.
yeah, whatever. I can't remember who it was. You know.
Planning and zoning, Nicole came. And she was working on that 5-year plan for the Parks Board.
Thing for the park, that wasn't actually a raise, that was a
That
stipend.
was 10,000.
That was a stipend for supposedly doing, but that's.
Is that an ongoing stipend or one
Well,
time?
I think they got in their budget, but I told Gene Cleary, talking about that. And I mean, I know some of us were a little opposed to it in the first place, but they got in the bind and they need to get their 5-year plan done. But the park board, if they need an employee, they need to hire somebody. People in the planning and zoning need to be doing their job up there, in my opinion. I mean, right. And they're not, Nicole's going to some nighttime meetings, I guess, but the rest of them are still doing what they're doing on the company time, so.
Well, he was at that meeting and heard that. If I remember right.
Well,
Sitting right back there.
I've talked to him since then, and he's not in disagreement with that either, But I don't think it's something we wanna.
I think I asked Liz when the 5-year plan was over, does that money go away or does she keep it?
That's why we wanted it to be a stipend and not a pay increase. It was stipend for a one-time thing.
Yeah, and I said something about a short-term solution, and Glenn even brought up that it's not a good long-term solution for it at the same time when we were talking about it.
But I think that's why he asked for more.
But I don't
Because
think that's considered like a raise in the middle of the year.
Yeah, so one kid gets something, the other one wants it.
Well,
what about like where you were? I mean, like during COVID and kind of afterwards, inflation went up, and we got a little bit better raise just to keep up with the cost of living.
We did.
But now it's back, down, and we're back to
3%.
we're at 2.4% cost of living or something.
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
that's what we were at.
So what are you saying if you that we're sending a bad signal and by giving raises in the middle of the year or giving?
We used to always do it at budgets.
Yeah.
Cause then we could discuss it, that when they're just right here in front of them, you're either yes or no, but. I'm not against anybody getting what they can get. I mean, everybody wants to make more money. I do too.
Well, he's not shy about asking about it.
Well, I know.
but it's one thing like, if you can take somebody from a deputy 2 to a deputy 1 or whatever, their responsibilities change and it's a significant move mid-year. He's not changing jobs. He was the engineer and he's gonna be the engineer.
Trying to justify because other county engineers make more money than him.
Yeah, but there's other ones that make less, and every time you make an argument, you're not gonna go find the argument that's against you, you're gonna find the one that's for you.
Right. But
some county engineers actually do drawings for bridges and stuff. design work and everything.
Yeah.
I don't think I was that.
No, I get that. He probably don't have time to do it.
I feel like there's
Either
been,
way-
I feel like there's been multiple times where we said, yep, he's probably underpaid. Yep, he's probably underpaid and we've done it, and maybe we set a bad precedent, but. I feel like at some point we gotta say, that's what the job pays. And you get your cost of living and
Well, no one's gonna get rich working at the county, I don't think. The benefits are what, you know.
Well, that's
keep
what I was
you.
gonna say. He could make more money in the private sector, but he's not gonna get 16 paid holidays.
Right,
and
right.
PERF or PERF.
They're all worth more, in my opinion. How's that go?
they are, and the more money you make when you get a 2 or 3 or 4% increase, the more you get a larger increase dollars wise than
I
somebody
agree,
who makes $40,000.
Exactly. Yeah.
I hate, I mean, I love Todd, but I'm in favor of doing the same thing with him as we do with everybody else.
Well, I think to me, that's the most
Fair.
fair thing to do is across the board. Whatever we come up with, he gets the same as everybody else.
Now, some of these other ones that we're gonna field later, if they ask for a bump and we give it to them, are they also gonna get the 3% on top of that?
What, are you talking
I don't
about
think
a
so.
pay raise or a classification change?
Well,
I feel like we've done, if they've done a classification change, they've gotten the bump on top of that. Historically.
Maybe you gotta consider.
We were
the
thinking
benefits we
10%,
give
it's easier to
people,
figure,
too.
right?
The tough thing is like.
That makes 1% really easy too,
All they
Connie.
care about is what they
Come on now.
You know what the easiest thing is?
You get that, you get-
I figured those would come up pretty soon.
You just wanna see how much you gotta spend on the weekend.
Hey, I like it.
It's great.
If he's getting more money, I'm fine with anything. I just said I'd consider giving. I hear his argument all the time.
Yeah,
Second one, since.
Like, be calling me.
and I hate to say it, but
You
if
don't
he,
get the money.
if he left, guess what we'd probably do? Up the rate.
Yeah.
But there's gotta be reasons why, I don't know.
If we had to.
I'm not done with it yet.
Are you not? Is it going okay?
I gotta get shot. I gotta get.
It's me.
Once a week for 6 weeks.
So I think we're changing that one back.
I see you,
Already did that for now.
Thursday.
And then it's done that Thursday. Should that be nice?
It would be nice. I think the worst we're gonna do is Thursday at noon time.
We're going back to 116 for now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't, Debbie Smith's not coming from the Visitors Bureau, is she? That's the next fund and she's requesting 1.5, but that's again, pass through, basically.
Yeah, let's see what's one. Trust me, I heard that. I heard that probably 3,000 times in my lifetime. Yeah.
You want?
That one filled up first.
If you wanna do mine, I don't think it's changing.
Okay, let's see, quotation 3, 5, what do you?
That's the auditor.
Yeah. Say we knock Warner down about 4,000. Go back, go tell her I said that when you go back in the office.
She'll slap the piss out of you.
Yours is mainly the contract for computer maintenance and.
Yeah, oh wow.
Is that loud? Is that,
Tax, financial, personnel.
but is that who that is?
Yes. And I did take up the county elected officials training, so we can just use that.
Do you have your county general or not? Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Let's just take that 2,000. can that budget hold everything we're pushing into it, Leah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take the 2,000 out of here and put it in that training thing. What's that fund number, Leah?
Is that building up pretty fast on it?
It does, and we didn't use it for years.
Well, for years,
And
not
there's only
everyone
certain-
was,
Certain people that can use it, clerk, council, surveyor, reporter, myself, and assessor. That's what we use it for travel and stuff.
When you start doing that,
so I think that,
never do that.
I think for years, the legislature didn't allow it for council and certain other.
Right, they started out.
They call meetings,
for
that kind of stuff.
What's the human
Auditor,
resource consultant for?
there's only 3 or 4 offices that can.
Like Irwin
Right.
Keely, or
Job
anytime we have a
descriptions,
problem.
HR.
yeah, job descriptions, but our handbook, or read to our handbook.
What,
So we had that,
Public finances, Baker Tilly,
so that human resources consultant, that seems,
Wagner Irwin. and
yeah, that seems actually cheap if they're dealing with some of those
It
bigger
is,
things.
and we had 15,000 last year, and we encumbered 10 because that's what they told us for the
Help me out, so when we have an HR type issue, does Kim handle it? Do you handle it? Does,
if there's a problem that we need help on, we email Patty Brooker.
so someone wanted to make a sexual harassment, share a sexual harassment concern, who would they come to?
Email Patty Brooker, we would do it, but she tells us how.
Who did they go to here? Do they go to Sue or?
Kim.
Kim,
Yeah.
if it's easy enough. But normally we'll ask them. Yeah. You kind of need somebody to pull that on. You don't have, somebody that does that for a living. I don't think we could afford something. And they're pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that additional is not bad, but it's,
Yeah, sometimes
it's
I-
nice to have that within your 4 walls as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
And normally.
if we could get someone part-time, that could work. If you could get someone, yeah, but if you can get someone, yeah, you don't have to pay benefits for, then, part-time HR person, that could be something.
well, no, I mean, I
5,000.
think you'd have to, you'd have to get a HR level person and have them do some of these other responsibilities as well. But they'd be the one to do the HR job if there's, and I'm not saying that Kim can't handle it, I'm asking the question
She does
if.
a pretty good job handling it.
Well, I guarantee that.
Oh, really?
Keeps GD Wright in line, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some people are just overwhelming.
Okay, so looking at Leah's list that she gave us, the things that, budget changes, one thing I'd like to mention, that I did talk to Eric about his budget. Maintenance is he coming? Yeah,
I think he
maintenance,
is.
location 19. On his budget, he's asking for money to take the, balcony off of the Hoosier Square. And when I talked to him, he said it's actually a safety issue. Location 19. And that'd be out of QCAP, it'd be out of one of those key things. Okay, it's out of 1138. So it's 40.
The third page of that.
It's location 19 and it's from 1138 QCAP. So this was a new request from him for $54,000 out of QCAP, which has like $1 million in it. Take that balcony off and put a window in it. He said that it actually is a safety issue. And that's why he was asking for it to be done. Just to give you a heads up for him for tomorrow. And I would defer to Mr. Hartman on that.
He's pretty tight, he doesn't do anything. And he does a lot himself.
He's pretty trustworthy.
So does anyone have anything they want to add to that, or are we pretty much good with that when he comes tomorrow?
I'm good with it.
And is Caldwell the guy he's trained to be his
Yes.
replacement?
And he is good. The one thing I'll tell you about either Eric or that Mr. Caldwell, if you've got a question for them, they're like, they want to answer the question and get back to work. I mean, they, to me, are very dedicated, and Eric worked really hard to find someone he could have under his wing for a year to take his place when he retires in a couple of years. And I think he's really happy with this person.
Feel like he's always been pretty frugal around here.
Yeah.
Sorry when he goes.
He's been here a long time too, hasn't he?
You're from coming out in.
Didn't he take his Stan's place? Stan retired.
No, Gilbert was a contractor, his name.
I thought his Stan was the maintenance.
I don't think so.
Well,
He told me he was foreman before him, but I don't think it was Gilbert. His dad built houses and remodeled and everything.
Rick used to too. Yeah. He can do all kinds of stuff.
He can't be old enough to retire. I had him in school.
I think his son's about ready to retire too, isn't he? I'm just kidding.
That's not- yeah.
Any of the budgets that we can go through before, like Wendy's coming for clerk. Treasurer's coming for something.
Treasure.
She wants a request for first deputy salary. Treasurer's location for. So that first deputy was paid 43,630 this year, and she's asking for 48,630. How does that work?
He said she's. Gonna come talk about how. Job duties.
Who is it?
The treasurer.
The young man works in there.
He should run for treasurer.
Tried to do too. He might next time.
So what is the salary typically for first deputy? Just depends on the department.
Well, everybody's off the. Scales, really. 43, 235. First deputy.
Have you observed like his work or anything? I mean, do you have any idea that he does a particularly good job?
You balance with all the bank account.
He's
I
there
do.
every day.
Connie, do you
He'll
have
be
any
mad.
interactions with him?
Yeah, yeah, I think he does a good job.
Do y'all have anything you want to share about, I mean, if you don't want to say anything, that's fine, but if you have anything to say on whether you think this is a justified change in salary levels or not?
But my teaching wants keeping too, because he's got a little boy, he's got support too, so. I mean, it's hard to support somebody for $43,000.
Well, we just had a conversation a few minutes ago about stripping the name off and the position off and talking about doing the pay based on position.
You asked.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, but I mean, first deputy. No, that's the job, first deputy.
You got your,
Wasn't it, I think
money guns.
years ago, Penny, she was like office manager. First deputy.
So you could say additional duties.
Yeah, I would let Haley come in and tell you right. Let her opinion.
Well, if you're saying job duties, it's probably something along the lines of additional.
And he's really good.
So he is somebody we want to keep. Okay, so the sheriff is coming himself, isn't he? Okay, so let's not go over his assessor. Is she coming?
She's not.
Okay, so she's requesting a shift in deputy scale for one employee, assessors location 8.
I think she got it. Great.
Did she?
Sarah. Thank you.
Oh,
If one to bump me or up into where Stacy got. And then hire somebody.
Which one are we looking at?
They're just moving.
11105. What are we looking at? Which position? Requesting shift in deputy scale for
Yes,
one
the
employee.
Person that was in 11105 was a second. She wants to put her up into the 1103.
Okay, so
That's from second deputy to first deputy.
Yeah. She said she.
That's kind of justified.
Yes, Sarah's,
Okay.
it's 3 grand.
Okay, I was gonna say.
is everyone okay with doing that?
yeah, I mean, if she's moving in from the third deputy or second deputy to first deputy, then that, yeah. That's a change in position for responsibilities,
Then when she hires lower,
right?
which is a thing to do.
And then work their way up.
And then what's the level 3 increase for second level 3 certification? What do they get for level 3?
3,000.
So she's got in here for last year 3,000. So she just wants to have 2 people. That'd be great.
Yes, she's still working on taking her test.
Okay.
Megan is, and then she's had Sarah passed hers.
So I'm good with everything the assessor's asking for. Is everyone else in favor of what she's asking for?
Yep. She in her second term?
She's on, there's no term limits. There's no term.
No term limits for that.
Yep.
Okay, so we went through council. So the next thing is commissioners. Pause is asking for a 20% location 13 is commission, location 13 is commissioners. And pause is asking for a 20% increase. Location 13.
Can you refresh my memory? I feel like they came last year and asked for like
But
100%
what we did
increase
last
and we
year-
asked them
What we
to.
did last year is like we originally, their first contract, we took everything that was shelter related out of the budget that had been for animal control. We took the shelter related stuff out and animal control out and gave Paws a contract for $120,000 a year because that's about what we were spending for shelter functions. Then like one time after that, they asked for an increase and we gave them like a 3% increase. And they didn't ask for an increase for like 10 years. So last year we went back and went through, like if we gave 3% each year for every year, then this is where you would be. So this year they're asking for a 20% increase. Was a letter in everyone's folder?
She did, yeah, they got a letter here.
Yeah. So they're currently at 165,000 and they would like to be at 198,000.
We started them, I think at 120,
We
right?
did start 'em at 120. That's been 14,
I
15 years.
Remember that, basically Paul started. Cause remember Cunningham. was-
Oh, yeah.
Was,
He gave him $1 million.
oh yeah, he was the mayor of Lawrenceburg and his wife was boo-hoo into that.
Right.
Which I've always had dogs, so, you know. But yeah, I'm thinking to myself. I hope the rest of the mayors are as generous as him because, you know.
I think that pretty much went to the purchase of the building. I'm not sure, but what we had out at County Farm was pretty sad.
Oh.
In this
I used to
location,
deliver out there, it was terrible.
this location is a lot more convenient for people. And it was for a motocross business, so they have trails where they can walk the dogs and stuff. It's an ideal location. And for the county, it's a good partnership between animal control and us having a place to have animal control because they have a dedicated space in that building. So it works out to be a good solution for the county's animal control portion, but a 20% bump is a lot.
So let's go down to this background piece on the paper.
Okay.
In 22, the county support went from 10 to 11,000 a month. I remember that. In 24, they requested an increase to 20,000 a month, and we said, "Whoa, how about it?" You know, we backed it out and said, "Well,
No, what you said about the
Right.
3,000
3%.
or the 3%, but what would that number have been if we had done 3% per year?
That's what we ended up with last year. We.
That's where we ended up last year, or I thought we were trying to ladder our way up to that.
No,
level.
we jumped from where we were at 132, then we went in 24, we were at 132. In 25, we did the 3%, 3%, 3%, up to 165. So if we did like roughly a 3% this year, it wouldn't be, they're asking for 20, so.
This line that says, the county approved 25% increase to 13,750 last year, with an understanding that we would request 20% increase this year.
That they would request, but not that we would grant it.
I'm just trying to remember the whole, for some reason I thought they shot here and we said, if you'd given it to us over a couple of years, we could do that, and I thought we were doing a larger than the 3% increase each year to catch up. But you're saying we did all that catch up? in
I
one
feel
year?
like we did all the catch up last year and brought them up. If we had given them 3% every year, they never requested anything. We landed on the 165, and that's what we agreed on. So if we did 3% for 25, it would be $169,950. So I would do $170,000. Would be roughly 3% for 26. 170,000. They're wanting 198.
Sounds good to me.
Make up that money, right?
How much does that be for 50 years?
Huh?
How much does that be for 50 years?
I won't be here then. I don't know.
Think about making a donation.
Then he wants back pay, that's what he's asking for.
Yeah.
That's because you've been here 50 years,
I've
right?
been a rich man.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
I've been 48 years, I ain't there 50 years.
So I'm inclined to do 170, which is 3%, and rounding it from 169.5 to 170.
Are they coming to talk
Yes,
to?
yes,
Yeah,
they're
there'll be 15 people with.
Yep.
Put the heat on you.
Now we'll give
Sarah
them,
McLaughlin's gonna come and sing the songs or the arms of the angel.
Hey, I start crying every time I think about it.
Sorry.
Hey, the older I get, softer I get.
Dan's gonna cry and say sorry, but we still only got 3% for you.
and to their credit, they do fundraise. I mean, they do have the rummage sale and stuff like that, but everyone's got different philosophies on what you do with certain strays. I think they like to be a no-kill shelter.
Yeah.
And that's of course a lot more expensive than if you're willing to euthanize.
Well, they had a thing about Butler County on there the other night, their shelter must be they spend oodles of money and still kill a bunch of them, I guess, their people are raising all kinds of cane with them.
We take them all to Dillsboro.
I tell everybody, take them down to Perfect Slopes and let them out.
That's what I do with my raccoons.
Let them run up the hill.
I'm raising a raccoon farm down there from my house.
So dollar wise, what they're asking isn't like a budget buster, but philosophically, if you're going to give like an increase, I think you need to stay within the 3% range. I mean, if there was something way out of the ordinary that needed to be dealt with,
Yeah.
then I would consider something as an additional to make that improvement. But just for day-to-day maintenance and care, I'm just not comfortable with going to 20%.
I don't know if that'll.
Now, Dan, don't start crying, but what do you feel like?
I'm fine.
Well, you think 3% or 20% or something in between?
Great.
Then it's
Nothing.
nothing. I'm saying 3.
I say that's good.
I support 3.
So when they come here, stand firm. Don't start crying.
Got it.
Nobody cries. And the one thing I have understood, and there may be an argument for it, maybe it's cheaper if you give your animals high-end food, but I don't think they use the donation Purina dog chow. I think they use some more high-end food and maybe it keeps our vet bills down. I have no idea.
I mean, I even saw something recently that said, are you having a hard time affording to feed your animals? Let us know. We'll help you feed your animals. It's like, how much money do you have that you're?
But the one thing I will say about that, it probably keeps people from surrendering their dog.
Sure.
So a $3 bag of cat food is probably cheaper than having another cat, so. I'm okay with
Not
giving
cheaper
them.
than a 9 mm.
I can remember when we
said that.
first started.
Get that out of your next opponent will use that against you.
Yep.
Good.
When we had discussions about this, you were on that animal task force with me. When we were upstairs having our council meetings, there were a couple of people on the side, I think Pickens was one, saying like, the cost of a bullet's only so much.
That sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Rick said in the transfer meeting last week. He says shotgun's cheaper, and I'm like, oh.
And I get it that it's expensive to do what they're doing, but I feel like the formula we came up with back in the day, and Dennis, you were on that committee with me, that task force, when we decided how to make it fair. I mean, we, I think, kept our end of the bargain, and last year brought them up to where they should be. And this year, I think if we keep doing like roughly 3%, then I think we're being good stewards, so. I just can't see us, I mean, it's not in the overall scheme of things, a huge amount of money, but the idea of 20% is just not doable. It's certainly not sustainable.
Dover Bridge is cheaper, wasn't it, Danny? The Dover Bridge.
So you took the COLA out of planning and zoning?
I did not.
And put it in, we don't know if we're gonna do 2, 3, 4, so however, whatever you wanna do. We're going through Leah's list of budget
You have it
things.
in our council line item.
No, planning and zoning put it in theirs.
I'm saying she's gonna zero that out, but we already have it at 4% in our council budget.
Yeah, before. Let's working on Leah's budget here, on her notes here. That was pause, increase in several contracts. Those are probably contracts for the commissioners, so we'll just leave that one. Soil and water's big change was an addition for potential rent, which they've been saying for years. If the feds say they're not gonna pay for it, you're not gonna. They would need more money. Location 15 is soil and water.
This right? $13,750 a month.
For what?
Oh,
They, Jim showed them the downstairs. They were quite impressed. Honestly, I'm serious.
Right, we're not doing
I thought it was pretty nifty in there.
We're not, we
They
did
just
last
do
year, we
things
brought
down
them
there
up
and
to
jump.
so much a month.
They didn't
was
like
A
it.
No,
total
they
of,
did like it.
I don't remember how much.
There's a dishwasher, a stove, all kinds of stuff down there.
They did put a kitchenette down there and stuff
Pretty
like that.
nice.
Yeah, we're not,
That's over $100,000 a year.
yeah, but we're not doing what they've asked. We do. This is what we did last year, bonus, because. Next page, the pause in 25, we raised them to 165. They're asking to go to 198. 3% puts them at 170. So we're looking at doing that for pause. The next issue on Leah's sheet is soil and water. And it was that for the building for rent in case the beds don't give them space anymore. That's location 15. By the way, veterans didn't change that location 14.
oil and water.
What number is it?
Location 15. So their biggest change is in computer maintenance and repairs. And then vehicle maintenance. And then rent. And that's always been 0. They put 750 in there, which I think they would need regardless, for event space rental. they have an annual dinner that members pay. And then they have some guests who don't pay. But if they had to start paying rent, they put the extra 20,000 in there.
What was it, the Liberty Theater this past year? That was a good event. You were there, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
And I've Glenn's been to them before too.
Sick.
But I started going many years ago, Maynard Barrett and I thought, well, let's just go see what this is about. And their programs are very informative. I mean, I've learned that, what's those popular, oh my God, he spoke forever.
Oh, that was on and on and on.
More than you ever want to know.
The Oxbow presentation was very informative, I thought, this year.
So I learned that knockout roses are not good for bees over the years. I mean, I've learned things over the years, and like there's 5 million kinds of mushrooms, and you collect mushrooms, you need to put them in a bag where the spores will fall out as you walk back to your car.
A net bag.
Yes. I mean, I have learned stuff over the years from them.
So so are you saying we're not adjusting any of these items on there?
I personally feel like, computer maintenance and repair, I mean, what do? You can say, okay, we'll only give you 5,000, but they may have to come for an additional. I mean, if you want to cut it for the sake of cutting it.
But we didn't have the rent in there last year. We're gonna leave that this year.
We never have. They're just saying, they have always said, every year they come for budget, they always say that we are able to have free rent. They work closely with Matt Jarvis, whatever that group is, NCRS or whatever it is. But anyway, they work closely together on stuff. And the feds have always allowed soil and water to have space. But their caveat, every budget has been that if that changes, then they would need money for rent. And this is the first time they've ever actually physically put it in their budget.
So did that building sell to a new owner?
I think Doge has everyone going worried crazy about what's going to happen with funding. So I think that's probably why they felt like this year they damn sure better put a number in there or they're going to be on the street.
That's why the computers are in there too, I think, because the computers they use right now belong to NRCS or.
Yeah, they're tied
Yeah.
together.
So
You wanna leave it?
I would personally leave their request as is. But that's just me. I think that, if they need to start paying rent, we have to have a space for them. They provide a good service.
Yeah.
I've learned, I mean,
I
some of the
think they
stuff
want them downstairs is what I was telling you. I think they showed them that. In
I'd
case they
rather
needed
have
it.
them downstairs than the juveniles, but anyway, that's just me. But we do have space, but the one thing about having them where they are is that they work closely with that federal group. So even if we had to pay rent for them to be under the same roof, instead of driving back and forth or whatever, there would be some value in them being in the.
Well, I think what
current
they were gonna
location.
do is they were gonna consolidate, like move. Instead of wherever their office is, they were gonna go to
Somewhere.
like for sales or, you know what I mean, consolidate them.
Gotta
That's what
rip
they're
the
trying
county
to do.
all over.
Something like that.
Because a lot of the programs are tied together. The soil technician will check stuff out for a certain farm program.
Yeah, they do a lot of good things for,
Or the wildlife biologist will work through both of.
so anyway, I'm pretty much in favor of landing where they are. Does anyone
So their
want,
only change is the rent and the computer maintenance.
Yeah.
but I would leave it in there because
Yeah,
if the,
And vehicle maintenance.
and vehicle maintenance.
I would be reluctant to change any of this. We've always had vehicle maintenance. Now they've got an extra 3,000, which is the law. But does anyone have any thoughts on this? You good with leaving it alone or you want to start?
Leave it where it is. Because I think they offer a lot of different programs to the community that nobody else in our community offers.
Dan, are you comfortable with leaving
Yeah,
it?
it's fine.
Dennis?
I just limited vehicle maintenance of
Right.
$3,800 a year.
All right, 3,800.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of you have ever been to one of their field days with us. Very informative.
So Dennis would like to cut their vehicle maintenance. Does anyone want to leave it at 3,800?
I'm just-
Cut it.
They had 1,500 last year and they spent it. I wonder if they know they have an expense upcoming. I mean, we can,
Vehicle maintenance is
Is
a-
looks like they spent it all because we cut them a check for everything and they pay their own bills.
oh. So what about this rent? We're not gonna cut them a check for this rent, are we?
not unless they present you a lease and an amount.
Yeah, we don't wanna just give them.
But I don't think we want to, I mean, we could. I think we need to just leave it in.
That works with the State Board of Accounts. We just cut them a check and let them pay their own bills?
Different, you know, out there.
It's a federal thing. Their programs are tied to the feds.
I don't think you should cut them a check for rent.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But I think we need to approve it so that if they present a lease,
That without cutting them a check.
We could, I mean, if we don't see a lease, we won't.
we could just keep it as a placeholder in case they do come up with a.
Can they spend it though?
Because we can't appropriate money in January, so we either approve it now in case they need it, or we approve it in November because they've got a lease. You can't approve an additional for 26. So,
Could you approve it in November?
it's
Well, you would know that whether they need rent by the first of the year.
You could ask them when they come in, when are they gonna know?
are they coming?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll ask them, but I have a feeling it's tied to Doge, that everyone's just kind of running scared.
Let's see, Barry.
Okay, the next thing on your list is EMA. They're requesting a server replacement that Ramsey recommends. So
Who is it, Liz?
on Leah's list is EMA. They're requesting a server replacement that Ramsey has recommended. EMA.
17.
You get it out of CCD as well. Are they cutting that? Are they?
Yeah, he said you'd be a couple.
Okay, so on location 17 EMA, the two things that Leah also has listed in CCD, I would zero out of county general and put it into CCD. Does anyone else agree, or Dan, Glenn, Dennis?
As long as the fund is supportive.
It'll support it. It's got $1 million in it. Is everyone zero out of county general?
Yeah,
Zero out of county
for
general,
sure.
both of those?
Yep.
Do we still do the races thing or
I was gonna ask
Oh,
about
yeah.
that.
now that, what's this,
Yeah.
Doug's
But-
gone?
Yeah, but they
They kept the trailer, right? Or no, they sold the trailer.
Still put it in there.
Can you shoot him an email and ask him about, do you mind?
Who, Jason?
Yeah. Cause I would love to zero that out. They didn't spend anything so far this year in that.
I can't remember if that's.
They did spend 1,024.
They buy that one from the health department or they may be selling it to the health department.
Oh, there was one for the health department.
I can't remember if that trailer came from Racy's to Health or Health to Racy's. I think I asked that last year knowing Doug was gone and Jason said, well, it's still part of our emergency, blah, 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 blah.
I have a feeling when there's an emergency, we're all gonna be crispy critters and it won't matter whether you got a mobile command or not. I'd say the prosecutor, let's not mess with that until Lynn's, I guess she's coming, right?
Yes.
Okay, the maintenance, we already went through that. Circuit Court, I'd wait till Mr. Negengard, His Honor, Honorable Judge Negengard comes. And Sally Superior 2, she's not coming, is
He
she?
is not coming either as judge.
Okay,
I don't think he's ever come since I've been on council.
Really doesn't change the budget.
but his daughter's getting a scholarship tomorrow, by golly. Yeah, she's probably a diver. So Superior Two is location 28, and she's asking for a couple of things.
Who is
Yeah,
28?
Superior 228. And they're all advertised out of CCD as well, so on location 28, is everyone good with zero and these out of county general?
Yeah.
We're putting it in CCD. Y'all okay with it down there?
Push it.
Okay, Lee, you got that? Okay, so now we're done with Superior. That's the only thing she did. Juvenile Center, that's a heartburn for another day. Circuit probation, 5% raise for 2, are they, he's coming, I guess.
Yes.
Circuit. We'll save that for,
I think he did it last year too.
no doubt. Cambridge, we've gone through most all of these. I
You'll be
think.
happy with 4% on them too.
I think last year he's like, oh, then.
Yeah. If we do that, yeah.
In health, I don't think there's much to be done in health, is there? Is that location 59?
You're fine alone.
I guess he's coming.
It's not coming either. He's like calling his question.
Doing okay? You doing okay?
Who?
Bill, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he's doing good.
She asked about building department, or somebody said something about building department.
Did he make any change?
So we're gonna zero out the COLA on health. That's also included in the council one, correct?
No, it's a different fund. It's Fund 1159.
Okay.
So I would keep that COLA there.
The only change really for them is they moved. They shifted $5,000 from one of their salaries into one of their.
Who? Which one?
Which nurse?
There's.
That person's still here?
Vacant.
She just started.
So they're starting her at 60.
Yes. They wanted to take that 5,000 and shift it down to where number slot here, 1081.
We did the extra thing at the meeting today.
Mhm.
So is everyone good with the health department?
Do they have access to a clerk one position?
We used to, but they.
I can say something.
Well, no, I'm just, we're shifting an extra $5,000 in that line for the clerk, and it's a clerk two. If that person is deserving the extra $5,000,
She does everything.
so should we make her clerk one, is what I'm saying, and you know what I mean, that justifies the. I'm just trying to be consistent as possible with, like, if we're giving raises outside of COLA, it's because they should be taking a responsibility change and moving up to a higher position.
So we're gonna do it as clerk.
Are they, is there 2 of them in there? Her husband work there?
No,
Not anymore. Used to be.
Oh, he still works there, but he ain't her husband no more?
Oh, you beach, yeah, he's in food. She's
Okay.
up on the hill.
Okay, so their other fund is 1161. That's the Health First Indiana, which is taking a major hit. He did reduce their budget by about 50,000. And it can hold the 265 as much as you.
Yes, that was approved by the state.
Oh, it was.
They have budget for like.
For 26. Okay, so that was the last item that you had for us, but the other ones that we didn't address that Leah had given us these notes on are people who are coming. So unless you want to just go over theirs on your own time, if you want to do it now, we can, or just wait until they explain it to us, what their requests are.
That's fine.
It's animal control and veteran, they didn't change anything.
Did they find another animal control officer?
One just quit, so I think he's trying to hire.
So like in the last 6 or 8 months, have they lost another one or not?
Yeah, he just lost a little.
Hard to find people though.
No, no doubt.
Well, as I understand, I think she really liked it, her husband.
Okay. So it's not us. Okay, so let me ask everyone here to think about this. So last year, if my numbers are right, we adjusted part-time and level 1 is at $16 an hour. Examples are fire clerk, custodial, answer phones. Level 2, we set at 18, which is clerical, sheriff, highway, juvenile center. Level 3 is from $19 to $23, and that's people with special skills. So we need to be thinking about, are those levels good for 26? Or do we need to look at those?
Could you, I'm sorry, say the categories again. 16 was
I
clerical.
could have this wrong. These are my notes. Level 1 was $16, things like file clerk, custodial, answer phones. Level 2 is at 18, clerical, sheriff, highway, juvenile center. Level 3 is 19 to 23, these numbers right. And this is for special skills. Well, the judge is gonna do what the judge is gonna do. I mean, pick your battles. So we need to think about,
So we made a meaningful change on that last year.
so we kicked him up $1. So, because it was 15, 17, 18 to 22 in 24. Do you have anything? I mean, you see the hiring and stuff, whatever.
Was there a lot of part-time positions open?
A lot, not a lot open, but I'll tell you, the sheriff's deputies, like the guys out there in over Hoosier Square. They're the ones, are the, yeah, they're in the middle.
Level 2. So they're getting 18 an hour.
So who,
Now, if you want to consider them special skills because they carry a gun,
They're older.
who puts them in the levels, or do we, I mean, is it?
I do you, but Shane would have to decide if he was gonna pay them.
I mean, I could live with them being considered special skills and go from 19 to 23. But the other thing we need to talk about or think about is our level 1 at 16, level 2 at 18, level 3 at 19 to 23. Are we good with those numbers in 26? Do we need to think about it, address them, change them? So that's something I would ask.
I think we just did it last year. I think it's all right. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah.
to be it. Janitors, $16 to $18 part-time.
Custodial is 16 part-time.
I mean, I wouldn't do it for that, but.
I mean, it's
Well, maybe.
you wouldn't do it for twice that. But at any rate, if y'all have anything you want to add to this discussion,
I
certainly
would-
welcome, but
I mean, it's easier if we always do smaller incremental increases instead of larger ones. I don't want to keep raising but I mean, I'd support at least 50 cents on the level 1 and level 2. And I would be open to classifying, I don't think Shane has gone to bat for them, but I would be open to classifying someone who's carrying a sidearm.
would you be willing to reach out to Shane before tomorrow?
Sure.
Would you have time to reach out to him and ask him what he thinks about that?
Yep.
And if they need to be reclassified from 2 to 3?
I really think they carry a gun, they stand there,
I mean,
to protect us.
I'd do it for them. 2 of them are my neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right till it isn't, right?
Hey. Hey, they don't call cops on me when I'm having parties down on the block.
I like the dog.
The time half, he comes down there.
$25 an hour, Dave.
Yeah.
And all the bush light they could drink.
Hey, he just right up through the.
Okay, so does anyone have anything else for today? You wanna let Leah work her magic and let Connie do whatever she needs
As soon as
to
we
do?
come in tomorrow, we got the calls.
Tomorrow.
10:30, commissioners and Pauls, yep.
So bring some cat food and dog food,
What if I give them 1,000 more a month?
1,000 a month.
You're gonna donate them some money?
No, that's, what are we giving, what's the 3%, like 500?
If 3%.
Was it 1,300 a month?
3%'s 5,000 a year, right? You said, Liv?
I'd have to look.